for their healthcare workers. In fact, just this week, more than 30 healthcare employers, including Kaiser Permanente, one of the country's largest, announced vaccination requirements for their healthcare workers. So America's businesses, large and small, universities and medical schools, and many other institutions are stepping up on vaccination requirements. And our message is quite simple. We support these vaccination requirements to protect workers, communities, and the country. As we double down on getting more Americans vaccinated, we're also stepping up our work to help states experiencing rising cases due to the Delta variant. Our COVID-19 surge response teams are now working with 16 states to address
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. This is your Friday edition. It is August 6, 2021. We are starting out the day in Ocean City, New Jersey, watching the sun rise together. It's one of my favorite parts about working this early in the morning. We can go from camera to camera across the country, show you the gorgeous sunrises and views, hopefully reach out to whatever communities you are watching us from. Whether you are home, hunkered down, or you're perhaps traveling for business or pleasure, now that millions of Americans are vaccinated against the coronavirus, they are comfortable hitting the skies and the roadways again. So there you have it. I like to start the day out peacefully and beautifully right here on Live Now from Fox. Hi, my name is Pilar Arias. I'm joining you live from our East Coast hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Again, thank you so much for choosing to start your day with us right here. We are very happy that you have decided to join us. I have your morning brief ready to go for you, the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. Before I kick things off, I would like to invite you guys to please join me on social media. I'm on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. All you have to do is search for Pilar News Now. Again, it is Pilar News Now. I'd be happy to connect with you both while I'm hosting the show and while I am not. Show me those sunrises while you are where you are at. Tweet me at Pilar Live Now. And if you give me permission, I'd be happy to air them on the show. We could do a little segment, interact with each other for sure. Okay, everybody, we are going to kick off the morning brief by taking a look at the eviction moratorium. We've been hearing a lot about it this week, right? Well, the CDC says it extended its eviction moratorium to help keep people in their homes as the Delta variant spreads. Fox's Heather Sullivan explains how the new ban works.
The new CDC eviction ban prohibits landlords from evicting qualifying tenants until October 3rd. It took effect immediately and could pause eviction cases already filed.
In the very short term, there will be lawsuits for eviction that will continue to be abated. That means those cases will be reset for a later date.
Donna Carney with Lone Star Legal Aid says tenants must meet the same criteria as the previous moratorium.
Any renter who has made every effort to pay rent and get rental assistance and meets the other criteria is eligible for a pause on their case.
Tenants must also face homelessness if evicted, have earned less than $99,000 in 2020 or $198,000 as a couple, or received a stimulus check. This time, tenants must also live in a county with substantial and high spread of COVID-19, which includes most of Texas.
And as a result, tenants throughout almost the entire state of Texas are eligible for utilizing that protection.
Renters must again sign a declaration they meet these criteria, but Carney recommends filing it in court too. Like the previous moratorium, the new ban is expected to face legal challenges, but Carney encourages renters to use it until then.
The legal system takes a while. None of these cases get resolved overnight.
Taking a live now look at two different vantage points we have in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. You've got Capitol Hill on the left and the White House on the right. Even though in close proximity to each other there, very different looking live pictures. I like the Capitol one because it's showcasing the colors in the sky. In terms of how the weather is out there, I'm going to head on over to fox5dc.com and see what it's like. It is currently 71 degrees. They are expected to reach a pretty warm high today of 91. Real feel is probably going to be hotter than that, everybody. And I'm looking at the radar, not seeing a whole lot of showers in the area. So good news there. In terms of the weekend for our nation's capital, they are expecting some showers tomorrow with a high of 79, and Sunday it's going to be heating right back up. 90 degrees expected to be the high. A lot of us already looking forward to the weekend. Well, there's a reason I took you out to our nation's capital. We've been covering it, and we will continue to until there's a resolution. It's a big day for the bipartisan infrastructure bill. The Senate could take a vote that sets up potential passage this weekend. Plus, the Congressional Budget Office says it will release a report saying if the bill pays for itself. If the bill costs too much, then the chances for passage could take a nosedive. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively breaks it all down from Washington.
Amendment number 2478.
For once, many Democrats and Republicans in the Senate have the same message. Hurry up.
That last vote took 50 minutes. 50 minutes, and they're getting longer, not shorter.
We could roll through these if we would just be concise with the time and come in and vote on time.
Depending on how fast senators go through amendments, the body could pass the infrastructure bill this weekend. There's $1 trillion at stake, with $550 billion of it in new spending for roads, bridges, rail, public transit, water systems, and broadband.
We have been pretty clear about benefits that will help every community, replacing lead pipes, making sure people have access to broadband, making a historic investment in climate.
Local leaders want to know, if it passes, how do they get the money into their communities? Some of it would be through grants that have to be applied for. Others could be specifically written into the bill with amendments.
There's no question but that there are many opportunities to improve the legislation as written.
Hanging over all of this is the sweeping $3.5 trillion human infrastructure bill that House Democrats say must be passed in the Senate before they take up the current infrastructure bill.
Democrats have made clear they're going to pass this one and then turn around and ram through their massive tax and spend bill right on top of this, which means you're looking at about $5 trillion.
Senators have another reason to hurry up the process. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says they don't get to go home for recess until they finish voting on infrastructure. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
We're taking a live now look, everybody, in Tokyo, Japan. Protests continue, even though there's just days left in competition. They are calling for the cancellation of Tokyo 2020, the Summer Olympics. They are expected to wrap up here again in just days. I'm hearing this weekend by Sunday, August 8th. So let me see when the closing ceremony is going to be. Let's see, Olympics 2021. Yes, it's going to be Sunday. And they are still taking to the streets out there to let their opinions be known and their voices be heard. We've got the live picture from Tokyo, Japan. I wanted to bring it to you right here. You see Pandemic Olympiad Tokyo 2020 there. Cancel the Tokyo Olympics. And you can continue to hear them chanting there on the streets. We're We're going to continue on with your morning brief, the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. We are going to head on back out to our nation's capital, and that is because I want to get you the latest here, everybody, here on Live Now from Fox. The police officers who responded to the January 6th riot at the Capitol received Congress's highest civilian honor, the Congressional Gold Medal. Though 21 Republicans voted in June against the bill in the House, it passed the Senate unanimously this week. And yesterday, the president made it official. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has the story.
For a lot of people, January 6 will be hard to forget.
It wasn't democracy. It was insurrection. It was riot and mayhem.
But many say the sacrifices of those who defended the Capitol that day should be top of mind.
Let us always remember their courage.
On Thursday, President Biden signed a bill awarding the officers who responded to the insurrection Congress's highest honor, the Congressional Gold Medal.
On January 6th, Congress got a firsthand reminder of a reality that many American citizens face every day, that the brave men and women of law enforcement really are the thin blue line standing between peace and chaos.
7 months later, time hasn't healed trauma for some of those officers. At a House committee hearing last week, 4 of them testified about the assaults they faced.
We were fighting for our life. We were fighting to protect all of you.
The award coming just days after the Metropolitan Police Department confirmed 2 of their officers committed suicide. The total number of officers who have since taken their own lives now at 4.
Heaping tragedy upon tragedy. These past 6 months have been the hardest in the history of the Capitol Police Force. And yet, they still keep watch. They still stand guard.
4 medals will be placed at different locations: the U.S. Capitol, Capitol Police Headquarters, Metropolitan Police Department, and the Smithsonian Institution. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you so much for that update. Again, everybody, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. Happy to be here with you during this Friday edition of Live Now from Fox. If any news breaks, if it happens, we'll have it for you right here. We're all about live, raw, unfiltered. We monitor feeds from across the country, even worldwide, as we were just in Tokyo, Japan, and we bring them to you right here just like that, instantaneously. All right, everybody. Well, the White House is working on a long-term solution for the millions of old, unused, crumbling oil wells leaking toxins into the soil and water. Fox News correspondent Steve Rappaport has more in this edition of our Biden Impact series.
And then there it is flowing up out of the ground there.
President Biden putting a spotlight on a little-known problem that's causing big issues for farmers and ranchers across the country. The EPA says there are about 3.2 million abandoned oil and gas wells in the U.S. Only a third have been plugged with cement. The rest are leaking harmful chemicals into fields and water sources, including methane and benzene, both known carcinogens.
It's like, oh my God, like this whole place is just, Swiss cheese of old oil wells that are falling apart.
Now the president is making a big push to clean things up. The bipartisan infrastructure deal includes at least $16 billion to cap and clean abandoned wells and mines. The White House claims federal funding for those projects will revitalize local economies that have depended on drilling to survive. Administration officials say family farms will be prioritized, but the cleanup is also about making sure drillers and miners don't get left behind as the country shifts towards sustainable energy. But it won't be easy. The infrastructure funding is just a down payment. Most of the money the administration is requesting hasn't been approved by Congress, so they'll be asking the oil and gas industry to pitch in to solve what has become a national problem.
And this isn't a problem isolated to the Permian. This is East Texas, this is Pennsylvania, this is Ohio, this is West Virginia. This is a global industry problem.
And the president says this is a jobs program as well. He wants to put drillers and miners to work capping those wells at the same price they would charge to dig them. In New York, Steve Rappaport, Fox News.
Back out live now, everybody, in Ocean City, New Jersey, because the sunrise is just so beautiful. You know the phrase, the early bird gets the worm. I would consider a sunrise like this the worm. If you have never experienced an East Coast sunrise such as this, I fortunately was able to recently, and it's a whole different feel, a whole different vibe than experiencing, say, a West Coast sunset. There's nothing better than a new day, a fresh start, a new beginning, and it's just so peaceful and calming and puts you in the right mindset and mood to start your day. And hey, the fact that it's Friday, Not bad, right? Everybody's looking forward to the weekend. All right, everybody. Well, we do have some coronavirus top stories from across the country that I need to bring to you right now, and that's because the pandemic, it is still ongoing. The Delta variant is causing surges across the country. Another troubling side effect of the pandemic, overworked, stressed out nurses, and they're leaving the profession, leading to a nationwide shortage. That, experts say, will only get worse. Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul is in Arlington, Texas with the story.
Make a good contact seal and release it.
They helped graduate more than 3,500 nursing students in the middle of a global pandemic. But UT Arlington's best effort merely scratches the surface of a nationwide shortage of nurses.
It feels like no matter what we do, we're behind.
Administrator Megan Rogers, a former nurse herself, says there was already a problem prior to the pandemic, but COVID-19 has only made it worse, a crisis.
What is compounding the issue now is the increased demand for nurses. Patients are sicker. We also have an aging workforce, where the average age of a nurse in this country is over 50.
Fewer nurses only means longer wait times, and likely, when a nurse finally checks a patient out, less time with an RN. According to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, roughly 1 million additional registered nurses are needed by 2030 to handle the current shortage.
Throughout all ERs, there's a struggle to get and keep nurses, asking them to work often understaffed, underpaid, in an environment with the highest level of acuity and stress.
That environment has pushed many nurses to quit or retire early. And in rural communities, that deficit of RNs has hit even harder, with many nurses being recruited away during the pandemic to help out urban COVID hotspots.
We're going to go over assessment of the baby.
UT Arlington staff says not only do we need more nursing schools and teachers, but they have to get creative with their approach.
This is the newborn nursery.
Like using these robots that are now bringing the classroom to what could be your future nurse.
Make a good.
All right, but again, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. I am here at our East Coast hub in Orlando, Florida. On the right-hand side of your screen, you're taking a Live Now look just outside of the Fox News headquarters in New York, New York. It is Friday morning, everybody. A lot of people are looking forward to the weekend. Perhaps you get to sleep in, go into work a little bit later today, or get out a little bit early. A lot of students have returned to classrooms across the country. A lot more are upcoming this week. I know here in Central Florida, Seminole County schools, they are returning on Tuesday, August 10th, as well as a lot of other school districts in the area. So if this is your last weekend of summer vacation with those students, with those kiddos, I wish them well for their start of the school year. I hope everybody is prepared and ready to go. This is now essentially the third school year that students have been impacted by the coronavirus pandemic. 2019 to 2020 was that 2020 spring break, essentially, that a lot of students took, and when we were never able to return back to the classroom, they did online virtual learning. Last year, 2020 to 2021, it was a hybrid learning situation for a lot of students, and now this year, 2021 to 2022, there are still some impacts of the pandemic as well. So again, I wish all students out there a great school year. I'm talking grade school, elementary, middle, high school, college. If you're getting your master's degree, I wish you a fantastic fall semester. Thank you so much for watching Live Now from Fox. Don't forget, everybody, we are now a 24/7 operation. All you have to do is go to livenowfox.com. It's livenowfox.com. See all the different ways you can always watch us, take us with you. I'm talking about your smartphones, your tablets, your PCs, wherever you are, we can be. Turn us on Bluetooth in your car as you're driving. If you're a passenger, you get to watch us. It's awesome. All right, we're going to continue on with your morning brief. Well, we're also going to continue to look for those gorgeous live vantage points across the country that we can bring you right here. All right, so let's start looking at some other related stories as to how students are being impacted by the pandemic. What about their mental health right now? Let's take a look.
There's some concern about unhealthy weight gain among kids due to a major change in lifestyle during the pandemic. But the pediatrician I talked to tells me that kids and parents shouldn't be dwelling on the number of pounds they gained, but instead focus on getting back on track and becoming healthier.
Pretty much every day, several times a day.
Dr. Lori Guerra Matthews tells us there's a popular conversation among families at pediatric healthcare at Newton Wellesley.
They're talking about we need to get more active and we need to do more things and get off the computer.
That inactivity inside the house during the COVID-19 pandemic for many kids led to unhealthy weight gain.
One of the few pleasures during the pandemic, I think, was eating with the family, and activities became so much less. So people definitely gained weight.
Another factor for many was constant access to food and snacks while learning at home during the school year. Some kids have felt stressed and isolated, which can also lead to unhealthy eating habits. But with a new school year with more structure ahead and life returning to a new normal, Gara Matthews says families can get back on track, though we may be hitting a speed bump.
Now people are really getting back into activities and finding like outdoor sports that they can do again. And now that things were opening up, things were looking really up until, the variant hit.
Gara Matthews recommends parents reinforce a healthy lifestyle, habits that will last a lifetime.
I think that everybody should try to be active and move their body for at least an hour a day. Get lots of good sleep, eat healthy foods, and I like to think about it as healthy habits rather than what the number is on the scale.
Gara Matthews has hope that as younger kids get vaccinated, their lifestyles will get closer to normal. But she does say that she's frustrated by vaccine hesitancy. That's also a conversation she's having in her office. Christine McCarthy, Boston 25 Tonight.
All right, big thanks for that update there, everybody. I am showing you all right now Carolina Beach, North Carolina. Look at this. Looks so different from Florida. Beach communities, they all do. They somewhat look the same, but then they have their differences. There in North Carolina, it appears there's a lot of green pastures there alongside the shoreline. You've got those homes there on stilts built high in case any sort of tropical systems move into the area. Look at the color of the sand and the color of the water, how it contrasts the color in the sky. All right, well, now we are going to take a look at that children's mental health during the pandemic story that I said I had for you right here. This is Aisha Hasni reporting.
17-year-old Amy Serna Sanchez loves playing soccer. It's her emotional outlet when times get tough. But when the world came to a screeching halt last year, her refuge was ripped away.
Being locked up in the house was a little bit difficult since I was already struggling with both my anxiety and depression. So it kind of just went downhill from there.
Amy is one of countless teenagers across the country who struggled mentally and emotionally during the pandemic. In May, the Children's Hospital Colorado declared a mental health state of emergency over the number of kids seeking treatment for suicide and other mental health issues. According to the hospital, behavioral
Taking a live now look, everybody, at X-Rad radar showing you the current temperatures and weather conditions across the country. We still have some air quality advisories out there in the Northwest, the Pacific Northwest, that is. But you've got Denver as well, Billings, Montana, and that's because of all the wildfires that are still happening out there. That yellow on the far left-hand side of your screen off the coast of California, that is a small craft advisory. It appears there's also an air quality alert for the Phoenix and southern Arizona region of Tucson as well. There's red flag warnings out there, of course, and wind advisories due to the conditions out there. But in terms of heat advisory, that little blob of dark blue that you still see there only appears to be a portion of northern Arizona. So we'll continue to keep a very close eye on the weather conditions out there for you and bring you all any updates. Looks like there's some lightning moving through the northwest or Midwest, right now. In terms of Central Florida, we are sitting at a comfortable 77 degrees right now. So all right, everybody, continuing on with your morning brief, the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. An American teenager was confirmed by the Dalai Lama as a reincarnated form of a Buddhist spiritual leader. But before he heads to a Himalayan monastery, he's heading to a Midwestern high school in Minnesota. Fox News correspondent Ashley Stromier has the story.
Navigating high school can be daunting for most people, even Buddhist monks. Meet 14-year-old Jalu Dorje of Minneapolis, Minnesota. He's about to enter his freshman year of high school, and like most teenagers, he loves football, music, and hanging out with his friends.
I have great friends. They all love sports like me, and they're not just casuals. All of them are like diehard sports fans.
But unlike his soon-to-be classmates, the Dalai Lama himself confirmed that Dorje is actually the reincarnation of an ancient Buddhist spiritual leader.
Jalu was recognized as the reincarnation of the Taksam Tugurung Rinpoche at a very young age. And then probably he was not aware at that time that he was a reincarnation of the Buddhist Lama.
He says the Dalai Lama suggested he leave his Midwestern home at the age of 10 to study in India, but his parents wanted him to receive a Western education while balancing his religious studies. So while he'll be writing research papers and doing science homework, Dorje will also continue practicing the Tibetan language and learning traditional ceremonies.
I want to be a leader of peace, like the Dalai Lama or Gandhi or someone like that.
He's already excelling, making his mentors very proud.
He not only speaks Tibetan properly, he is also well versed in prayers and ritual practices, such as ringing bells and drums.
Dorje says he will always put religion first, but if you're wondering what subject he's most looking forward to learning this fall, it's history. Ashley Stromeyer, Fox News.
History is a good topic for sure. We're taking a live now look, everybody, at Austin, Texas. Hope you guys are all having a great Friday so far. Guess what? We're going to bring back Fur Friday. We're going to bring you some animal-related stories here on Live Now from Fox a little bit later in the show. Thank you all so much for joining us. My name is Pilar Arias. We're continuing on with that morning brief. It's the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. There's a reason we took you out to the Lone Star State's capital. That's because we are heading there for this next top story. A middle school student is asking Governor Greg Abbott to reconsider his ban on mask mandates in schools. He and his mother started a petition on behalf of all students too young to get a COVID-19 vaccine. Fox 7 Austin's Jennifer Kendall has the story.
With the new school year so close he can taste it, Ozair Mohudin is taking every precaution he can to make certain he can get off the laptop and into a classroom.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Entering Cedar Valley Middle School for the first time, the 11-year-old,
11 and a half,
is just 6 months shy of the cutoff age for the only shot he's ever actually wanted.
For him, it's a bigger issue because he has acute asthma. So for him, he needs to be vaccinated, but he's right at the cusp of it, cannot get it.
I feel like I'm that close.
His asthma puts him in a higher risk category for complications if he were to get COVID-19.
I don't want to have to go to a hospital and,
So when Ozair found out Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed an executive order banning any government entity, including school districts, from mandating masks, he asked his mother, Kona, to create a petition encouraging the state leader to reconsider.
I would like him to make it that schools can decide whether they want masks or not want masks.
Kona and more than 350 other supporters agree.
If my son who has acute asthma is wearing a mask, I think other kids can if they have the mandate. We have done it last year. What has changed? The virus is still there.
If the message from Ozair falls short of changing the governor's mind, it could mean this soon-to-be sixth grader has to choose between his education and his health. He struggles to understand why anyone would allow children to take such a big risk over something he considers so small.
It's not that bad, it's just a mask.
In Round Rock, Jennifer Kendall, Fox 7 Austin News.
Round Rock is a suburb of Austin, Texas. Wow, everybody, look at the sunrise. This is actually Port Canaveral, and it's not me. I'm going to make sure I get the right graphic up. There we go, everybody. If you didn't know, whoever your host of Live Now from Fox is, whoever's sitting at mission control at the time, they control everything. I'm talking the audio, the graphics, the video, everything that you are seeing, everything that you are hearing. Huge team effort to put on the show, though. Not just our team here on camera, off camera. Our Fox-owned and operated stations across the country provide us content and live reports as well. So again, for sure, a huge team effort to put on this show. Big thanks to everybody who provides us content. Wow, look at those clouds out there. Look at the colors, the most rich colors there on the far left-hand side of your screen. Cruising has returned to Port Canaveral. We've had test cruises with volunteers. We've had a paid passenger cruise. The Mardi Gras took off last weekend, Carnival's newest flagship there. So pretty stunning for sure. Again, I hope you guys are all having a great Friday morning so far. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're about 15 minutes away from a live report this morning with Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard. He is always a great reporter to have on the show. Until then, we've got coverage to bring you. We're going to head on out to actually now. I should have brought up Phoenix to begin with. This is my hometown of Phoenix, Arizona. Everybody, they are 3 hours behind us out there. Pretty far west, not all the way west. Their neighbor to the west is California. But it is 6:30 here on the East Coast, which means it's 3:30 there in Phoenix. Some would call it really late, others really early. The camera is actually at Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport out there, and you can see I-17, Interstate 17. That is the highway. If people wanted to go from central Arizona, which is where Phoenix is, up to northern Arizona, I'm talking Flagstaff, Sedona, the lakes, possibly Kingman, Prescott, and the like, Jerome, maybe even. Quick getaway from the heat in the valley. That's likely how they would do it, is Interstate 17. And the reason I'm taking you out there, everybody, is because this next top story I have for you, we have learned the Justice Department is launching a widespread probe into the police force in Phoenix to examine whether officers have been using excessive force and abusing people experiencing homelessness. Let's get the details.
Protecting the rule of law demands that those who enforce our laws also abide by them.
The Department of Justice announcing a widespread investigation into the Phoenix Police Department and City of Phoenix amid allegations of excessive force.
We also considered factors that we ordinarily weigh in determining whether to open an investigation, including the nature and seriousness of the allegations.
Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clark spoke out about the probe from Washington today, saying investigators are meeting with officers and command staff. They soon will be talking to community members, as well as reviewing body camera footage, data, training reports, and supervision records.
A full investigation, but we approach this process with no predispositions or pre-drawn conclusions. Our pattern or practice investigations have been successful at identifying not only whether systemic misconduct is occurring, but also its root causes.
The investigation will cover several areas, including use of force. In 2018, the Phoenix Police Department led the nation in officer-involved shootings with 44. The Justice Department will also examine whether officers engaged in discriminatory policing and retaliation against demonstrators protected by the First Amendment. In June, the Maricopa County Attorney dismissed charges against about a dozen people arrested during an October 2020 protest against police brutality. Additionally, the DOJ will determine if officers violated the rights of people who are homeless by illegally seizing their belongings. Phoenix Police Chief Jerry Williams defended the department, but said she is open to recommendations.
The majority of our officers out there act every day with professionalism and compassion. We've said this before. We welcome an outside assessment before, and we'll welcome this one with open arms.
City Manager Ed Zerker adding that the City of Phoenix embraces any opportunity for improvement.
It is always our responsibility to treat people well with dignity and respect, and This cannot be solely a police responsibility.
Protecting the rule of
We are live out in New York, New York. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More Live Now from Fox is on the other side. We're going to be getting all caught up with your Fox Business Briefs.
Well, more companies are delaying back-to-work plans because of rising COVID cases. Amazon is postponing its return to office date for corporate employees until January of 2022. Now, prior to this announcement, most employees were set to begin returning to work the week of September 7th. Meanwhile, Wells Fargo and the asset management company BlackRock, they say they're delaying their office returns now until October. They join a growing list of companies who say they've already adjusted their back-to-work plans in recent weeks. Jobless claims are dipping. 385,000 Americans filed first-time unemployment benefits last week. That was in line with expectations and fewer than what we saw in the previous week. Stocks rallying on Thursday. Now, while the Dow closed in positive territory, the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq, they both finished at record highs. And speaking of records, America is importing way more than it's exporting. The Commerce Department says the U.S. trade deficit jumped to a record high, $75.7 billion in the month of June. Demand for imports surged as the economy rebounded. Now, that's a look at business. I'm Connell McShane.
Connell, thank you so much for that update. We are taking a live now look, everybody, at the state capital of New York. This is Albany right there. Take a look at those structures, those buildings, very tall for sure. Never been to upstate New York. I've only been to the city. I would love to get up there someday. All right, well, state lawmakers told Governor Andrew Cuomo yesterday that their ongoing impeachment investigation is almost done and gave him a deadline of August 13th to provide additional evidence. Fox 5's Robert Moses tells us more.
Governor Andrew Cuomo must hand over any evidence in his defense to the Assembly Judiciary Committee by 1 week from today. That committee is set to meet Monday morning in Albany. The committee's investigation is nearing its completion. All 150 assembly members, including Democrat Khalil Anderson of Queens, will soon consider articles of impeachment against the governor.
I think that the governor should be impeached.
That requires a simple majority vote.
The governor is not fit to lead this state at this moment.
One of Cuomo's top advisors says the governor will cooperate with the Assembly's probe. If he's impeached, Cuomo would face a trial in the state Senate. He continues to hemorrhage support. The president of 1199 SEIU, an influential healthcare union, called on him to resign. And according to Axios, Act Blue, which processes donations for Democrats, is no longer processing ones made to the Cuomo campaign. The governor remained at the executive mansion in Albany. The Post published pictures of him sitting poolside with Stephanie Benton, the director of the governor's offices. Marianne Wang represents two of Cuomo's accusers.
They feel gratitude. They also still feel some anxiety that that people who are responsible will continue to keep their word and hold him accountable for his behavior.
Mayor Bill de Blasio again called on Cuomo to resign.
And he's obviously borrowing a page from the Trump playbook and trying to scorch the earth, attack the people doing the investigation, attack anyone who might prosecute him. Just get the hell out of the way. I mean, in the end, maybe he could close off his career with one act of dignity and decency and just step aside.
Big thanks to Fox 5 New York for continuing to follow all of those updates for us that we can bring to you right here on Live Now from Fox. It's Friday, everybody. It's August 6, 2021. I had to look, do a double take, make sure I was saying the right date there. We are so happy that you are tuning in this morning. Don't forget, I want this to be an interactive show. You've got myself, Regina Gonzalez, Rain Augustine. We're all on social media. All you got to do is find us and interact with us. We'd be happy to chat with you. Again, you've got Regina Gonzalez, you've got Rain Augustine, you've got myself, Pilar Arias. So search for us. Let's connect. All right, everybody, you know me. I like to end the morning brief always on lighter, happier news when I can, but especially on Fridays. We got to get in a feel-good mood for the weekend. So we're going to head on back out to Milwaukee. It's actually West Allis, Wisconsin, right next door to Milwaukee, to get another look at the state fair. It has begun, and yes, they do have protocols in place to try to stop the spread of the coronavirus.
After missing 2020 because of the pandemic,
it's his first time he's going to actually remember everything.
Asensio Ceballos is taking his son Luis through State Fair Park, keeping as much distance between others as possible.
Hopefully we'll be able to go on the sky glider or the Ferris wheel over there, but that's about much fun as probably he'll see today.
While there is no mask requirement or capacity limits, fairgoers will notice some changes.
We've changed our operating hours to allow for more time for sanitization, which are now open 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. and then 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Sunday.
Wisconsin State Fair Public Relations Manager Tess Kirkson isn't sure how COVID will impact attendance this year. It was announced on April 28th the fair was a go. Because of the Delta variant and the unvaccinated, Milwaukee is once again a high transmission county.
I think one of the important things in life is tradition and being with family. And when you can't do those things, you just really miss them that much more.
There's also a different vibe for performers on stage.
There is a different energy and excitement.
As a part-time musician, Waukesha native Caitlin Pico found herself, well, frozen as a performer. All of her gigs from spring and summer of last year were canceled. For her, State Fair is a lifeline.
I think people are just grateful to be here and so happy to be here.
Happy to be there for sure. All right, we're taking a live now look, everybody, at Minneapolis, Minnesota this Friday morning. Look at those conditions out there. I'm going to head on over to the website of our station out there. It is fox9.com. It's 69 degrees out there, mostly cloudy. They're expected to reach a high of 86 degrees out there in Minneapolis today. Let's take a look at the weekend weather that we are expecting, or they are for sure. Tomorrow, some showers, high of 82, and Sunday looks like not just showers, but potentially thunderstorm conditions with a high of 81. All right, it's Friday. It's when I bring you animal-related stories here on Live Now from Fox. Before we go to a 2-minute commercial break, about 300 people lacing up their shoes and setting off for the 5th annual Wedge Cat Tour. That's right, people venturing out walking 1.5 miles to check out cats. well-being. How do you say that? Well-behaved cats in windows, porches, and front yards, that is. Fox's Maury Glover has more. This is a story that Rain Augustine was chatting about with Fox 9 yesterday, and I am elated to see it. I love cats.
I'm a cat lover. So I love cats, and I'm like, we gotta go check this out.
They say every dog has its day.
Well, he likes cats, and I told him where I was going, and he asked if he could come too. So I said, well, you have to come. And that's Big Boy.
I think we're gonna get going.
But in the Wedge neighborhood,
It's a ginger!
cats get one too.
I came all the way back to the city to see kitty cats.
About 300 people turned out for the 5th annual Wedge Cat Tour, where they walked about 1.5 miles to check out about 36 felines in windows, porches, and front yards. After last year's tour moved online only because of the pandemic.
It's good to get back out there, walking around the neighborhood, looking at cats after last year. Last year's tour was virtual, so we didn't have a big turnout, but it's good to get back out there.
Organizer John Edwards says he started it to make fun of historic home tours in the neighborhood, but the event turned out to have 9 lives.
People love cats. It's a wholesome event. It's fun. It gets you out into a beautiful neighborhood to walk around and appreciate the buildings. So, I mean, it has all those things going for it.
She's darling. She's gorgeous.
For some, it's the perfect opportunity to see their furry friends take center stage.
You get to be around other cat people. They should have more cat things here.
I think that's a great cat, and I like its haircut. And so does Big Boy.
But for others, the tour is the cat's meow.
A pleasant evening. That's it. I'm not looking for much. Just a nice night to walk around and look at cats in nice houses.
In Minneapolis, Maury Glover, Fox 9.
Maury, you just made my Friday. I love that story. Friday. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Taking a live now look, everybody, at Capitol Hill in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. It's Friday, and I feel like a lot of people are certainly in the mindsets and the mood for it. We do have a top story out of Washington, D.C., and Fox 5's very own Bob Barnard is joining us live this morning to talk about it. Bob, we had the story out of New York where we're hearing a lot of indoor settings. They're going to be asking for proof of vaccination, and now we're hearing that owners of DC gyms are trying to be exempt from a mask mandate. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, it just kicked in
last weekend, anywhere indoors like gyms, restaurants, bars, what have you, you do now need to wear a face covering here in the nation's capital. And what the fitness industry in D.C., gyms and what have you, like Solid Core behind us, are saying is like, look, they've written to the mayor's office and the health department here in D.C. and said, look, if we require our members or anyone coming in to work out or take a class to be vaccinated, can we be exempt from the mask mandate? Because it killed their business. I mean, if you look at their advertising behind me, I mean, people are working out, taking classes, you know, breathing hard, and the imaging obviously here at Solid Core on the west end of Washington shows people with nothing covering their mouths and noses. And that's how they would like it to be. They say that they lost a lot of business over the past year and a half with people dropping their memberships because they didn't want to work out wearing a face covering. For the last few months, that mask mandate was dropped. Now it's back imposed again, and the fitness industry doesn't want to go through what it did in the past year and a half, nearly going out of business. So again, Pilar, they've asked the mayor and the health department to give them an exemption, saying they will require and do documentation checks, require that people who come inside are vaccinated in exchange for them not wearing their face coverings. Have not heard back yet from the mayor's office or the health department, so it's just a proposal, which again they say not only will help their business, but might encourage other people to get vaccinated, which is something that the local governments want people to do. So we'll see what happens.
Do you know how long they have to respond, the mayor's office and public health officials, to whether or not this request can be approved?
They can take as long as they want. I mean, they don't have to respond, but I mean, this is part of the business community here in Washington, D.C., so you know that the mayor's office will, maybe as early as today, but they don't have to. I mean, there is a mask mandate in place, and anyone working out at a place like Solid Core here on 23rd Street Northwest in Washington has to wear a mask to go inside the building. And it'll be that way and until or unless they get this exemption. So really no timetable or deadline for that. The fitness industry is hoping it'll be sooner than later.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you know when they say they will require proof of vaccination, should this be approved, are they talking about you have to have the physical card on you, or are they going to implement some sort of electronic digital way that people can show proof?
I think what they're saying is either the card, a copy of the card, or an image of it on your phone. Now, how they'll enforce that Bob is Bob and not Jim on the card, or Sam or Bill or what have you, I don't know. I mean, this whole process has been kind of the honor system, but the gyms are saying that they will require proof, again, whether it's digital or physical, and then you would guess they could then put it in the system if they're given that exemption. And so you show up the next day and it's like, yeah, you don't have to show it every time. You're in our system, you're a member. But at least initially, some kind of proof.
All right, Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard out there in Washington, D.C. for us with the update. We really appreciate it, Bob, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
You bet. You bet.
All right, everybody, I did want to show you here this actual request. It says, Honorable Mayor Bowser and Dr. Nesbitt, we are writing to you as business leaders, residents, and community members of the District of Columbia. I'm going to continue on to read, everybody, while you watch some video here. In reading the latest situational update and guidance issued for D.C., we were surprised to see that gyms and fitness studios were mandated to require masks rather than have the option of operating in a vaccine-only capacity, particularly given Dr. Nesbitt's emphasis on the rarity of breakthrough cases amongst a vaccinated-only group during yesterday's press conference. As owners and operators of these spaces, we are intimately aware of the impact of this mandate. Our businesses are disproportionately impacted by mask mandates as clients are put off by the idea of working out with a mask, potentially limiting their ability to breathe easily while they do physical activity. If you would like to read the full update, everybody, all you have to do is go to fox5dc.com. Again, it is fox5dc.com. Thank you all for watching this morning. This is Live Now from Fox. We are happy that you are here. We're providing you updates from all across the country. Remember, this show would not be possible without the help of the Fox-owned and operated stations everywhere that you are in communities across the country. We are approaching the top of the 7 o'clock hour. Most of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with lots more coverage. Welcome back, everybody, to Live Now from Fox. We went from the Big Apple to the Windy City right here. Look at all the birds flying around near that camera that is showing the downtown Chicago skyline. Fox 32 putting together this next segment for us, talking about microplastics in the Great Lakes.
Okay, so apologies if you haven't eaten yet, but apparently it's in our food, it's in our water, it's even in craft beer. That surprised me. We're talking about microplastics. And a whole lot of that, unfortunately, is in our magnificent Lake Michigan.
Yeah, and journalist and Michigan State University professor Eric Friedman has reported on this very tiny type of pollution, and it's creating a huge problem in our lakes and our water supplies. He's actually here this morning. He's going to join, or he is joining us right now to talk about this. Hey, thank you so much for coming on.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
Yeah, so Eric, first of all, explain for those who don't know, what are microplastics and what do they look like?
Microplastics are tiny pieces of plastic. They're less than 0.2 of an inch in size. And they come from our plastic bags. They come from fishing line. Our clothes, the synthetics that make our fabric in the washing machine and the dryer, they come from industrial spills. When it rains, tiny particles from our tires wash into the water, into the rivers, into the streams that feed Lake Michigan.
And so I'm glad you mentioned the fibers. I didn't know that about when you wash your clothes. The fibers release these microplastics. And also COVID, I know, is a compounding factor as well, because we've got the gloves and the masks and all that stuff. One thing that really surprised me, Professor, was apparently microplastic fragments have been found in developing fetuses. If that doesn't get somebody's attention, I don't know what will.
It's in the fish that we eat from the Great Lakes, because they eat these particles. They think they're food. Fish aren't that smart. And we eat the fish. They're in the seabirds. They're in the cormorants. They're in, as you indicated, craft beer. There was a study that looked at 12 brands of craft beers and draw on municipal water supplies, including 2 in the Chicago area, that get their water from Lake Michigan. And all 12 brews, mostly Pilsners, had microfibers in them, and so did 81% of the tap water systems that were tested that provide the water for those microbreweries.
And how long has this been going on? I mean, are we talking years, decades?
We're talking decades, but nobody paid any attention till the 1990s. Before that, most of the attention focused on the ocean, because we've seen these iconic pictures of rafts of plastic floating in the Caribbean or floating in the Pacific. Nobody has yet studied the health effects on humans from the Great Lakes microplastics, and the scientists are still in the early stages of studying what they do to fish, what they do to seabirds, what they do to other kinds of wildlife. And it's frightening because we can't see many of these particles. We know they're there, but cleaning the beach helps, but it doesn't solve the problem.
Yeah, I'm glad you just mentioned that, because that's my next question. It's depressing, but is there anything, I mean, it seems so ubiquitous, is there anything we can do about it?
I think there are 2 things we can do individually. One is just being careful about what plastic we use and how we dispose of it. We've all been to the beach and we've seen plastic bags from hot dog buns and sandwiches flying by. Nobody puts them in the trash. But there are volunteer groups, including many organized by the Alliance for the Great Lakes, which is based in Chicago, in which volunteers periodically go and clean the beaches, at least of visible debris. And that raises public awareness of the problem.
So, I want to ask you, because we know that, fish are eating this, and you mentioned other animals, but, we're also ingesting this. What kind of health problems is this causing humans?
Well, we don't know, and the researchers I've spoken to said there's a need for more money to fund the kind of study that will look long-term at the health effects on people from these chemicals. And these chemicals are continually changing as industry develops new forms of polymers and plastics.
Well, I know, we often tell people where they can go to read something, but I like what Cranes did with this. It's actually a forum. There's a lot of video clips. It's real. I think it's hopefully going to catch some people's attention. It's really good work, Professor. Thanks so much for joining us, and hopefully down the road, as we take a look there at where a lot of that plastic, that microplastic, again, because of the current, it pushes it all down, and so it's real fascinating stuff. Thanks so much for joining us.
I've enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yeah, and you can learn, of course, more about what he's writing on in Crane's Chicago Business. So that'll be a
lot of scientific information there. We are taking a live now look, everybody. The city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I believe the camera itself is actually on the other side there in Camden, New Jersey. But look at the skyline. Early morning out here, Friday morning. I am so excited for our next live guest. It's Penn Medicine's Dr. Mike Sirigliano. He joins us about twice a week to get up to speed with the latest coronavirus top stories from across the country and as well as worldwide. So good morning, Dr. Mike. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Pilar, and from what I can see, you're doing fantastic as well.
Of course. Hey, Dr. Mike, unfortunately, we keep trying to put the message out there. Get vaccinated, get vaccinated. That's how we're going to eradicate this virus. We're going to overcome the pandemic. But instead, we keep hearing of more and more cases across the country. What are you hearing about the latest stats here in the U.S.?
Well, the Delta variant, that is the latest version, maybe not the latest, but the one that is the most dominant now in the United States, is a mutated version of the original COVID-19 virus. It's extremely contagious. It also results in large numbers of virus in the body when you get infected. And it seems to be more lethal. Now, when you put that all together, we are now seeing rising numbers, mainly in unvaccinated people. And some researchers, Pilar, listen to this sobering fact. Of the 100 million or so unvaccinated people in this country, some predict that in the next year, almost every single one of them will get infected. That's a bold statement, but that's what the research shows. So I don't know what else it's going to take to convince people to get vaccinated, but this is nothing to play with, and more variants may be coming down the road. We just don't know with this virus.
Dr. Mike, we've talked about it before in terms of mutations that cause these different variants, but how does it mutate? Is it literally like fighting for oxygen, like trying to continue to live? How do these mutations and these variants happen?
It has to do with replication. And Pilar, the virus doesn't have a lot of genetic material to move around, but when it replicates, sometimes errors occur. And the vast majority of those errors don't mean much. They fizzle out. But if billions of people, many people throughout the world are infected, and all of these replications are going on in the trillions, you're going to get one mutation that actually can be very dangerous, spread more quickly, and even be resistant to our current vaccines. That's the concern. And we were caught off guard a little bit by this Delta variant. This virus doesn't tend to replicate or mutate that quickly, I should say. But when you have so many people on the planet that are infected, you're going to get into trouble, and you're going to get these mutations that can lead to big trouble.
Dr. Mike, I feel like you're reading my mind this morning, because that was exactly my next question. It's not just important for Americans to be vaccinated. It is important for worldwide vaccination. Why is that?
Well, the virus is not going away. Remember, we're focusing on the folks in the United States that haven't gotten vaccinated. The big difference here, as I see it, we have access to vaccines. So people are making a decision. I don't want to get the vaccine, which, by the way, is not just a personal decision. It affects all of us. So as one expert said, it's not like a tetanus shot where if you get tetanus because you didn't get a tetanus shot, that's your problem. But this, if you don't get the shot, you can get infected, leading to these replication mistakes, leading to variants. So you can affect all of us. But that being said, there are the majority of people in the world want the vaccine, but they can't get it. They don't have access. That's why the World Health Organization came out this week and said, hey, we don't think it's fair that we should be giving booster shots to the rich countries. We have people that haven't gotten the first shot yet. That's a matter of debate. But the thing is that this virus is not going away, and it's going to be around, and I am hopeful that we will be able to keep up with it, with changing the vaccine. It's going to be a yearly thing, in my opinion, and it probably will be in combination with a flu shot, maybe even RSV. We're seeing an uptick in that. Who knows? But Pilar, I think that this is here to stay, unfortunately. We just have to do the best we can to protect ourselves, like we do with the flu and every other infectious disease on the planet.
Dr. Mike, you see it, you hear it everywhere. Friends, family members, a lot of people are saying they will not get the coronavirus vaccine until it is officially fully approved by the FDA rather than the EUA, the emergency use authorization that it currently has. What are the differences between fully approved and EUA?
Well, Pilar, if you look at the development of a vaccine, it normally takes about 10 years from onset of research to bringing it to the people, if you will. 10 years. Now, if we wait 10 years, we're all in deep trouble. So what the government and FDA, Centers for Disease Control, do, they say, look, we're looking at this data very hard, very carefully, but you know what? We don't have time to really vet it out completely. So we're going to give emergency use authorization because the data that we have, the science that we have, shows that the benefits far outweigh the risks. And that's what we are seeing with these vaccines. Now, if you want to be a purist and say, well, you know what? I'm going to wait for the FDA to give formal approval, and then I'll get it. You're playing with fire, in my opinion, because guess what, Pilar? The virus ain't waiting around. It's coming to a town near you. It's already there. And as I mentioned, the predictions are that if you're not vaccinated, you're going to get the virus. And there are long-term effects. Some people say, well, I'm young, I'll survive, no problem. You don't know the long-term effects of this virus. And that is the rub. So look, I welcome formal approval by the FDA, but my family, my wife, my son, and my daughter who's 9, if she was able to get it, she would have gotten it already, all got the vaccine.
Dr. Mike, while you've been speaking, I've been showing footage of students back in the classroom. A lot of students have already returned or will be soon returning here within days. Do you have any concerns with all of these districts that are saying masks will not be required? Should they be required to stop the spread?
They need to be required. There's no question. It's science. It's not politics. I'll go to my grave, Pilar, not understanding this whole thing about masks. It's a movie that I wouldn't believe actually was real if it was a movie. I've heard people say, let my child breathe. Well, Pilar, if you want to come with me and see a couple people who are on a ventilator helping them breathe, then let's go. Let's take a look. I don't buy it. My daughter, who's not vaccinated, will be wearing a mask. My son, who is vaccinated, he's 13, will be wearing a mask. Simple, easy. Everybody wears a mask. It's easy, simple. It is not a mark of weakness or not being patriotic. None of that. It's science. It's a respiratory virus. That's how it works. You don't have to worry about getting it from your loaf of bread that you bought at the supermarket. You worry about getting COVID-19 from getting it aerosolized into your oropharynx, your nose, your mouth, and breathing it in. That's how it happens, folks. That's the bottom line.
Dr. Mike, I wanted to ask you about the possibility of the announcements for vaccine mandates for members of the U.S. military. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, you know how I stand on it. If you're protecting the country, you got to be ready to go. And we have vaccinated our military in the Middle East for all kinds of wild things out there, and anthrax. Look, bottom line is, it's the right thing to do. I am in favor of vaccine mandates, and I am in favor of wearing masks and doing the right thing until we get out of this mess. So, yes, I believe that mandates are important. It's going to generate all kinds of lawsuits. That's what we do. Let's hash it out, but it's the right thing to do.
Dr. Mike, I really appreciate your medical insights and expertise. You know, you send us topics to talk about, but I really feel like we can ask you anything and you can provide your honest feedback. So thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And hopefully we'll see you again next week.
Pilar, I'm like an umpire. I call it what I see it. It's either a strike, it's a ball, or a foul ball. Some people don't like my decisions, but that's the call, and that's the bottom line. So, you know.
Have a great weekend, Dr. Mike. We'll see you soon.
All right. Love you. See you.
All right, everybody. I was trying to pull up something else, and I accidentally brought that up, Dr. Mike again. So here we go. We are out at the White House in Washington, D.C. We're approaching 7:15 in the morning here on the East Coast. I hope you guys are all having a great day so far. You're watching Live Now from Fox. It's Friday, August 6, 2021. I'm going to try to lighten the mood when we return from a 2-minute commercial break. I'm hearing we've got some more animal-related videos and stories. So I'm going to try to get those in for you in these next 2 minutes. I got to work quickly, but we'll have them for you when you return right here on Live Now from Fox.
Kira Khan. I put my glasses.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, we're well.
Here, I can
I'm
bring
here
mine.
now at the moment.
What's wrong?
Hi.
Guys, I told you it's Friday here on Live Now from Fox, bringing back a classic when we bring you animal-related videos on actual Fridays. After months of travels that have taken him from Ireland to the coast of Britain, France, and even Spain, it seems Wally the walrus is trying a new mode of transportation at last. Boat. John A. Power captured this footage of Wally appearing relaxing on board a boat off the southern Irish seaside village of Ardmore earlier this week as the roving walrus returned to the country where he was first spotted after arriving from the Arctic back in March. Seal Rescue Ireland has encouraged people to let Wally relax after his long journeying, saying, quote, giving him space and time to recuperate is the best way to minimize the risk of stress, injury, and help him regain enough strength to make the journey back to his Arctic home, the group said. Take a look at that. Meanwhile, everybody, a bison shown here, slowing traffic as it plodded along a road at Yellowstone National Park. Video shared earlier this week shows this video was captured by Alyssa Hampton and shared to a local Wyoming Facebook group. According to the National Park Service, Yellowstone's bison are, quote, so accustomed to cars and asphalt roads that they seem to know the right of way, and continue on to say usually don't stop in the middle of the road. However, if one bison decides to hold everyone up, the Park Service urged drivers not to beep their horn. They say, quote, be patient for bison to make their way off the road or just simply go around them, but please save the honking for the city, the National Park Service wrote. Pretty cool though, am I right? Our nation's national parks, they have seen an uptick in people going to visit them during the pandemic. Take a look at this, everybody. Rescued wildlife keeping cool throughout the summer at a Texas sanctuary, including former pet tigers Elsa and India, who were found roaming the streets of San Antonio and Houston, Texas. This video, shared by the Humane Society of the United States, shows Elsa, India, and another rescued pet tiger named Loki playing in water at the Black Beauty Ranch in Murchison, Texas, as well as bears frolicking in pools out there, saying, quote, to protect our nearly 800 residents at Black Beauty from the Texas heat, we provide many options for them to keep cool, including big pools, water tubs, sail shades, and big trees to lounge under. That's according to Black Beauty Senior Director Noel Allman via a Humane Society press release. Allman added it was, quote, particularly special to see India and Elsa spend their first summers at the sanctuary with the pair having a blast, being energetic young tigers, exploring the water and their large habitats. Again, everybody, we're bringing back a classic here on Live Now from Fox for Friday. Animal-related stories and videos, no complaints here, right? When we have a chance to bring you the lighter, happier news, the feel-good stories, we do it. Happy Friday, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Pilar Arias. I am joining you live from our East Coast hub right here in Orlando, Florida. I want to get a recap on some of the top stories that we continue to follow here, especially in terms of the eviction moratorium extension. Let's get the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox.
The new CDC eviction ban prohibits landlords from evicting qualifying tenants until October 3rd. It took effect immediately and could pause eviction cases already filed.
In the very short term, there will be lawsuits for eviction that will continue to be abated. That means those cases will be reset for a later date.
Donna Carney with Lone Star Legal Aid says tenants must meet the same criteria as the previous moratorium.
Any renter who has made every effort to pay rent and get rental assistance and meets the other criteria is eligible for a pause on their case.
Tenants must also face homelessness if evicted, have earned less than $99,000 in 2020 or $198,000 as a couple, or received a stimulus check. This time, tenants must also live in a county with substantial and high spread of COVID-19, which includes most of Texas.
And as a result, tenants throughout almost the entire state of Texas are eligible for utilizing that protection.
Renters must again sign a declaration they meet these criteria, but Carney recommends filing it in court, too. Like the previous moratorium, the new ban is expected to face legal challenges, but Carney encourages renters to use it until then.
The legal system takes a while. None of these cases get resolved overnight.
Taking a live now look, everybody, at Capitol Hill. We're hearing that yesterday could have been the day for an infrastructure vote that was really important. But now we're continuing to hear about amendments being made to the bipartisan bill and about how this weekend could be a milestone for infrastructure agreements in the U.S. Let's get the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox.
Amendment number 2478.
For once, many Democrats and Republicans in the Senate have the same message. Hurry up.
That last vote took 50 minutes. 50 minutes, and they're getting longer, not shorter.
We could roll through these if we would just be concise with the time and come in and vote on time.
Depending on how fast senators go through amendments, the body could pass the infrastructure bill this weekend. There's $1 trillion at stake, with $550 billion of it in new spending for roads, bridges, rail, public transit, water systems, and broadband.
We have been pretty clear about benefits that will help every community, replacing lead pipes, making sure people have access to broadband, making a historic investment in climate.
Local leaders want to know, if it passes, how do they get the money into their communities? Some of it would be through grants that have to be applied for. Others could be specifically written into the bill with amendments.
There's no question but that there are many opportunities to improve the legislation as written.
Hanging over all of this is the sweeping $3.5 trillion human infrastructure bill that House Democrats say must be passed in the Senate before they take up the current infrastructure bill.
Democrats have made clear they're going to pass this one and then turn around and ram through their massive tax and spend bill right on top of this, which means you're looking at about $5 trillion.
Senators have another reason to hurry up the process. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says they don't get to go home for recess until they finish voting on infrastructure. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
We're taking a live now look, everybody, at Dallas, Texas this morning. You know what's so interesting? When I used to look at this live shot, I was like, what is that building there that's in the middle? Like, what exactly is that structure? And I think I just now realized that it's the top of a skyscraper, of a building out there, unique top for sure. Probably makes the building stand out and makes people wonder exactly who owns that building. There's a reason I took you out to Dallas, everybody. That's because Fox 4 News out there put together this next segment for us on Live Now from Fox, talking about the demand for COVID-19 testing.
64,000 coronavirus tests were done in Dallas County in the past week. That is the most since early February. We talked to the head of a handful of clinics trying to ramp up to meet what is currently a pretty overwhelming demand. Dr. Nick Carr with Sinai Urgent Care joins us this morning. We know cases are up and testing, the number of tests we are seeing up as well. I know your clinics are packed. Last week, my husband tried to get a COVID test, and finding one was tough, and wound up going to one outside, one of your clinics outside of our area, because, I mean, you guys are slammed.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, Lauren. Yeah, it's been crazy, kind of as you indicated. The numbers have been dropping in February, and we thought things were kind of going back to normal. And we started to see resurgence about 6 weeks ago, and then it's, you know, we're in the middle of what feels like a normal flu season. It's pretty crazy.
Do you need to bring in additional staff for this? I mean, do you need more PPE again? And then when you hear that some of the hospitals in our area are asking for help from the state and are being denied, how does that make you feel?
Yeah, it's, you know, we've been fortunate as far as PPE. That was one of those issues that seems to have worked itself out over the past year or so, although we'll have to just kind of wait and see. Staffing is, as indicated, has been one of our biggest struggles, just because of how quickly we saw this huge increase in the volume. And, you know, staff are frustrated, patients are frustrated. It's just, it's worrisome, especially as we start to head into flu season. You know, typically this is our slow time of year. Where we're ramping up, and it just kind of, you know, caught us off guard a little bit. So we're really wondering what this fall and winter are going to look like.
And what are colleagues saying about the fact that, these hospitals, a lot of the hospitals in the area are asking for help and are being told, figure it out on your own?
Yeah, it's definitely concerning. One of the big things that we've been seeing is that across the board, and again, we are seeing cases amongst both the vaccinated and the unvaccinated, but it's particularly the unvaccinated who seem to be having a more severe course, kind of a worse outcome. And so, it's just really putting a stress across the whole system. Even as we've been going to hire people, they're getting pulled out of state to go help do, FEMA jobs where they're setting up tents again. And so there's a huge, I would say the labor is kind of the biggest constraint that we all have right now.
64,000 coronavirus.
Big thanks to Fox 4 News in Dallas for that update. We're taking a live now look, everybody, at Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Look at the skyline out there for sure. I'm going to head on over to the website for our station out there. It is fox6now.com. Currently 69 degrees out there and cloudy. They are expected to reach what I would consider a comfortable summertime high of 85 degrees. Let's take a look at what people can expect for the weekend out there in Wisconsin. Tomorrow, some showers, thunderstorms looks like, with a potential chance, with a high only reaching 79 degrees. But on Sunday, things are going to warm back up to summer temperatures at 90 degrees expected for the high. So hope you guys are all having a great Friday. Looking forward to the weekend for sure. Some rest and relaxation. All right, well, all of southeastern Wisconsin's largest healthcare systems will require their staff be fully vaccinated against COVID-19 come fall. A decision criticized by dozens of advocacy groups, including some healthcare workers.
All of southeastern Wisconsin's largest healthcare systems will require their staff be fully vaccinated against COVID-19 come fall.
Dozens of advocacy groups criticizing the announcement today. Fox 6's Sam Kramer joining us live in Wauwatosa, where some healthcare workers are part of the opposition here.
Yeah, hi there, Steph. The Wisconsin United for Freedom nonprofit says it's backing a group of some 4,000 healthcare workers who don't want to get that vaccine. They argue it is their right to control what enters their body, while those that have actually made that vaccine requirement decision say this is just the right thing to do for patient safety. As COVID-19 cases trend higher in Wisconsin, including extreme rates of transmission in Milwaukee County,
COVID is far from over.
Healthcare systems will require employees be fully vaccinated by various dates this fall. October 15th for Advocate Aurora Health and Pro Healthcare, November 1st for Froedtert Health, the Medical College of Wisconsin, and UW Health, November 12th for Ascension, Wisconsin, and November 15th for Children's Wisconsin, a decision they say will protect patients.
Let this decision to mandate vaccines be another chapter in our book, one that says we have done everything we can to keep our patients, our communities, and each other safe and healthy.
But others like Wisconsin United for Freedom, or WOOF, say it violates their employees' rights.
We should not be making medical decisions based on fear. We should be making medical decisions based on informed consent and not coercion.
Rachel McCardle says WOOF is receiving hundreds of messages from healthcare workers who fear they'll lose their job over the requirement for a vaccine that's only authorized under emergency approval.
We believe in health choice. We believe in bodily autonomy and having the right to say what is injected or not injected to a person's body.
But for UW Health's Dr. Nasia Safdar, the mandate is a professional responsibility.
We went into healthcare for a reason, and that was to take care of patients. This step will allow us to take better care of our patients, and patients deserve that.
Now, the vaccination rates vary across those healthcare providers. A Froedtert Health spokesperson tells me they have about 66% of their employees fully vaccinated. It's as high as 90% elsewhere at UW Health and the Medical College of Wisconsin. We're live tonight in Wauwatosa. Sam Kramer, Fox 6 News.
It's a potential showdown. We'll see what happens. Sam, thanks.
All right, big thanks to Fox 6 News out there in Milwaukee for that update. We are taking a live now look, everybody. New York, New York. This is the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. Look at the sun shining brightly there. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
The federal government may be up against some legal limits here, but there may be an effort from the White House now to switch from the carrot to the stick. President Biden in the driver's seat, taking a Jeep for a spin at the White House yesterday as the administration may consider a new avenue now to boost the nation's vaccination rate.
Our message is quite simple. We support these vaccination requirements to protect workers, communities, and the country.
The Washington Post reports that the president is considering playing hardball now on shots, possibly threatening to cut off federal funds for institutions that don't require vaccinations for their workers. Following a strong day on Wall Street, the president will address new jobs numbers today. But there may be more trouble ahead for the economy if COVID cases continue to rise. And while there has been a recent uptick in vaccinations, it's not happening quickly enough for federal public health officials. The president's critics, though, point to what's happening along the southern border. McAllen, Texas, has now had to build a temporary compound to house illegal immigrants after the city claims the federal government released thousands of immigrants who are infected with COVID.
Immigrants are testing in excess of 16% positive. So now we can't even move them. Now they're staying, and we just can't handle that anymore.
And starting tomorrow, the White House will launch what it's calling the Back to School Week of Action to encourage young people to get vaccinated. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much for that update there. Again, everybody, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm joining you live from the LiveNOW from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Well, we're going to head on over to the Motor City, Detroit, and that's because they are preparing back to school plans. Here's a look at those plans in the Detroit area from elementary all the way to university.
I really did not want to do a mandate for a vaccine.
But the president of Wayne State University believes as a leader, he must follow the science.
With the Delta variant out there, that the cases were increasing and everything was going in the wrong direction.
In response to the rising COVID infection rate, Wayne State will require all students, faculty, and staff who plan to be on campus during the fall semester to receive their COVID-19 vaccination.
August 30th is the deadline to at least get started on the vaccination.
Right decision to do it as a school, because you never know who is vaccinated or is not vaccinated.
President Wilson says for members of the Wayne State University community who are not on board with the vaccination, there are other options.
The difference between our mandate and some others are that if you are a student or faculty member that's doing everything online, then those people do not have to be vaccinated.
President Wilson, who also has a medical background as an epidemiologist, says full vaccination of the campus community will eventually eliminate the need to wear a mask. But for now, a mask mandate is also in place until September 15th.
On September 15th, we'll evaluate it. And if things are still out of control, we will maybe continue it for a little while longer.
The Big Three also beefing up COVID safety protocols. A COVID-19 joint task force comprised of the UAW, Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis determined that personnel will be required to wear a mask at all plants, offices, and warehouses, regardless of their vaccination status, starting Wednesday, August 4th. But the COVID-19 Joint Task Force also made this clear in a statement, which reads in part, "We know the best way to fight this virus is by getting vaccinated. The task force is strongly encouraging all members, co-workers, and their families to roll up their sleeves so we can move more quickly on once again relaxing mask protocols." Back on the campus of Wayne State University, where over 90% of staff are vaccinated and close to 80% of students have received the vaccine, President Wilson believes the vaccine is the best way to win the fight against COVID.
Everyone should get vaccinated. No question.
In Detroit, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
Just excited to be able to do what we were doing really well before the pandemic.
It's a major step forward, an announcement by Detroit Public Schools Community District and Detroit Federation of Teachers on a reopening plan agreement to have DPSCD teachers and support staff back in the classroom and schools for in-person teaching and learning.
For many of our teachers, it's a relief that we will be returning
to face-to-face instruction.
As the fight against COVID-19 shut down schools across the state, online learning became the lesson at hand. Attempts to reopen were met with closures, but school officials believe the vaccine and COVID relief funding will make a difference for face-to-face instruction.
With $1.2 billion of COVID relief funding, we're going to be able to do a lot of things better.
And that means safer.
From having a nurse at every school, mental health services at every school, after school programming after school.
There's also enhanced cleaning and a smaller class size, which allows for better social distancing. The agreement will also allow teachers to see more pay in the form of hazard pay.
In this agreement, all teachers and DFT staff will receive an additional $2,000 above their annual pay to come back and work in person every day. They also can receive an additional $2,000 if they're working with students in person and online.
As Dr. Vitti spoke about the agreement, he also announced an option for families who do not want face-to-face instruction.
So DPSCD will create a separate virtual school this fall. I think it's important for DPSCD always to offer as many learning options as possible.
But despite this agreement, Detroit Federation of Teachers understands that not all of its members are on board.
What we have to do in this moment is take every step, every mitigation strategy, every possible way to keep ourselves safe, to keep our students safe, and to get schools back in the fall.
The union and the school district maintain there is a plan in place if they have to alter their agreement. It's something that could be needed as the COVID infection rate increases.
Am I concerned? Yes. Am I worried? But not to the point where I believe that we should have a delay with in-person learning in the fall.
In Southfield, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
I don't want to send them, exposed, not being vaccinated.
This mom says her kids won't go back to school this year without protection.
Lost too many people, friends, seeing people get sick, and I'm like, well, I'd rather be protected than not be protected.
Detroit Public Schools Community District partnering with the city's health department, launching a blitz to get kids 12 and up vaccinated, bringing these mobile family resource hubs, buses, right to the neighborhoods to make it easy. Wednesday here at East English Village High School. A spokesperson with the district says about 70% of staff are vaccinated. Although it's not mandatory for anyone, it's encouraged.
It is a fact that in the city of Detroit, the age group of 40 and below, the 12 to 40 years of age, is the population that has the least number of individuals who are vaccinated.
You can see behind me that there is not a line wrapped around the bus. Turnout was lower than expected, but this is just day one.
It's been a general hesitancy across the entire United States, but that's not stopping the enthusiasm. It's not stopping the push or the energy or the commitment to be here and be available.
Turnout continued to be sparse throughout the afternoon, but the mobile hubs will be operating in 3 locations over the next 6 weeks, here on the east side, on the west side at Renaissance High and Munger Middle School. We will post dates and times on our website, fox2detroit.com. On Detroit's east side, Jessica Dupnack, Fox 2 News.
As the COVID infection rate increases and variants become relentless, some businesses are concerned if this could be the start of a return to restrictions to keep residents safe.
We hope that doesn't happen.
Some entrepreneurs understand that restrictions like capacity limits and closures of non-essential businesses can lead to layoffs.
I'm always concerned when I have to lay my workers off because that affects the economy, which affects the cash flow in the community.
The governor also hearing these concerns.
I met with a bunch of small businesses earlier. They're worried about the variants.
But as Governor Whitmer acknowledges concerns from the business community, she also wants people to understand that the power to lower the infection rate is in the hands of Michiganders.
Those executive actions that I was able to take in the early days to save lives, some of those aren't even available to me anymore after lawsuits and action by the legislature. And that's why it's really important that people stay educated, that they get the vaccine, and that they stay vigilant.
The manager at Mike's Market in Detroit agrees.
Let's not let it go to the government to tell us have a shutdown. Let's ourselves kind of take things into our own hands.
We still have epidemic powers that come from the Department of Health and Human Services. However, the ability to keep people safe really is, at this juncture, it's on all of us to.
As the COVID infection rate increases, some business owners say they're doing all they can to keep their customers and employees safe.
All of our employees are wearing masks. We still have the shields up for the cashiers. We have wipes, sanitizing wipes to wipe down all the buggies. We have plenty of hand sanitizer.
As Whitmer met with small business owners, she gave them a message of hope, which she hopes is heeded by all Michiganders, and that's to get vaccinated.
It's the smartest, best thing we can do to keep from this virus overwhelming our state again.
In Ypsilanti, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
We're back out live, everybody, in Phoenix, Arizona this morning. Bright and early out there. I need to make sure I add the AZ there in the graphic. You can see the downtown skyline there, courtesy of a camera that is at Sky Harbor International Airport. And that is because Phoenix police say Arizona State Senator Tony Navarrete has been arrested. Officials say Navarrete, a Democrat, was arrested for sexual conduct with a minor that allegedly happened in 2019, among other crimes. And currently joining us to get up to speed with this is Fox 10 Phoenix's Desiree Flulin. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. What can you tell us about this?
Good morning. Thanks for having us on this morning. Yeah, like you said, Phoenix police and the Arizona State Legislature are confirming the arrest of Senate Democrat State Senator Tony Navarrete because accusations have come out involving sexual conduct with a minor. So this morning we are working to gather some more details about exactly what those accusations involve. But right now we do have very little details at this time. What we do know is that on Wednesday, police received a report about an incident that reportedly happened back in 2019. Investigators quickly found probable cause, they say, to take Navarrete into custody yesterday after speaking with the victim and witnesses involved in the case here. So Arizona Senate Democrats released a statement saying that they are aware that a member was arrested and they are awaiting further details as well. Now, police say Navarrete is now facing multiple charges of sexual conduct with a minor and other charges as well. The arrest comes just a couple days after Navarrete actually confirmed that he tested positive for COVID late last month, even though he was fully vaccinated. And he did post on Facebook recently saying that his symptoms are mild and it is time to mask up again. Navarrete was first elected to the Arizona State House representing District 30 in 2016. He was then elected to the State Senate District 30 in 2018 and was actually re-elected last year. He's also the deputy director of the community-based nonprofit Promise Arizona. So right now we are working to gather some more details on Navarrete's arrest and the specific allegations that surround this case and all of these accusations now against him. So of course you can stay with us here in Phoenix and on LiveNOW for those details as they unfold.
Desiree, hey, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And apologies if I said your last name wrong. How do you say it?
Oh, you're okay. It's tricky. Flulin.
Flulin. I appreciate it. And while we have a moment, I know we just covered a serious story there from Fox 10, but I want to welcome you to the team. Fox 10 Phoenix is my hometown station. When I grew up, I watched Fox 10. So welcome. I hope you're enjoying it out there, and hopefully we'll be able to take you live on LiveNOW some more often.
Thank you. Yes, love Phoenix. It's now my home.
All right, take care. Hopefully we'll be seeing you soon.
Thank you, you too.
All right, everybody, we're back out live in New York, the gorgeous skyline this Friday morning. Hey, we are in a feel great mood. Those of us who work Monday to Friday, we are almost to the weekend. So again, thank you so much for tuning in this morning to LiveNOW from Fox. We're going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're going from New York, out to Tampa, Florida, right there. With the graphic, it's a little bit hard to see the skyline, but I wanted to show you. It is Friday, August 6, 2021. We've been talking about red tide for weeks here on Live Now from Fox. It continues to have a major impact. We're hearing about beaches closed over the weekend out in the Tampa Bay area. So again, it's pretty serious news out there. I do want to show you all a segment from Fox 13 in Tampa Bay, and that's because they're talking about how red tide is impacting manatees. But before I take you there, again, the no swim advisories, they're issued at Sarasota County beaches due to high levels of bacteria. Let's get the very latest from Fox 13.
Red tide is continuing to affect our marine life. You've seen the massive fish kills, and earlier this week the FWC rescued this manatee near Sarasota and brought it to Zoo Tampa for life-saving care. And joining us now is Dr. Melissa Now, the Director of Animal Health with Zoo Tampa. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
So first of all, how is that manatee doing?
The manatee is actually doing really well. She's settling into our medical pools really well. She's starting to eat already. And today she actually got to be introduced to a few of our other manatee patients.
So what kinds of issues is red tide causing for marine life in our area right now?
One of the biggest things that we see with red tide is, of course, the fish kills. But one of the things that maybe people don't think about as often is how it affects our manatees. And we actually see manatees have neurologic signs, so they can become unconscious, they can actually have seizures, and this becomes a huge problem for them because they have to be aware enough to come to the surface to take a breath. So unfortunately, when they get really heavily affected, they can actually drown.
Oh my, so that's the first time I've heard about seizures. So this is the 23rd manatee treated this year at the zoo's critical care center. That's got to be more than normal, right?
Yeah, we are having a big year. We've had a lot more manatees rescued and brought to our facility than we typically see by this time of year. And unfortunately, it's something that we're seeing across the state. So they've been keeping us busy not only with red tide cases, but also with boat strike cases. We see younger animals affected by a cold stress syndrome in the winter, and of course our orphan calves as well.
So, and a record number are dying. Is the red tide mostly what's causing these deaths, or just a combination of what you just mentioned?
The record number of deaths in the state of Florida is actually under investigation. It's very unusual, and it's been classified now as what we call an unusual mortality event. And there's a number of studies going on and investigations into what is causing this and what are all the factors that are involved in creating this unfortunate record number of deaths across the state.
Well, I know your goal is to release the rescue manatees once they're healthy enough, but with this red tide situation, are you having to release them in other locations? What are y'all doing?
We do always try to return the manatees to the habitat where they were rescued, gives them, back to the place where they're familiar with. And manatees actually learn a lot about where to go in the winter for food and where to go for the right temperature water. So we always try to return them to their same home. Unfortunately, with red tide, it does cause some problems sometimes, but typically what we can do is wait for the red tide to subside, and it does take some time, but eventually the red tide will go away and we can still return the manatees to where they came from.
So before we let you go, how can you tell if a manatee is injured or sick, and if you see one, what should you do?
Some of the things that might indicate to you that a manatee is in distress would be, number one, if it seems like it can't come up to get a breath. So manatees often come up in a very controlled and slow way, and they have very quiet breaths. You may not even notice that they're around you. If you see one having trouble coming up for a breath, if you see one coming up very frequently, like, more than one time in a minute, if you see any that are having trouble submerging or swimming, those are things that might indicate to you that the animal is injured or in distress. And if you see a rescued manatee, you should always call the FWC hotline and let you know what the next steps are. They'll handle any concerns and answer all of your questions, and they're a great resource, and they will, get that manatee the help that it needs.
Yeah, we have to help them get through this. Thank you so much, Dr. Now, for joining us.
Absolutely.
Taking a live now look, everybody. This is Clearwater Beach, Florida, this Friday morning. Last time we had a live viewpoint of it, there were some showers moving through the area. Looks like there's nicer conditions right now, and already people walking along the shoreline there, starting off their Friday morning, perhaps already starting their weekend. Coming up next here on Live Now from Fox, and in case you missed it segment, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis holding a COVID-19 briefing at Tampa General Hospital.
Doctors about some of this stuff, but one of the things specifically, we had a roundtable with a number of folks running major hospital systems across the state yesterday. John was one representing Tampa, also had folks from Orlando, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and we're discussing things, what they're seeing in terms of efficacy of vaccine, what they're seeing in terms of patient census, but we started to discuss the monoclonal antibody treatments. And John has been involved in that, and they've done it here at Tampa General for a while. A lot of folks started contact say, well, we didn't even know about this. And so what we wanted to do is let some of them talk about how that is impacting positively patients. If you remember last November, when the Pfizer data came out for the vaccine, that obviously made really big news. But around that same time, you were getting EUAs, or it was in the pipeline to where the data was coming out for some of the monoclonal antibodies, including Regeneron, which is what Tampa General had been doing in their trials. I went up to meet with Warp Speed when the Pfizer data came out last, I guess, November. And we obviously were planning on the vaccine distribution, all that. But I also was talking about the monoclonals. And they said, well, you know, the hospitals aren't going to want to do it because you got this infusion center, so you guys got to figure out, maybe you have to set something up. So I called John and others. I called John. I said, so do you want us to do something? He said, no. We're all over this. We're going to do it. And so they've really leaned into it. Obviously, when you have the Pfizer, Moderna, and then eventually J&J, people who were not infected wanted to get that. So that was obviously that was kind of the number one thing, got all the attention. The monoclonals got very little attention and have still really gotten very little attention, but these are now authorized for the treatment of people who have contracted COVID. You usually got to do it early, so it's really for people that have mild to moderate symptoms. And this has been shown to basically, if people aren't creating an immune response, if they're not developing antibodies in response to the infection, this is an antibody cocktail that gets administered via IV and provides an ability to fight back. And the results in the trials were a 70% reduction in hospitalization or death. And I think the data, and they'll talk about the data here about how that's gone, but I can tell you, you got to go with data. You can't go with anecdote. At the same time, 100% of the people that I've talked to who have done this will say they felt really bad when they got infected. They got it, and it cleared within 24, 48 hours a lot of time. Obviously, President Trump had it famously before it got the EUA last October. And so they're going to discuss kind of how that can be administered. But I think the message is just simply that if this is going to work, you really got to do it early. If you test positive and kind of just wait and hope that it doesn't get worse and then it starts to get very severe, by that time, doing a monoclonal antibody treatment is probably not going to be something that's going to turn the tide. However, if you're somebody, particularly somebody who's high risk, if you get infected, you probably would develop a symptom and then get tested, and then you see that, and then you go do it early in the infection. This has a really, really good track record. So we just want people to understand that, because I think that, you know, when you have high prevalence in a community, there are going to be people who are going to be testing positive, and they may say, well, you know, I'm fine, even if they may be more higher risk. I'm fine, I don't really feel. And then if it progresses, then at that point, you've kind of missed. So we want people to be talking with their physicians. I think if the physician writes the prescription for it, I think they follow through, and they have their infusion center and everything. And it is, if you've been vaccinated and get infected, they will still do it. And this has been proven to be effective against all the various variants that you hear about. So this Delta variant, this monoclonal antibody with Regeneron at least, has been proven to be effective. The U.S. government purchased the entire stock. So this is just here of Regeneron, and so people can get it, and we want them to get it. So I'm going to let John Corris come up, say a few things, and then we'll hear from the physicians.
Thank you very much.
Well, a couple things. What I'd like to do with you today is just give you a little bit of situational awareness of what's happening at Tampa General. I'd like to talk a little bit about Regeneron. Before I do that, though, I want to thank the governor in the state of Florida. From the beginning of the pandemic, this state has been with us from the beginning, and not just with Tampa General, but with the entire healthcare community across the entire state. Regeneron is a great example. Early on, when we didn't know what we didn't know, because this pandemic is new, it's novel, the state was with us every step. And when the governor called and said, do you need help with Regeneron? And I was fortunate enough to say, no, we've got this because of our partnership with USF and USF Health, because under Dr. Kami Kim's leadership and our dean, Dr. Charlie Lockwood, we were doing research with Regeneron and Eli Lilly way ahead of so many. I said, we're on top of it. But the governor made it very clear that if we needed anything, we just needed to pick up the phone and ask. And that was for not just Regeneron, but for, quite frankly, anything we needed to deal with and combat COVID-19. So I want to thank you for that, not just on behalf of Tampa General and USF, but really the entire healthcare industry. I also want to thank and recognize our doctors, our nurses, our respiratory therapists, our environmental service workers, our transporters, our patient transporters, and so many others that are sacrificing every day through this surge. They are truly sacrificing for their communities and for this state, and they are doing an incredible job, and they need to hear this. They need to be recognized, they need to be celebrated, because they are saving lives and they are making a difference, and they are sacrificing for all of us. Now, as it relates to the response and the impact that's happening at Tampa General, we currently, just to kind of give you situational awareness, we have 136 COVID patients currently in-house. This is as of this morning, 7:30 this morning. And this is very fluid, everyone. You know, volumes are fluid, severity of illness is fluid. The whole pandemic, as you all know, is very fluid. But as of this morning, we have 136 patients. 54 are in our ICUs. 13 of the 54 are on ventilators. We admitted 22 patients in the last 24 hours, but we also discharged 15 patients healthy into home in the last 24 hours, 15 patients discharged. The average length of stay for a patient in a med-surg COVID unit, not in the ICU, is 5.5 days. The average length of stay for a patient in our ICUs is a little over 14 days. 85% of our patients are unvaccinated right now. The 15% that are vaccinated, and this is really tricky, and I know that this entire pandemic is complicated, it can get confusing, and quite frankly, it can be anxiety-provoking to those that are not close to it. When they look at this and they think, wow, there's a lot of vaccinated patients coming into the hospital and being admitted, people have to realize that the vast majority of the 15% of the vaccinated patients that we're caring for, and we're a microcosm of what's happening across the state, and I would submit to you probably across the country, are patients that are already immunosuppressed. And those patients are transplant patients, they're cancer patients, they're individuals that have been vaccinated, didn't have the response to the vaccine that maybe you and I might have had. Then they get COVID, no fault of their own, and then they get sick, and they end up in an institution like Tampa General Hospital, because we're an institution that tends to take care of the sickest and most complex patients in the region. So most of these patients are those types of individuals. And then the balance are older patients, people that are in their 70s and 80s, and even in their 90s that have comorbid conditions. And I think it's very important for the public to understand that as they think about and learn more about the COVID-19. Now, what's also very important is Tampa General Hospital is open for business. Please, if you're listening to this, do not delay care if you're out in the community. if you have chest pain, if you're suffering from stroke symptoms, come to the emergency room. Ideally, the closest ER to you. Do not delay needed care. Hospitals across this state are open and they're taking care of people that need health care. That is very, very important. At Tampa General, not only are our ERs open, but our surgery schedules are open. We are treating patients. We are operating on patients. Now, don't get me wrong. Our staffing is tight. Our ERs are full. And if you're coming to the ER and you have a sprained ankle and you want to be seen, yes, you might wait longer than you typically would wait because we're caring for those with chest pains and stroke symptoms and trauma-related injuries in COVID patients. So you might wait a bit longer. But the institution is open and we're operating and we are watching this moment by moment. So if we believe that we're in an unsafe environment and we need to slow down surgeries, we will do that. We will absolutely do that. Our operating and clinical teams watch this hour by hour. And you can be rest assured that we are absolutely on top of this. What's going to happen now is I'm going to invite our dean and then Dr. Kami Kim up to talk about the monoclonal antibodies. One of the things we're very proud of is the Global Emerging Diseases Institute that we established a year ago in collaboration with USF Health to deal with infectious disease and to really tackle COVID-19. And one of the outcomes of that is the monoclonal antibody work that we're doing. And the governor is absolutely spot on. This is a therapy that is effective. This is a therapy that is less known. This is a therapy that needs to be taken advantage of. And this is a therapy that Tampa General Hospital and USF and our private practice physicians are using very successfully on positive COVID-19 patients. And with that, I'd like to introduce the Dean of the Mersani College of Medicine at USF Health, Dr. Charlie Lockwood. Thank you very much.
Well, let me reiterate, first of all, thank you for your leadership. It's been terrific to kind of know you have our back. And secondly, thank you for your leadership. It really has been a textbook of how to lead, and we are all very grateful for that. So we're very proud of our partnership with Tampa General. We have literally taken care of the sickest patients in the region with some of the best outcomes in the country, particularly for the really critically ill patients that are on what's called ECMO. We've launched over 60 clinical trials, and Dr. Kim deserves, I think, a medal for that. I think it was the fastest rollout of clinical trials, certainly in USF's history. We developed a 3D printed flock nasopharyngeal swab because we knew there was a shortage of these swabs for collecting kits. We released that formula worldwide. Over 70 million of these have been made, which is an incredible achievement. We covered our county testing sites. We performed over 50,000 tests. I was out there for many weeks sweating and didn't lose any weight, but we were happy to do that. With the help of actually the governor, the White House task force came here. They worked with us to develop pool testing, so we're able to use our research labs to screen our students. And because of that and other mitigation steps, USF's campus has had one of the lowest infection rates among our students, faculty, and staff of any university in the country. We developed a COVID continuity clinic to help county patients that didn't have docs. We would follow them virtually with telehealth. We began to give them monoclonal antibodies to keep them out of the hospital, and you'll hear more about that from Dr. Kim. Chronic COVID clinics, because long-term COVID care is going to be a big part of what we need to do. And this facility, which was the brainchild of Dr. Corus, John Corus, soon to be doctor. He's getting his business PhD. And in fact, this has been a godsend because it's expanded our capability to taking care of these patients, provided many additional ventilators if needed, hopefully won't be, and been a platform for doing these clinical trials. So we can take care of you if you're sick, but we'd rather you not come here. And the way to avoid coming here is to get vaccinated. So vaccination, and then I'm going to kind of pull a bunch of data for simplicity's sake, protects you from hospitalization, from death, and from long-term COVID symptoms by about 90%. If you have been vaccinated, you have about a 70% protection against mild to moderate infections. Now, vaccinated people can still get infected. We've had 3 people on my team in the last 2 weeks that have gotten infected, and they were all vaccinated. But unless you're immunocompromised, as John pointed out, you're going to do pretty well. It's very unlikely that you will end up in the hospital. And vaccinated patients that do develop these so-called breakthrough infections, should stay home. They need to quarantine. They are potentially contagious. They seem to be more contagious than we thought in the past, but probably have a shorter duration of illness and of being infectious. Bottom line is, if you've been vaccinated, this COVID surge, this 4th surge, is the equivalent of an influenza season. So that's why you need to be vaccinated. Now, on the other hand, for those immunosuppressed patients, here at Tampa General, the transplant patients, the cancer patients, patients with rheumatoid arthritis or multiple sclerosis, their own immunosuppressants, they need to be wary. They don't mount an antibody response. They need to wear masks. They need to socially distance. They need to, if their doctor suggests, stay home. And that's really important as well. So again, I will point out this fantastic facility designed not just for COVID, but for other infectious diseases. The Global Emerging Disease Institute, JEDI is what we call it for you Star Trek fans. And we take care of patients really well here, and we allow them access to 60 different clinical trials. And the work is really 24/7. Dr. Kami Kim is the chief of our infectious disease group. She has been the busiest physician for the past 15 months that I've ever seen. I don't think she's taken any breaks, and she's going to get into more detail about the monoclonal antibodies.
Florida, one of the leading nations when it comes to COVID-19 right now. That's why we are listening in, as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was in Tampa on Thursday speaking with researchers, as you see here at USF Health, about their efforts to use monoclonal antibodies as a treatment for COVID-19. Tampa General Hospital has already used the treatment with more than 16,000 patients. Bring you all this live now look from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and that's where our next segment is coming from. All of southeastern Wisconsin's largest healthcare systems will require their staff to be fully vaccinated against COVID-19 come this fall, a decision criticized by dozens of advocacy groups, including some healthcare workers. Here's the latest.
Playing in the Little League World Series in Williamsport, Pennsylvania is the place where every Little Leaguer wants to end their season. That's our big story tonight at 9. All of southeastern Wisconsin's largest healthcare systems will require their staff be fully vaccinated against COVID-19 come fall.
Dozens of advocacy groups criticizing the announcement today. Fox 6's Sam Kramer joining us live in Wauwatosa, where some healthcare workers are part of the opposition here.
Yeah, hi there, Steph. The Wisconsin United for Freedom nonprofit says it's backing a group of some 4,000 healthcare workers who don't want to get that vaccine. They argue it is their right to control what enters their body, while those that have actually made that vaccine requirement decision say this is just the right thing to do for patient safety.
As COVID-19 cases trend higher in Wisconsin, including extreme rates of transmission in Milwaukee County,
COVID is far from over.
Healthcare systems will require employees be fully vaccinated by various dates this fall. October 15th for Advocate Aurora Health and Pro Healthcare, November 1st for Froedtert Health, the Medical College of Wisconsin, and UW Health, November 12th for Ascension, Wisconsin, and November 15th for Children's Wisconsin, a decision they say will protect patients.
Let this decision to mandate vaccines be another chapter in our book, one that says we have done everything we can to keep our patients, our communities, and each other safe and healthy.
But others like Wisconsin United for Freedom, or WOOF, say it violates their employees' rights.
We should not be making medical decisions based on fear. We should be making medical decisions based on informed consent and not coercion.
Rachel McCardle says WOOF is receiving hundreds of messages from healthcare workers who fear they'll lose their job over the requirement for a vaccine that's only authorized under emergency approval.
We believe in health choice. We believe in bodily autonomy and having the right to say what is injected or not injected to a person's body.
But for UW Health's Dr. Nasia Safdar, the mandate is a professional responsibility.
We went into healthcare for a reason, and that was to take care of patients. This step will allow us to take better care of our patients, and patients deserve that.
Now, the vaccination rates vary across those healthcare providers. A Frederick Health spokesperson tells me they have about 66% of their employees fully vaccinated. It's as high as 90% elsewhere at UW Health and the Medical College of Wisconsin. We're live tonight in Wauwatosa. Sam Kramer, Fox 6 News.
The potential showdown.
Good morning, everyone. You are streaming live now from Fox. Time it's 8:15 a.m. here on the East Coast, August 6th. 2021, and that's back to school time for a lot of folks. Now the Biden administration is pushing for face masks for teachers and students. Here's a look at the back to school plans in the Detroit area.
I really did not want to do a mandate for a vaccine.
But the president of Wayne State University believes as a leader, he must follow the science.
With the Delta variant out there, that the cases were increasing and everything was going in the wrong direction.
In response to the rising COVID infection rate, Wayne State will require all students, faculty, and staff who plan to be on campus during the fall semester to receive their COVID-19 vaccination.
August 30th is the deadline to at least get started on the vaccination.
Right decision to do it as a school, because you never know who is vaccinated or is not vaccinated.
President Wilson says for members of the Wayne State University community who are not on board with the vaccination, there are other options.
The difference between our mandate and some others are that if you are a student or faculty member that's doing everything online, then those people do not have to be vaccinated.
President Wilson, who also has a medical background as an epidemiologist, says full vaccination of the campus community will eventually eliminate the need to wear a mask. But for now, a mask mandate is also in place until September 15th.
On September 15th, we'll evaluate it. And if things are still out of control, we will maybe continue it for a little while longer.
The Big Three also beefing up COVID safety protocols. A COVID-19 joint task force comprised of the UAW, Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis determined that personnel will be required to wear a mask at all plants, offices, and warehouses, regardless of their vaccination status, starting Wednesday, August 4th. But the COVID-19 Joint Task Force also made this clear in a statement, which reads in part, "We know the best way to fight this virus is by getting vaccinated. The task force is strongly encouraging all members, co-workers, and their families to roll up their sleeves so we can move more quickly on once again relaxing mask protocols." Back on the campus of Wayne State University, where over 90% of staff are vaccinated and close to 80% of students have received the vaccine, President Wilson believes the vaccine is the best way to win the fight against COVID.
Everyone should get vaccinated. No question.
In Detroit, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
Just excited to be able to do what we were doing really well before the pandemic.
It's a major step forward, an announcement by Detroit Public Schools Community District and Detroit Federation of Teachers on a reopening plan agreement to have DPSCD teachers and support staff back in the classroom and schools for in-person teaching and learning.
For many of our teachers, it's a relief that we will be returning to face-to-face instruction.
As the fight against COVID-19 shut down schools across the state, Online learning became the lesson at hand. Attempts to reopen were met with closures, but school officials believe the vaccine and COVID relief funding will make a difference for face-to-face instruction.
With $1.2 billion of COVID relief funding, we're going to be able to do a lot of things better.
And that means safer.
From having a nurse at every school, mental health services at every school, after school programming after school.
There's also enhanced cleaning and a smaller class size, which allows for better social distancing. The agreement will also allow teachers to see more pay in the form of hazard pay.
In this agreement, all teachers and DFT staff will receive an additional $2,000 above their annual pay to come back and work in person every day. They also can receive an additional $2,000 if they're working with students in person and online.
As Dr. Vitti spoke about the agreement, he also announced an option for families who do not want face-to-face instruction.
So DPSCD will create a separate virtual school this fall. I think it's important for DPSCD always to offer as many learning options as possible.
But despite this agreement, Detroit Federation of Teachers understands that not all of its members are on board.
What we have to do in this moment is make every step, every mitigation strategy, every possible way to keep ourselves safe, to keep our students safe, and to get schools back in the fall.
The union and the school district maintain there is a plan in place if they have to alter their agreement. It's something that could be needed as the COVID infection rate increases.
Am I concerned? Yes. Am I worried? But not to the point where I believe that we should have a delay with in-person learning in the fall.
In Southfield, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
I don't want to send them, exposed, not being vaccinated.
This mom says her kids won't go back to school this year without protection.
Lost too many people, friends, seeing people get sick, and I'm like, well, I'd rather be protected than not be protected.
Detroit Public Schools Community District partnering with the city's health department, launching a blitz to get kids 12 and up vaccinated, bringing these mobile family resource hubs, buses, right to the neighborhoods to make it easy. Wednesday here at East English Village High School. A spokesperson with the district says about 70% of staff are vaccinated. Although it's not mandatory for anyone, it's encouraged.
It is a fact that in the city of Detroit, the age group of 40 and below, the 12 to 40 years of age, is the population that has the least number of individuals who are vaccinated.
You can see behind me that there is not a line wrapped around the bus. Turnout was lower than expected, but this is just day one.
It's been a general hesitancy across the entire United States, but that's not stopping the enthusiasm. It's not stopping the push or the energy or the commitment to be here and be available.
Turnout continued to be sparse throughout the afternoon, but the mobile hubs will be operating in 3 locations over the next 6 weeks, here on the east side, on the west side at Renaissance High and Munger Middle School. We will post dates and times on our website, fox2detroit.com. On Detroit's east side, Jessica Dupnack, Fox 2 News.
As the COVID infection rate increases and variants become relentless, some businesses are concerned if this could be the start of a return to restrictions to keep residents safe.
We hope that doesn't happen.
Some entrepreneurs understand that restrictions like capacity limits and closures of non-essential businesses can lead to layoffs.
I'm always concerned when I have to lay my workers off because that affects the economy, which affects the cash flow in the community.
The governor also hearing these concerns.
I met with a bunch of small businesses earlier. They're worried about the variants.
But as Governor Whitmer acknowledges concerns from the business community, she also wants people to understand that the power to lower the infection rate is in the hands of Michiganders.
Those executive actions that I was able to take in the early days to save lives, some of those aren't even available to me anymore after lawsuits and action by the legislature. And that's why it's really important that people stay educated, that they get the vaccine, and that they stay vigilant.
The manager at Mike's Market in Detroit agrees.
Let's not let it go to the government to tell us have a shutdown. Let's ourselves kind of take things into our own hands.
We still have epidemic powers that come from the Department of Health and Human Services. However, the ability to keep people safe really is, at this juncture, it's on all of us to.
As the COVID infection rate increases, some business owners say they're doing all they can to keep their customers and employees safe.
All of our employees are wearing masks. We still have the shields up for the cashiers. We have wipes, sanitizing wipes to wipe down all the buggies. We have plenty of hand sanitizer.
As Whitmer met with small business owners, she gave them a message of hope, which she hopes is heeded by all Michiganders, and that's to get vaccinated.
It's the smartest, best thing we can do to keep from this virus overwhelming our state again.
In Ypsilanti, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
Taking a live look at our X-RAD weather radar as excessive heat warnings and heat advisories will remain in effect across the interior northwest, as you can see here, desert southwest and interior southern California. This as wildfires continue to burn through a historic northern California town as one named fire continues its week-long rage. As you can see, flames destroy much of the historic town of Greenville in northern California's Sierra Nevada region on Thursday, gutting blocks of homes into ashes. And the town dates back to actually California's gold rush era, with many wooden buildings there over 100 years. Plymouth County officials ordered mandatory evacuations for 800 residents there. The Dixie Fire has been fanned by 40 miles per hour gusts and is now burning through forests and grasslands into its third week. Continuing on with the few top stories here on Live Now from Fox, a suspect has been arrested in connection with a hit-and-run accident in June that claimed the life of an actress who appeared in the film Gone Girl. The 26-year-old Brian Boyd of Manhattan has been charged in the crash, which left 65-year-old Lisa Bands dead. Boyd reportedly lives on the same corner of the Upper East Side where the accident occurred. He's been charged with leaving the scene of an accident resulting in the death of failing to yield to a pedestrian in a crosswalk. The New York Post reports patrol officers recognized Boyd from a wanted poster and took him into custody. Baines suffered a fatal brain injury when she was hit by a motorcycle Boyd was allegedly operating. And for travelers who rely on Spirit Airlines, the news just keeps getting worse and worse. The airline says more flights will probably be canceled today, which would make it the 5th straight day of canceled flights, leaving thousands of passengers stranded. On Thursday alone, more than 440 flights were canceled, roughly half of the airline's scheduled flights for the day. Airline officials say they've had to scrub hundreds of flights throughout the week due to what's being called an operational challenge, as well as staffing issues. Spirit Airlines President and CEO Ted Christie says the airline is trying to reset itself after widespread disruption. And Apple says it will now begin to alert law enforcement when its iPhones are being used for illicit child material. The tech company said on Thursday that exploitation images such as child pornography when used by its devices such as an iPhone or loaded to the iCloud will be reported to law agencies with the help of new detection systems. The process is called hashing, where images are given unique numbers about that images and uses cryptocurrency to guard privacy concerns. Some industries and privacy sensitive users are highly skeptical about the privacy being maintained, while others may support more on the need to protect children. Slowly approaching 8:30 here on the East Coast. You're streaming Live Now from Fox, and we'll have more nonstop news after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking a Live Now look over the gorgeous city of New York, New York. Let's check in with Fox 5 New York for the latest on vaccines.
In Fox 5 Health News, and Moderna says its vaccine is still effective after 6 months, but will likely need a booster shot this fall.
All right, join us now, Dr. Rabia Delator from NYU Langone. No big surprise there. Walk us through. I mean, that's basically going to be a fact of life moving forward, really, with this, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think we all knew that basically, based on data from people who were infected, that antibodies did tend to wane after 6 months. And now data from the actual companies themselves shows that at about 6 months, even though the vaccines are very effective in preventing severe disease and hospitalization and death, that the antibody levels do wane after 6 months. And so we'll likely need booster shots. There's kind of two schools of thought, though, on whether our focus should be now on boosting the people who were vaccinated around Christmas, like myself, or focusing more on getting those first shots into arms throughout the world, not just in the United States, but globally. So, you know, there's some hesitancy with the World Health Organization, the FDA focus more on those first shots. But I think that going forward, we absolutely will need booster shots to maintain our immunity.
You know, right now we just have been on this emergency use of them. At what point will the FDA give full approval? And do you think that'll make a difference for those who are still hesitant about getting a shot?
I do. So about half of the country is fully vaccinated, and, you know, about 70% of the adult population has at least the first shot. But among the people who aren't vaccinated, a recent poll showed that 3 out of 10 people who are not vaccinated felt like they were waiting for the FDA approval to kick in. Now, whether that's true or not, my hope is that once this approval actually does go through, hopefully later this month, that we will have more people get vaccinated and obtain immunity so that we can try to reach herd immunity and put this pandemic behind us.
Right. The whole game really is the vaccination at this point. We understand later tonight the military is going to require that all active duty are vaccinated. So that's, I guess, a big step in that direction as well.
Yes, absolutely. Schools, military, federal government, a lot of hospital systems are going to mandate vaccination or weekly testing. Personally, I'm in support of this. I think that it's a great idea because we really don't have another option here to try to end this pandemic, or else we're going to continue going on and on and on in, you know, a very altered and kind of sad lifestyle. So we need to get back to what we were like before, and this is the only way out.
I also saw a report, Doctor, about the amount of children that are handling this Delta variant so differently than the first round, like they're going from 0 to 20 as far as hospitalizations. What's so different?
So the Delta variant is definitely more contagious. The previous variants of coronavirus or the COVID-19 virus kind of were protected for children because the volume of air that a child kind of exhales when they breathe is smaller. And so they weren't as likely to spread it to one another, especially if they were wearing masks and maintaining social distancing. It was almost negligible, the amount of spread there was. But this variant is a lot more contagious. And so unfortunately, it can spread to a lot more people with less effort, essentially. It's just survival of the fittest. So the strongest virus is going to survive, and Delta is coming out as a superior form because it's so transmissible. Yeah. So even with kids, it's something to be more nervous about.
Indeed.
One more thing.
Yeah, it never ends. All right, Doctor, we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Our next guest is best known for her portrayal of Sammy Brady on the NBC soap opera Days of Our Lives. She's also starred in several Hallmark movies and miniseries, including Murder, She Baked.
This Sunday, Allison Sweeney is back for a new Hallmark movie, reprising her role as fan favorite Hannah Swenson in Sweet Revenge, a Hannah Swenson mystery. Take a look.
So how do you feel about the Fairmont for the wedding?
The country club?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a little outside our price range?
We can make it work. It's so beautiful. I mean, the views are so spectacular. It holds 300 people.
300?
Yeah, I mean, more if we hold it out in the gardens. And I talked to the owner, and I got us a tour next week.
Great.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I'll let you get back to work.
Okay. Oh.
Okay.
Don't mind me. Just pretend I'm not here.
Seems happy now, but then a crime happens and everything goes off the rails.
The mystery of it all.
This morning, Allison is joining us to talk about her latest Hallmark movie, Days of Our Lives, of course, and so much more. Allison, we're so glad that you're with us. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you. Thank you so much for having me.
You know, the first thing I have to ask you, Allison, is, you know, you started acting at the age of 4 and have been basically working nonstop in a tough arena, and yet you are married, you have 2 kids, you're seemingly normal. Like, how have you made it all work and stayed so grounded?
Well, thank you. That's so nice to hear. You know, I think just living life, having a family, trying to get through it. I was waking my daughter up. She has to get going for her lesson in a little bit, you know, and I'm like, oh, I got to get back to my Zoom interview. So just getting through the day, and having a family around you, of course, helps you stay down to earth, keeps it real.
Now, from Days of Our Lives, and of course you did more even before that, and now you're on the Hallmark Channel. How does Hallmark compare to the soap opera, or does it?
Well, no, they are totally different. But I will say one of the similarities is the amazing fans. Having grown up on Days of Our Lives, I have become accustomed to having such a great, loyal fan base. And at Hallmark, you really feel the same way. There's so many wonderful people who comment and weigh in, and they care so much about these characters that, in fact, that is where we came up with the idea of bringing Hannah Swenson and the storyline back. They wanted more Hannah Swenson. So, you know, I mean, there you are on Days of Our Lives. And believe me, there are lots of differences between Salem and the storylines in Hallmark. So for me, it's really fun to have the opportunity to do both.
How many times do you have to tell people, you know, I'm really not Sammy, right, or I'm really not Hannah?
To be honest, I used to have to do that a lot. There were a lot of people who wanted to meet Sammy Brady and smack her. So I often had to explain myself, like, I totally know what you mean. But with the Hallmark fans, they're just so wonderful. They're so loyal. And you saw the clip of the movie coming up on Sunday. That's one of my favorite scenes, because Cameron Matheson, my co-star, is a super health nut. Like, he never eats unhealthy food. And in this movie, he does nothing but eat cookies. So it's pretty funny to see him, like, just chowing cookie after cookie in every take.
All the sweet revenge, right? Holly, she alluded to this earlier, but you've maintained this girl next door persona over the years. So when you look at scripts and different projects, do you kind of keep that in mind when you choose what you decide to do?
Well, you know, I do. Obviously, it's really important to me to pick scripts that matter to me, that I get a sense for. But I'm open as an actor to doing lots of different stuff. I think for my real life and for, you know, what you see on Instagram, that's the real me and my family. But I will be honest, I am aware that, like, everything I do, my dad's gonna watch. So
that's what it is.
Somewhere in my mind.
Yeah.
That is the key to your success right there. You know what? If lots of people made decisions based on that, they'd be a lot more successful. I'm just saying.
That's a good tip.
Yeah, it's a good tip. I want to ask you some of your go-to podcasts right now, because I know you're a true crime podcast girl.
I'm
so what are you listening to?
I am obsessed. Well, my friend Laura Richards has this amazing podcast I've been listening to for a long time called Real Crime Profile, and she just launched a new one called Crime Analyst. And it's really fascinating. She used to work for Scotland Yard, so she really has an insight into it. I also really love, there are so many. True Crime Garage. I listen to Undisclosed. There are so many. Oh, I could go on and on. People text me all the time so if you have other podcasts I haven't listened to, please feel free to let me know.
How do you have the time? You're amazing.
I drive. In LA, I drive a lot. I don't listen to music that much anymore, to be honest with you.
Okay, before we go, we're out of time. Like sands through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives, or this segment. But listen, I have to ask about Beyond Salem, because can you give us a little?
So exciting.
Just give us a nibble.
I don't even know what we're allowed to talk about. It was amazing. So let me just tell you, for me, walking through the halls of Days of Our Lives, seeing all these old faces, some familiar faces that are big daytime Days of Our Lives legends. And there they were, all together again for this Beyond Salem that's going to be on the Peacock streaming service. So you got to check it out. I, for one, was like, when does it air? I need to know when I can start downloading this. So I think it starts in September, but you can tune in. And I posted yesterday a picture of my sweet friend, Christy Clark, plays my sister on the show. She plays Carrie. And it was really fun to see her again. And she has a really fun story. And Lisa Rinna is in it. So lot to watch.
I'm telling you right now, if I ran into Dr. Marlena Brady, Deidre Hall, I would just fall over. I mean,
yeah.
Right?
And then she would rescue you.
And then
she would pick you
rescue
up
me.
and resuscitate you.
Exactly. Oh my gosh. We're out of time, unfortunately. I wanted to know, like, how many times you've died in days, how many times you've been married. Do you really know how many kids
15.
you have? You know?
5.
Oh, there you go. You are on it. Allison, you are amazing. Thank you so much. Please, if you're ever in D.C., come join us in the loft. We'd love to meet you in person.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The Labor Department released its monthly payroll report just about 15 minutes ago, announcing that 943,000 jobs were added in July. Joining the conversation now is Fox Business contributor Gary Kaltbaum. Good morning, Gary. I'd like to know, did this meet your expectations?
Number, which is more important, over 700,000, and it looked pretty darn good. It tells you the economy's opening up, and let's hope it continues.
Gary, on the private sector of things, companies added about 330,000 new employees last month. What's your thoughts on this?
Let's just hope it continues. It's simple as that. You know, these are past numbers. That's the important thing to recognize. And with the Delta variant now, you never know what's up next. But the opening up of America is at hand. We're getting back to our old norms. I suspect these numbers will slow down as the employment figures come down because there's just so many that can work. But the next big thing to happen, hopefully those "we are hiring" signs go away, because I think these numbers would be even better if those signs get lost.
Gary, can you elaborate on that? Because, you know, another point of conversation right now is that there are a lot of jobs, but not too many takers.
A combination. I think there are people that are afraid, but also a lot of money is being sent out to people who are making more money to stay home than to go to work. And all you have to do is drive any streets, any establishments, and you will see "we are hiring." I've seen some restaurants that have notes out that said "we are closed because we can't get enough employees." In September, those checks start going away. I think that helps, and I think we get another bump going forward in employment because of it.
All right, we love to have your insight here on Live Now from Fox. Is there anything else in particular that stands out to you during this July jobs report?
For me, it's what's moving forward, and that is, the intangible, and that is the virus. It is a moving target. If things worsen, the numbers will worsen. If things continue to get better, and we can eradicate this nightmare, I think we go back into the fours in unemployment, and that's a very good thing.
All right, Fox Business contributor Gary Kaltbaum, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. Take care.
We also want to let you, the viewers, know that coming up shortly at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, President Biden will be speaking live on the July jobs reports. Of course, we will bring this to you all right here on Live Now from Fox. More nonstop news up right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. This next story, courtesy of Fox 6. They're bringing us the latest when it comes to the Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson, who is raising questions of what the FBI knew before the January 6th chaos on the Capitol.
Senator Ron Johnson raises questions of what the FBI knew before the January 6th chaos at the Capitol.
Fox 6 acquiring video of the senator speaking after a Milwaukee County Republican event in Wauwatosa recently. Jason Calvi spoke exclusively to the man heard in the video. Jason joins us live outside Jimmy's Island Grill. Jason?
Yeah, Ted, it happened right inside here. The senator spoke to a crowd, and then afterwards he was talking with those lingering around. He debated the Congressional Commission on the Capitol attack, something the senator voted against. The man who talked with the senator tells me he's a conservative, twice voted for Ron Johnson, and says he was once a big fan of the senator.
And I don't see this, but are you watching what's happening in Michigan?
The state where the FBI said it broke up a plot to kidnap Michigan's governor.
So you think that the FBI had fully infiltrated the militias in Michigan? And they didn't know squat about what's happening with January 6th and what's happening with these groups? There is way more destroyed.
There's no public evidence the FBI infiltrated January 6th attackers or knew of specific plans, but the senator's office directs us to an FBI memo on January 5th warning of threats. His office says the depth of the FBI's involvement in the Michigan plot raises questions on if it had also infiltrated January 6 agitators. The man speaking with the senator talked exclusively with Fox 6 off camera on condition we'd not use his name. He tells Fox 6 his intention was to show Republican leaders, quote, "We're going to get shellacked in the election if we don't change course." He also wanted them to know some conservatives like him support the House committee investigating the Capitol attack.
And I'm sorry, that commission that Liz Cheney's sitting on right now, it's a total sham.
Johnson said that project is painting the nearly 75 million Americans who voted for Donald Trump as attached with domestic terrorists. And he says he's pushing back on that untrue narrative. He repeated that he opposes the violence.
Senator Johnson.
Right after this conversation, the person shooting the video, Bridget Kurt, spoke with Senator Johnson.
I just want to let you know there truly is a surge in Georgia. I work in hospice, so I just want to make sure you're encouraging people to get the vaccine.
I'm not going to do that. I don't encourage or discourage.
I'm just letting you know.
Kurt serves as a hospice educator in Atlanta, but grew up in the Milwaukee area and was staying at the same hotel as the Republican event.
I'm a Republican. I'm very pro-life Catholic, and it's really disturbed me that so many Republicans are not standing up for the truth when it came to the Capitol attack or COVID.
Now, earlier this summer, some conservatives had speculated that maybe FBI operatives had helped in the organization of the Capitol attack, but that's not backed up with any of the evidence. And the court documents for those charged in the attack right now don't mention any FBI undercover agents or operatives. Now, Senator Ron Johnson's office tells me that he did ask for that January 5th memo from the FBI, and they say that their response, the FBI's response, seems to show that the FBI had some intel something may happen on January 6th. We're live in Wauwatosa. Jason Calvi, Fox 6 News.
Jason, thank you for that.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking a look at this gorgeous beauty shot over the city of Tampa, Florida. And think about this, how much trash did you throw away today? Fox 13 Tampa caught up with a woman who's trying to go a whole year without throwing away anything, and she's explaining just why she's doing it.
Mind-boggling, isn't it, how much trash we throw away each year, each week for that matter. And within that trash is a lot of plastic. So much so that a lot of it ends up in the water and eventually in our bodies. Yeah, and that really bothered our next guest, so she decided to make a documentary about the problem. And we're going to talk to her now. Heather Gustafson joins us now to talk about her documentary appropriately titled Trashy. Heather, thank you for your time.
Wait, she used to work
Chris,
here.
thanks for having me on.
Of course, this is an important
She was the
topic.
evening
First
anchor.
off, tell us about the zero waste challenge you gave yourself while making this film.
Right, so zero waste, it's
Yes,
not anything
this
new.
girl that they're
I didn't
interviewing.
invent this. It's basically
Yeah.
just sending zero to the landfill. And I decided I will challenge myself to live zero waste. And I could have done a week or a month, but I just had to go the extra step. And I said, why not try a year? 2021, and I've been documenting it, and since January 1st, this is all the trash that I've thrown away. It fits into this clear bin. Now, it is starting to fill up a lot, but I'm really proud to show that because it just shows you how little we are now sending to the landfill. And being over in Tampa, you guys see firsthand the marine life washing up on shores with the plastic in its stomach, killing dolphins, killing whales, and also the red tide that's going on. So zero waste, it's the easiest way to help clean up your environment, and you can start today.
I still can't believe that one receptacle is all the trash you've actually thrown away this year. I feel like I feel like I'm emptying the trash bag every day. What was the hardest part about doing that?
So it is a challenge, and I'm not this crazy, tree hugger. I like to shop on Amazon. I like makeup and clothing. I think mostly it's just inconvenient. The hardest thing for me, food. When you're hungry and you're at the gas station, it's real easy to just reach for that candy bar wrapped in plastic. But something that I've been trying to do is shop at bulk stores, bringing my own containers. Mason jars are a lifesaver. Also, farmers markets. Here in Florida, we have access to year-round farmers markets, and that's great because you can get produce that isn't wrapped in plastic. But yeah, it's really easy to just say no to that plastic straw. It's a lot harder, at least for me, it was the food and the food shopping.
Yeah, that's so tough. Like you said, it's convenient just to grab something, but boy, you don't think about all the waste. But you are going to make people think about it. What made you decide to do this?
So the biggest thing for me was when I noticed the Great Pacific garbage patch off the coast of California. It's twice the size of Texas, probably 3 times the size of Florida. And it's just all the micro nanoplastic that has blown off of a trash truck or blown out of the dumpster, and it ends up on the beach and then in the ocean. And you mentioned that all those plastics get into our food. The statistic right now is we're eating about a credit card worth of plastic a week, and over a month it's about a hanger worth of plastic. And once I heard that, I couldn't stop seeing trash everywhere. It was just, my life became trash obsessed. So I wanted to do whatever I could to limit my trash footprint. And for me, that was going zero waste. But I'm hoping, that even though I'm taking this extreme year-long challenge, I hope that it teaches people to just take away 1 or 2 items. You don't have to make a drastic, life-altering change to still make a big impact in cleaning up the environment.
Well, what an ambitious project. I'm getting the hard rap here from the producer, and you know how that is. You're a recovering one of us. Real quick, though, what's the next step for your documentary? When can we watch it?
Yes, so be sure to head over to trashyfilm.com, trashy with a Y, and we're hoping to be in theaters next spring doing the film festival circuits, but I still have until December 31st to do my zero waste challenge. So that's going to be really interesting. Am I going to finish it? Am I going to fill up this bin and have to go back to using a trash can? I don't know. So that's something that both I, as well as the viewers in real time, are going to find out. But hopefully I succeed and we'll get to watch this awesome documentary next spring.
We look forward to seeing it. Heather Gustafson, thanks for your time, and good luck not filling up that trash bin there.
Thanks.
Huge thank you to Fox 13 Tampa for that report. Now, the CDC says it's extended its eviction moratorium to help keep people in their homes as the Delta variant spread. Fox News correspondent Heather Sullivan has the latest on the new ban and how it works.
Red tide is continuing to affect our marine life. You've seen them.
The new CDC eviction ban prohibits landlords from evicting qualifying tenants until October 3rd. It took effect immediately and could pause eviction cases already filed.
In the very short term, there will be lawsuits for eviction that will continue to be abated. That means those cases will be reset for a later date.
Donna Carney with Lone Star Legal Aid says tenants must meet the same criteria as the previous moratorium.
Any renter who has made every effort to pay rent and get rental assistance and meets the other criteria is eligible for a pause on their case.
Tenants must also face homelessness if evicted, have earned less than $99,000 in 2020 or $198,000 as a couple, or received a stimulus check. This time, tenants must also live in a county with substantial and high spread of COVID-19, which includes most of Texas.
And as a result, tenants throughout almost the entire state of Texas are eligible for utilizing that protection.
Renters must again sign a declaration they meet these criteria, but Carney recommends filing it in court too. Like the previous moratorium, the new ban is expected to face legal challenges, but Carney encourages renters to use it until then.
The legal system takes a while. None of these cases get resolved overnight.
The Senate is slogging through the infrastructure bill, voting on amendments as lawmakers eye a possible finish for this weekend. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera.
Amendment number 2478. For once, many Democrats and Republicans in the Senate have the same message. Hurry up.
That last vote took 50 minutes. 50 minutes, and they're getting longer, not shorter.
We could roll through these if we would just be concise with the time and come in and vote on time.
Depending on how fast senators go through amendments, the body could pass the infrastructure bill this weekend. There's $1 trillion at stake, with $550 billion of it in new spending for roads, bridges, rail, public transit, water systems, and broadband.
We have been pretty clear about benefits that will help every community, replacing lead pipes, making sure people have access to broadband, making a historic investment in climate.
Local leaders want to know, if it passes, how do they get the money into their communities? Some of it would be through grants that have to be applied for. Others could be specifically written into the bill with amendments.
There's no question but that there are many opportunities to improve the legislation as written.
Hanging over all of this is the sweeping $3.5 trillion human infrastructure bill that House Democrats say must be passed in the Senate before they take up the current infrastructure bill.
Democrats have made clear they're going to pass this one and then turn around and ram through their massive tax and spend bill right on top of this, which means you're looking at about $5 trillion.
Senators have another reason to hurry up the process. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says they don't get to go home for recess until they finish voting on infrastructure. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Staying in Washington, D.C., the police officers who responded to the January 6th attack on the Capitol received Congress's highest civilian honor on Thursday, the Congressional Gold Medal. Now, although 21 Republicans voted in June, the bill in the House, it passed the Senate unanimously this week. And Thursday afternoon, the president made it official. Here's the latest from Madeline Rivera.
For a lot of people, January 6 will be hard to forget.
It wasn't democracy. It was insurrection. It was riot and mayhem.
But many say the sacrifices of those who defended the Capitol that day should be top of mind.
Let us always remember their courage.
On Thursday, President Biden signed a bill awarding the officers who responded to the insurrection Congress's highest honor, the Congressional Gold Medal.
On January 6th, Congress got a first-hand reminder of a reality that many American citizens face every day, that the brave men and women of law enforcement really are the thin blue line standing between peace and chaos.
7 months later, time hasn't healed trauma for some of those officers. At a House committee hearing last week, 4 of them testified about the assaults they faced.
We were fighting for our life. We were fighting to protect all of you.
The award coming just days after the Metropolitan Police Department confirmed 2 of their officers committed suicide. The total number of officers who have since taken their own lives now at 4.
Heaping tragedy upon tragedy. These past 6 months have been the hardest in the history of the Capitol Police Force. And yet, they still keep watch. They still stand guard.
4 medals will be placed at different locations: the U.S. Capitol, Capitol Police Headquarters, Metropolitan Police Department, and the Smithsonian Institution. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
The White House is working on a long-term solution for the millions of old, unused, crumbling oil wells leaking toxins into the soil and water. Fox News correspondent Steve Rappaport has more in this edition of our Biden Impact series.
And then there it is flowing up out of the ground there.
President Biden putting a spotlight on a little-known problem that's causing big issues for farmers and ranchers across the country. The EPA says there are about 3.2 million abandoned oil and gas wells in the U.S. Only a third have been plugged with cement. The rest are leaking harmful chemicals into fields and water sources, including methane and benzene, both known carcinogens.
It's like, oh my God, like this whole place is just, Swiss cheese of old oil wells that are falling apart.
Now the president is making a big push to clean things up. The bipartisan infrastructure deal includes at least $16 billion to cap and clean abandoned wells and mines. The White House claims federal funding for those projects will revitalize local economies that have depended on drilling to survive. Administration officials say family farms will be prioritized, but the cleanup is also about making sure drillers and miners don't get left behind as the country shifts towards sustainable energy. But it won't be easy. The infrastructure funding is just a down payment. Most of the money the administration is requesting hasn't been approved by Congress, so they'll be asking the oil and gas industry to pitch in to solve what has become a national problem.
And this isn't a problem isolated to the Permian. This is East Texas, this is Pennsylvania, this is Ohio, this is West Virginia. This is a global industry problem.
And the president says this is a jobs program as well. He wants to put drillers and miners to work capping those wells at the same price they would charge to dig them. In New York, Steve Rappaport, Fox News.
President Biden may be getting much more serious about vaccine mandates, and there's a report that the administration may start cutting off federal funds to force compliance. Fox News correspondent Doug Lazader has more from Washington this morning on what the White House may be planning.
The federal government may be up against some legal limits here, but there may be an effort from the White House now to switch from the carrot to the stick. President Biden in the driver's seat, taking a Jeep for a spin at the White House yesterday as the administration may consider a new avenue now to boost the nation's vaccination rate.
Our message is quite simple. We support these vaccination requirements to protect workers, communities, and the country.
The Washington Post reports that the president is considering playing hardball now on shots, possibly threatening to cut off federal funds for institutions that don't require vaccinations for their workers. Following a strong day on Wall Street, the president will address new jobs numbers today. But there may be more trouble ahead for the economy if COVID cases continue to rise. And while there has been a recent uptick in vaccinations, it's not happening quickly enough for federal public health officials. The president's critics, though, point to what's happening along the southern border. McAllen, Texas, has now had to build a temporary compound to house illegal immigrants after the city claims the federal government released thousands of immigrants who are infected with COVID.
Immigrants are testing in excess of 16% positive. So now we can't even move them. Now they're staying. And we just can't handle that anymore.
And starting tomorrow, the White House will launch what it's calling the Back to School Week of Action to encourage young people to get vaccinated. In Washington, Doug Lazader, Fox News.
Thank you, Doug, for that report. Now, another troubling side effect of the pandemic. Overworked, stressed out nurses are leaving the profession, leading to a nationwide shortage that experts say will only get worse. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul from Arlington, Texas.
Make a good contact seal and release it.
They helped graduate more than 3,500 nursing students in the middle of a global pandemic. But UT Arlington's best effort merely scratches the surface of a nationwide shortage of nurses.
It feels like no matter what we do, we're behind.
Administrator Megan Rogers, a former nurse herself, says there was already a problem prior to the pandemic, but COVID-19 has only made it worse, a crisis.
What is compounding the issue now is the increased demand for nurses. Patients are sicker. We also have an aging workforce, where the average age of a nurse in this country is over 50.
Fewer nurses only means longer wait times, and likely, when a nurse finally checks a patient out, less time with an RN. According to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, roughly 1 million additional registered nurses are needed by 2030 to handle the current shortage.
Throughout all ERs, there's a struggle to get and keep nurses, asking them to work often understaffed, underpaid, in an environment with the highest level of acuity and stress.
That environment has pushed many nurses to quit or retire early. And in rural communities, that deficit of RNs has hit even harder, with many nurses being recruited away during the pandemic to help out urban COVID hotspots.
We're going to go over assessment of the baby.
UT Arlington staff says not only do we need more nursing schools and teachers, but they have to get creative with their approach.
This is the newborn nursery.
Like using these robots that are now bringing the classroom to what could be your future nurse.
Make a good contact.
All right, thank you all so much for streaming live now from Fox. I hope you all are enjoying your morning. I don't know if you can hear what's going on in the background. We are just getting an update from our Fox headquarters. We'll have the latest right after this break. Welcome back. Pediatricians say that they are seeing an increase in pandemic-related weight gain in children. They are now urging parents to get their kids back to healthy habits. Here's the latest from Christine McCarthy.
There's some concern about unhealthy weight gain among kids due to a major change in lifestyle during the pandemic. But the pediatrician I talked to tells me that kids and parents shouldn't be dwelling on the number of pounds they gained, but instead focus on getting back on track and becoming healthier.
Pretty much every day, several times a day.
Dr. Lori Guerra Matthews tells us there's a popular conversation among families at pediatric healthcare at Newton Wellesley.
They're talking about we need to get more active and we need to do more things and get off the computer.
That inactivity inside the house during the COVID-19 pandemic for many kids led to unhealthy weight gain.
One of the few pleasures during the pandemic, I think, was eating with the family, and activities became so much less. So people definitely gained weight.
Another factor for many was constant access to food and snacks while learning at home during the school year. Some kids have felt stressed and isolated, which can also lead to unhealthy eating habits. But with a new school year with more structure ahead and life returning to a new normal, Guerra Matthews says families can get back on track, though we may be hitting a speed bump.
Now people are really getting back into activities and finding like outdoor sports that they can do again. And now that things were opening up, things were looking really up until, the variant hit.
Guerra Matthews recommends parents reinforce a healthy lifestyle, habits that will last a lifetime.
I think that everybody should try to be active and move their body for at least an hour a day. Get lots of good sleep, eat healthy foods. And I like to think about it as healthy habits rather than what the number is on the scale.
Gara Matthews has hope that as younger kids get vaccinated, their lifestyles will get closer to normal. But she does say that she's frustrated by vaccine hesitancy. That's also a conversation she's having in her office. Christine McCarthy, Boston 25 Tonight.
All right, let's continue the conversation on how the pandemic is affecting children. Now, according to reports, the COVID-19 pandemic is causing great mental disturbance in children. The National Institute for Healthcare Management says that mental health-related ER visits jumped during the pandemic. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Aishna Heinzini.
17-year-old Amy Serna Sanchez loves playing soccer. It's her emotional outlet when times get tough. But when the world came to a screeching halt last year, her refuge was ripped away.
Being locked up in the house was a little bit difficult since I was already struggling with both my anxiety and depression. So it kind of just went downhill from there.
Amy is one of countless teenagers across the country who struggled mentally and emotionally during the pandemic. In May, the Children's Hospital Colorado declared a mental health state of emergency over the number of kids seeking treatment for suicide and other mental health issues. According to the hospital, behavioral health emergency room visits shot up by 72% statewide between January and April of this year compared to the same period in 2019. Across the country, the National Institute for Healthcare Management reports mental health-related ER visits jumped in both younger and older kids between mid-March and October of 2020 compared to the same time in 2019. Unfortunately, some medical experts predict another surge of kids seeking help is coming.
A lot of my colleagues anticipate there being really an epidemic, this prolonged period of not having those support systems and having the enrichment. And we're going to now see that bubble move forward as we come out of it.
Some experts say a major threat is the uncertainty of whether schools will reopen, caused by the spread of the Delta variant.
There was this sense of we're returning to normal, and now we actually aren't sure if that's the case or not.
For Amy, the disruption to her routine was hard, but it also gave her the chance to work on herself.
You know, you need to let it out there. You can't keep bottling it up, and that's something I learned myself.
And experts say parents should be having an open conversation with their kids right now to prepare them for potentially going back to online learning. In New York, Aisha Husni, Fox News.
More nonstop news up after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, your source for nonstop news and live events. We're keeping a close eye as we do expect House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to hold her weekly press conference in about 40 minutes. That's coming up at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do expect President Biden to make a few remarks on the July jobs report. A little over 930,000 jobs added last month, and at 1:15 p.m., New Jersey Governor Murphy will make a public health announcement. We can assume this is in relation to the increase of coronavirus cases that we are seeing in major cities across the country. Switching gears, I do want to bring you all the latest from Phoenix, Arizona, where the Justice Department is launching an investigation of the Phoenix Police Department over allegations of excessive use of force.
Phoenix and the Phoenix Police Department. The investigation will determine whether the Phoenix Police Department engages in a pattern or practice of violations of the Constitution or federal law. This is the third pattern or practice investigation I have announced as Attorney General. Each time, I have noted that these investigations aim to promote transparency and accountability. This increases public trust, which in turn increases public safety. We know that law enforcement shares these goals. The Justice Department has briefed Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego and Police Chief Jerry Williams about the investigation. We are pleased by their pledge of support. They too recognize that we share common aims. Our investigation in Phoenix will be led by the Justice Department Civil Rights Division. It is based on the division's extensive review of publicly available information, and it will consider several issues. First, whether the Phoenix Police Department uses excessive force in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Second, whether the Phoenix Police Department engages in discriminatory policing practices that violate the Constitution and federal law. Third, whether the department violates the First Amendment by retaliating against individuals who are engaged in protected expressive activities. Fourth, whether the city and its police department respond to people with disabilities in a manner that violates the Americans with Disabilities Act. This includes whether decisions to criminally detain individuals with behavioral health disabilities are proper. And fifth, whether the Phoenix Police Department violates the rights of individuals experiencing homelessness by seizing and disposing of their belongings in a manner that violates the Constitution. Those last two areas of investigative focus speak to an important issue that is broader than the Phoenix investigation. Our society is straining the policing profession by turning to law enforcement to address a wide array of social problems. Too often, we ask law enforcement officers to be the first and last option for addressing issues that should not be handled by our criminal justice system. This makes police officers' jobs more difficult, increases unnecessary confrontations with law enforcement, and hinders public safety. This past week, there has been much attention to the impending risk of mass evictions, which would put millions of tenants at risk of losing shelter. Needless to say, the impact on individuals and families would be devastating, and as the CDC has made clear, the impact on public health would likewise be devastating, fueling the spread of COVID-19 infections in the affected communities. Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta is leading a Justice Department effort with state court leaders on this problem. On June 24th, she sent a letter to state courts urging them to implement eviction diversion strategies that will increase the chances that families can stay in their homes. Mass evictions would also have serious implications for law enforcement, adding to a crisis of homelessness that strains but cannot be solved by the criminal justice system. The ramifications do not end there. Far too often, police officers are the first ones called when someone is experiencing a mental health crisis in any setting. But it is almost certain that police will be called to respond to someone experiencing a mental health crisis if that person is also without housing. And as we have repeatedly seen, the risks to everyone involved in such interactions are enormous. These issues must be addressed if we are to ease the burdens that our society places on law enforcement and ensure the safety of our communities. The Justice Department, through grant making, technical assistance and training, supports law enforcement, and community-based programs to tackle these challenges. I will now turn the podium over to Assistant Attorney General Clark, who will talk more about our pattern or practice investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Protecting the rule of law demands that those who enforce our laws also abide by them. Ensuring that law enforcement acts in a lawful and accountable manner is a priority for the Civil Rights Division. As the Attorney General has just announced, following an extensive review of publicly available information regarding the Phoenix Police Department, today we are opening a civil pattern or practice investigation into the City of Phoenix and the Phoenix Police Department. We have reviewed court files, media reports, citizen complaints, and we also considered factors that we ordinarily weigh in determining whether to open an investigation, including the nature and seriousness of the allegations, the number of allegations, the steps that a department may be taking to address the allegations, and the history of the department. We found that the evidence here warrants a full investigation, but we approach this process with no predispositions or pre-drawn conclusions. Our pattern or practice investigations have been successful at identifying not only whether systemic misconduct is occurring, but also its root causes, so that those root causes can ultimately be fixed. As part of our investigation in Phoenix, we will meet with officers and command staff, as well as members of the broader Phoenix community. We will review incident reports, body-worn camera footage, and other data and documentation collected by the department. We will also review the department's policies, training materials, and supervision records, as well as documents related to systems of accountability, including how complaints are investigated and how discipline is imposed. As you know, about 3 months ago, we launched similar investigations into the City of Minneapolis and the Minneapolis Police Department, as well as the City of Louisville and the Louisville Police Department. In both cities, as in Phoenix, we've been fortunate to have the support of city officials and police chiefs. In that short time, Justice Department lawyers have had in-person and virtual meetings with close to 1,000 community stakeholders in Minneapolis and Louisville. Hundreds more have submitted messages to the Justice Department. Department lawyers have participated in over 50 ride-alongs with officers. We have had 4 meetings with full command staff and spoken to officers across both individual interviews and roll call briefings. We will take the same approach in Phoenix. Our career attorneys have decades of experience working on investigations like the one we open here today. One thing we have learned over the decades is that we must and will work collaboratively with the Phoenix community and with the Phoenix Police Department. If we conclude that there are no systemic violations of constitutional or federal statutory rights by the city or Phoenix Police Department, we will make that known. If, on the other hand, we conclude that there is reasonable cause to believe that such violations are occurring, we will issue a report describing our findings and then aim to work cooperatively with the city to reach agreement on the best remedies. If an appropriate remedy cannot be achieved through agreement, the Attorney General is authorized to bring litigation to secure an appropriate injunctive remedy. This morning, our team had the opportunity to speak with city officials about our investigation. We are pleased that Mayor Gallego and Chief Williams have pledged their full support. I will repeat the same message our team conveyed to city officials and city leaders this morning. We're committed to following the facts where they lead and doing so in a timely manner so that we can expeditiously address any pattern or practice of unlawful conduct that may be identified. We look forward to working together with the city and the Phoenix Police Department toward the shared goals of ensuring constitutional policing and fostering greater cooperation between law enforcement officers and the community members that they serve.
Garland, was there a final straw in Phoenix?
I'm going to leave that question because it's specifically about the Phoenix investigation to the Assistant Attorney General.
Our investigation looked into a number of issues. What we're planning to roll up our sleeves and look at closely is whether or not the Phoenix Police Department uses force unconstitutionally, including deadly force, whether the department engages in discriminatory policing, whether the department engages in retaliatory conduct by making arrest or using force against individuals engaged in peaceful, expressive activities. We're going to look at whether the city and the police department discriminate against people with disabilities in violation of the ADA. We're going to look at the department and whether they violate the rights of people experiencing homelessness by unlawfully seizing or disposing of personal property during cleanings or sweeps of encampments. And we're also going to look at the department's policies and training, as well as how they investigate and hold officers accountable for misconduct, as failures of these systems may contribute to violations of federal law.
This is also for Ms. Clark. Sorry. The investigation, the nature of the investigation with respect to people experiencing homelessness seems.
All right, time just now after 9:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. We're looking back in case you missed it as the Justice Department announces an investigation into the Phoenix Police Department over allegations of excessive use of force. I do want to switch gears entirely here on Live Now from Fox and bring you the latest from the cybersecurity world. Now, according to a Fox report, we are getting word that there's an entire marketplace on the dark web for fake vaccine cards. This, of course, is driven by the demand of people who are still hesitant to get the vaccine. So I would like to welcome to the conversation Dr. Eric Cole, author of Cyber Crisis, former CIA hacker, and also cybersecurity commissioner to the Biden administration. Very extensive work in this field. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure.
All right, so let's get right into it. How are these scammers creating these fake cards?
Unfortunately, very easily, because when we rolled out vaccines, there was a lot of work done to make sure that vaccines were available to everyone, but there wasn't any security put into the vaccine cards themselves. So if you look at your actual vaccine card, there's no QRC code, there's no unique ID on it. Essentially, it's a piece of paper that has a lot number written on it. And what they're doing is attackers figured out the algorithm, so they're able to find fake lot numbers and essentially sell these IDs for $200 to $300 a pop.
Oh my goodness. So how do we combat this? I've heard reports of some states wanting to make applications, vaccine passport apps. That would be a little bit different than the cardboard cards that we're now handing out, right?
Right. The long-term solution is to actually integrate it into technology we currently have, like our driver's license. If you're under 21, your driver's license is vertical versus horizontal. So if you just went in and started putting in formal marks on the IDs, that would make it a lot more easier and straightforward to track. But once again, that would take time to integrate.
Dr. Cole, I'm noticing a lot of people, whenever they get their shots, they're very excited, and the first thing they do is snap a picture, right, and post it on social media. Is this having any impact on what scammers are using to create these fake cards?
Absolutely, because the only thing that makes a vaccine card authentic are the lot numbers. So if I can go in and figure out what the lot numbers are, not all of them are actually used. So the more people in a given area, say Virginia or Los Angeles or Texas that start posting their cards, and many people don't cover the lot number like they're supposed to, I can then use those lot numbers, put them through algorithms, and start generating legitimate but fake lot numbers that I can then put on those IDs and start selling to college students and other folks who just don't want to get the vaccine but want to bypass the security checks.
So I gave you a very extensive introduction in the forefront of this interview. You know exactly what you're talking about when it comes to cybersecurity. So what tips can you offer us during this time?
So first is, if you get a vaccine card, don't snap a picture of it and post it on social media. And if you want to, cover up the lot ID information. Treat that as sort of a unique security code that you don't want anyone to know. Second, if you're going to go in and think about getting an illegal vaccine card, they've actually raised the fine. Fake IDs, fake driver's license, are $2,500 fines and 1 year in prison. Fake vaccine cards are $5,000 fine and up to 5 years in prison. So the FBI knows how easy it is. So they're really raising the stake, and the risk is just not worth the crime.
That is a very good reminder for anyone interested in making or distributing or buying these fake vaccine cards. All right, Dr. Eric Cole, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Always a pleasure.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Now, this is a feel-good story if I have ever heard one. About 300 people laced up their shoes and set off for the 5th annual Wedge Cat Tour. That's right, people venturing out, walking 1.5 miles to check out cats. Well-being in cat windows, porches, and front yards. Fox's Amari Glover has more.
I'm a cat lover. So I love cats, and I'm like, we gotta go check this out.
They say every dog has its day.
Well, he likes cats, and I told him where I was going, and he asked if he could come too. So I said, well, you have to come. and that's Big Boy.
I think we're gonna get going.
But in the Wedge neighborhood,
It's a ginger.
cats get one too.
I came all the way back to the city to see kitty cats.
About 300 people turned out for the 5th annual Wedge Cat Tour, where they walked about 1.5 miles to check out about 36 felines in windows, porches, and front yards. After last year's tour moved online only because of the pandemic.
It's good to get back out there, walking around the neighborhood, looking at cats after last year. Last year's tour was virtual, so we didn't have a big turnout, but it's good to get back out there.
Organizer John Edwards says he started it to make fun of historic home tours in the neighborhood, but the event turned out to have 9 lives.
People love cats. It's a wholesome event. It's fun. It gets you out into a beautiful neighborhood to walk around and appreciate the buildings. So, I mean, it has all those things going for it.
She's darling. She's gorgeous.
For some, it's the perfect opportunity to see their furry friends take center stage.
You get to be around other cat people. They should have more cat things here.
I think that's a great cat, and I like its haircut. And so does Big Boy.
But for others, the tour is the cat's meow.
A pleasant evening. That's it. I'm not looking for much. Just a nice night to walk around and look at cats in nice houses.
In Minneapolis, Maury Glover, Fox 9.
The cat's meow. I do have a cat, but if you ask me if I'm a cat or a dog person, honestly, I would not be able to choose. All right, this next story is courtesy of our friends over at Fox 32 Chicago. They say it's in our food, it's in our water, even in our craft beer. They're talking about microplastics, and they're bringing us all of the latest information about it.
That's our big story tonight at 9. All of southeastern Wisconsin's largest.
Okay, so apologies if you haven't eaten yet, but apparently it's in our food, it's in our water, it's even in craft beer. That surprised me. We're talking about microplastics, and a whole lot of that, unfortunately, is in our magnificent Lake Michigan.
Yeah, and journalist and Michigan State University professor Eric Friedman has reported on this very tiny type of pollution, and it's creating a huge problem in our lakes and our water supplies. He's actually here this morning. He's going to join, or he is joining us right now to talk about this. Hey, thank you so much for coming on.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
Yeah, so Eric, first of all, explain for those who don't know, what are microplastics and what do they look like?
Microplastics are tiny pieces of plastic. They're less than 0.2 of an inch in size. And they come from our plastic bags. They come from fishing line. Our clothes, the synthetics that make our fabric in the washing machine and the dryer, they come from industrial spills. When it rains, tiny particles from our tires wash into the water, into the rivers, into the streams that feed Lake Michigan.
And so I'm glad you mentioned the fibers. I didn't know that about when you wash your clothes. The fibers release these microplastics. And also COVID, I know, is a compounding factor as well, because we've got the gloves and the masks and all that stuff. One thing that really surprised me, Professor, was apparently microplastic fragments have been found in developing fetuses. If that doesn't get somebody's attention, I don't know what will.
It's in the fish that we eat from the Great Lakes, because they eat these particles. They think they're food. Fish aren't that smart. And we eat the fish. They're in the seabirds. They're in the cormorants. They're in, as you indicated, craft beer. There was a study that looked at 12 brands of craft beers and draw on municipal water supplies, including 2 in the Chicago area, that get their water from Lake Michigan. And all 12 brews, mostly Pilsners, had microfibers in them, and so did 81% of the tap water systems that were tested that provide the water for those microbreweries.
And how long has this been going on? I mean, are we talking years, decades?
We're talking decades, but nobody paid any attention till the 1990s. Before that, most of the attention focused on the ocean, because we've seen these iconic pictures of rafts of plastic floating in the Caribbean or floating in the Pacific. Nobody has yet studied the health effects on humans from the Great Lakes microplastics, and the scientists are still in the early stages of studying what they do to fish, what they do to seabirds, what they do to other kinds of wildlife. And it's frightening because we can't see many of these particles. We know they're there, but cleaning the beach helps, but it doesn't solve the problem.
Yeah, I'm glad you just mentioned that because that's my next question. It's depressing, but is there anything, I mean, it seems so ubiquitous, is there anything we can do about it?
I think there are two things we can do individually. One is just being careful about what plastic we use and how we dispose of it. We've all been to the beach and we've seen plastic bags from hot dog buns and sandwiches flying by. Nobody puts them in the trash. But there are volunteer groups, including many organized by the Alliance for the Great Lakes, which is based in Chicago, in which volunteers periodically go and clean the beaches, at least the visible debris. And that raises public awareness of the problem.
So, I want to ask you, because we know that, fish are eating this, and you mentioned other animals, but, we're also ingesting this. What kind of health problems is this causing humans?
Well, we don't know, and the researchers I've spoken to said there's a need for more money to fund the kind of study that will look long-term at the health effects on people from these chemicals. And these chemicals are continually changing as industry develops new forms of polymers and plastics.
Well, I know, we often tell people where they can go to read something, but I like what Cranes did with this. It's actually a forum. There's a lot of video clips. It's real. I think it's hopefully going to catch some people's attention. It's really good work, Professor. Thanks so much for joining us, and hopefully down the road, as we take a look there at where a lot of that plastic, that microplastic, again, because of the current.
President Biden is signing a bill to award congressional gold medals to law enforcement officers who protected the United States Capitol and members of Congress during the January 6th riot. It's the highest honor Congress can bestow. In case you missed it, let's take a look back at the moment.
Like so many gathered here, I was at the United States Capitol the morning of Wednesday, January 6th. I was in a classified meeting with Senator Blunt on national security with fellow members of the Senate Intelligence Committee. And not long after I left, the chaos began. Like Americans everywhere, my husband Doug and I watched with absolute shock as our capital was under siege and the people within it afraid for their lives. What we know now is in the midst of that violent attack, there were countless acts of courage. And we are here today in the Rose Garden at the White House to recognize that courage. The officers of the United States Capitol Police and the DC Metropolitan Police risked their own lives to save the lives of others, both on January 6th and on April 2nd. They sacrificed so much to defend our nation. And in securing our capital, they secured our democracy. These officers are heroes. And these officers are patriots. And they deserve, today and every day, this honor. Our nation is grateful for your service. And now there are some officers who, of course, continue to suffer from the injuries seen and unseen. And I want to make it clear that you know that you are not alone and that we all stand with you. And of course, there are other officers who tragically lost their lives. There is nothing that we can do to bring these officers back or to take away the pain their families feel now. But it is my prayer that their sacrifice will serve as a constant reminder of the work we must all do together, of the vigilance we must have in order to protect our democracy. So I returned to the Senate at around 8 p.m. the night of January 6th. And we gathered in the Senate chamber, in the same chamber where the New Deal was struck and the Great Society was forged, in the same chamber where the interstate highway system was started and voting rights were won. And in that chamber, just before 1 a.m., as officers stood guard, the final vote was tallied. Democrats, independents, and Republicans came together and upheld the vote and the voice of the American people. As those officers continued, even at that late hour, to secure our Capitol, they secured our democracy. So let us never forget that, and let us always remember their courage. And now, it is my great honor to introduce a true champion for all those who serve in uniform, President Joe Biden.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Vice President Harris. Folks, not even during the Civil War did insurrectionists breach the capital of the United States of America, the citadel of our democracy. Not even then. But on January the 6th, 2021, they did. They did. A mob of extremists and terrorists launched a violent and deadly assault on the People's House, on the sacred ritual to certify a free and fair election. It wasn't dissent. It wasn't debate. It wasn't democracy. It was insurrection. It was riot and mayhem. It was radical and chaotic. And it was unconstitutional, and maybe most important, it was fundamentally un-American. An existential threat and a test of whether our democracy could survive, whether it could overcome lies and overcome the fury of a few who were seeking to thwart the will of the many. While the attack on our values and our votes shocked and saddened the nation, our democracy did survive. It did. Truth defeated lies. We did overcome. And that's because of the women and men of the U.S. Capitol Police, the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, and other law enforcement officials who we honor today. Speaker Pelosi, who led the effort in the House, Senator Klobuchar and Blunt, the co-sponsors of the legislation in the Senate, and all my colleagues, Pat Leahy and House members as well that are here, thank you. Thank you. Today, I'm going to sign into law the bill you sent to me that awards the Congressional Gold Medal to the United States Capitol Police, the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, and other law enforcement for their service and defense of our democracy on January the 6th. To all of them, on behalf of a grateful nation, thank you, thank you, thank you for protecting our Capitol. Maybe even more importantly, for protecting our Constitution and saving the lives of duly elected members of the Senate and the House and their staffs. In these moments when we're still debating, these were tragic hours back then. You stood in the breach. You did your duty to defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. The events that transpired were surprising, but not your character, your courage, Chief, and all your men and women. I didn't grow up with any of you, but I know you. You're just like all the women and men I grew up with, particularly at that time, it was men. in Scranton and Claymont. Places where the neighborhood I lived in, you became a cop, a firefighter, or a priest. I wasn't qualified for any of them, so here I am. But look, all kidding aside, I got to know you. You're the same ones after a ball game in a visiting field. Come walking out of the gym if you want and you may get jumped by the other team or their supporters. You may be all by yourself, the only one standing there when you watch 6 people jump one of our teammates. What the hell would you do? You jump in. You jump in knowing you're going to get the hell beat out of you too. Police officer is not what you do, it's who you are. I got to know you after 36 years in the Senate, 8 years as vice president. You're always there. It's not a joke. It's not some hyperbole to suggest duty, honor, service. That's who you are. That's who your dad was. That's who your dad was. And America owes you a debt we can never fully repay. But I know receiving this award is bittersweet. On that day, more than 140 law enforcement officers suffered physical injuries, and untold numbers suffering emotional toll. 15 of you were hospitalized, and others were lost forever. May their souls rest in peace and rise in glory. I know each time you put on that shield in the morning wherever you show for work, your families wonder whether they're going to get a call that day, a call they don't want to receive, hoping you come home safely. And it breaks my heart. It breaks the heart of the nation to remember that you were assaulted by thousands of violent insurrectionists at the capital of the United States of America. Jill and I would never have thought we'd have to join you in the Capitol Rotunda, not once but twice. Once to honor Officer Brian Sicknick, who lost his life, and the second time to honor Billy Evans, who lost his defending the Capitol as well. Both gave the full measure of their devotion to the country at the United States Capitol. Their families are here today. I know from similar, yes, we should clap for the families. I know, like others may know from personal experience, getting that phone call. It's nice to be honored and have those who you lost remembered. But it's tough to be here because it brings back everything like it happened 10 minutes ago. So I offer you not only our condolences, but recognize your courage, the courage of your children. And you have our most profound gratitude. You know, the fallen, in my view, are casualties of a struggle literally for the soul of America. A struggle that they didn't start, a struggle we didn't seek, and a struggle that by the grace of God will win. As I said, I know this is a bittersweet moment. As proud as Brian and Billy as you are, it still brings back pain the moment it happened. And also, we offer our prayers for the families of the Capitol Police Officer Howard Levengood. Those who've been around a while, we knew his dad. Knew his dad well. He was Secretary of the United States, Sergeant at Arms of the United States Senate.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. It is the top of the 10 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, which means it's 7 a.m. on the West Coast. If you're just joining us, we're listening in to some remarks by President Joe Biden yesterday talking about awarding Capitol police officers who responded to the insurrection, the January 6th Capitol riot, with congressional gold medals. As you can see here on the left-hand side of your screen, we're taking a look at what is to come this morning. It is right this moment. We are waiting for Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi to hold her weekly news conference. At 10:30, the president is expected to make remarks on the July jobs report. And then at 1:15 Eastern time later on this afternoon, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy is going to be making, quote, a major public health announcement, no doubt in relation to the coronavirus pandemic. So we'll hear if it is vaccine and or mask related. My name is Pilar Arias, everyone. I'm coming at you live from our East Coast hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Thank you so much for starting your day with us right here on Live Now from Fox. So I do want to show you those images of what we are waiting for. Here is the live picture for Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi's press conference. We also have a live look at how stocks are doing today. This is the Dow Jones Industrial Big Board. Started trading about 30 minutes or so ago. Currently nothing but green there, looking good for the economy this Friday morning, up about 98 points or so. And then we also have a live look from Washington, D.C. We're being told that these are the Texas House Democrats. They will be making remarks. We've been following this story ever since they left their state capital of Austin in response to a voting rights legislation, a bill there in their state government out there that they wanted to avoid being passed out there. So they took off to Washington, D.C., and we've been covering the remarks when they are available right here on Live Now from Fox. So I hope you guys are all having a great morning so far. We've got lots to cover, lots that we are monitoring, and lots that we are waiting for live right here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to get you guys all up to speed with some of the top stories from across the country. Let's start with the eviction moratorium that has been extended.
The new CDC eviction ban prohibits landlords from evicting qualifying tenants until October 3rd. It took effect immediately and could pause eviction cases already filed.
In the very short term, there will be lawsuits for eviction that will continue to be abated. That means those cases will be reset for a later date.
Donna Carney with Lone Star Legal Aid says tenants must meet the same criteria as the previous moratorium.
Any renter who has made every effort to pay rent and get rental assistance and meets the other criteria is eligible for a pause on their case.
Tenants must also face homelessness if evicted, have earned less than $99,000 in 2020 or $198,000 as a couple, or received a stimulus check. This time, tenants must also live in a county with substantial and high spread of COVID-19, which includes most of Texas.
And as a result, tenants throughout almost the entire state of Texas are eligible for utilizing that protection.
Renters must again sign a declaration they meet these criteria, but Carney recommends filing it in court too. Like the previous moratorium, the new ban is expected to face legal challenges, but Carney encourages renters to use it until then.
The legal system takes a while. None of these cases get resolved overnight.
Taking a live now look, everybody, at Phoenix, Arizona, the capital of the Copper State out there. This is a live look from Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport, along with showing the downtown skyline. You've got Chase Field there where the Arizona Diamondbacks play. It is showing Interstate 17. Lots of vehicles there zipping on by this Friday morning. We're talking about if you're trying to go from central Arizona up to perhaps northern Arizona, Flagstaff, Sedona, Prescott, the lakes. Maybe you're on your way to Kingman, headed up to Las Vegas, Nevada for the weekend. You are likely going to be spending some time on I-17. The reason I took you out to Phoenix is because we're learning this morning on Live Now from Fox that the Justice Department is investigating Phoenix police over use of force allegations. Let's get the details.
Protecting the rule of law demands that those who enforce our laws also abide by them.
The Department of Justice announcing a widespread investigation into the Phoenix Police Department and City of Phoenix amid allegations of excessive force.
We also considered factors that we ordinarily weigh in determining whether to open an investigation, including the nature and seriousness of the allegations.
Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clark spoke out about the probe from Washington today, saying investigators are meeting with officers and command staff. They soon will be talking to community members, as well as reviewing body camera footage, data, training reports, and supervision records.
A full investigation, but we approach this process with no predispositions or pre-drawn conclusions. Our pattern or practice investigations have been successful at identifying not only whether systemic misconduct is occurring, but also its root causes.
The investigation will cover several areas, including use of force. In 2018, the Phoenix Police Department led the nation in officer-involved shootings with 44. The Justice Department will also examine whether officers engaged in discriminatory policing and retaliation against demonstrators protected by the First Amendment. In June, the Maricopa County Attorney dismissed charges against about a dozen people arrested during an October 2020 protest against police brutality. Additionally, the DOJ will determine if officers violated the rights of people who are homeless by illegally seizing their belongings. Phoenix Police Chief Jerry Williams defended the department, but said she is open to recommendations.
The majority of our officers out there act every day with professionalism and compassion. We've said this before. We welcome an outside assessment before, and we'll welcome this one with open arms.
City Manager Ed Zerker adding that the City of Phoenix embraces any opportunity for improvement.
It is always our responsibility to treat people well with dignity and respect. And this cannot be solely a police responsibility.
All right, everybody. Good morning again. Happy Friday. We are so glad that you are here. We're not in Phoenix, Arizona, everybody. I'm in Orlando, and as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, that is a look at the White House in Washington, D.C. I hope the weather is going to be superb wherever you are going to be spending your weekend. If you see some gorgeous sunrises, sunsets, possibly some weather moving through the area, don't forget Live Now from Fox is on social media, in particular Twitter. All you have to do is search for us. You'll find us. Tweet us those pictures. If you give us permission to put them on the show, we might just do that. Get involved. Let's interact with each other right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, we are going to stay in our nation's capital for this next top story to get you all up to speed with the latest on the infrastructure negotiations.
Amendment number 2478.
For once, many Democrats and Republicans in the Senate have the same message. Hurry up.
That last vote took 50 minutes. 50 minutes, and they're getting longer, not shorter.
We could roll through these if we would just be concise with the time and come in and vote on time.
Depending on how fast senators go through amendments, the body could pass the infrastructure bill this weekend. There's $1 trillion at stake, with $550 billion of it in new spending for roads, bridges, rail, public transit, water systems, and broadband.
We have been pretty clear about benefits that will help every community, replacing lead pipes, making sure people have access to broadband, making a historic investment in climate.
Local leaders want to know, if it passes, how do they get the money into their communities? Some of it would be through grants that have to be applied for. Others could be specifically written into the bill with amendments.
There's no question but that there are many opportunities to improve the legislation as written.
Hanging over all of this is the sweeping $3.5 trillion human infrastructure bill that House Democrats say must be passed in the Senate before they take up the current infrastructure bill.
Democrats have made clear they're going to pass this one and then turn around and ram through their massive tax and spend bill right on top of this, which means you're looking at about $5 trillion.
Senators have another reason to hurry up the process. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says they don't get to go home for recess until they finish voting on infrastructure. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Taking a live now look, everybody, at Oakland, California, the Bay Area on the West Coast. Just after 7 o'clock in the morning out there, you do see a nearby freeway with plenty of cars zipping by there as well. Lots of people returning to classrooms and businesses across the U.S. as millions of Americans have been vaccinated against the coronavirus. Delta variant, though, unfortunately highly transmissible, and we're seeing cases surge across the country. All right, everybody. Well, if you were watching a little bit earlier, like moments ago, we were showing you some remarks by President Joe Biden talking about the congressional medals for those police officers who responded to the January 6th Capitol riots. Now I want to recap exactly what it was.
For a lot of people, January 6 will be hard to forget.
It wasn't democracy. It was insurrection. It was riot and mayhem.
But many say the sacrifices of those who defended the Capitol that day should be top of mind.
Let us always remember their courage.
On Thursday, President Biden signed a bill awarding the officers who responded to the insurrection Congress's highest honor, the Congressional Gold Medal.
On January 6th, Congress got a firsthand reminder of a reality that many American citizens face every day, that the brave men and women of law enforcement really are the thin blue line standing between peace and chaos.
7 months later, time hasn't healed trauma for some of those officers. At a House committee hearing last week, 4 of them testified about the assaults they faced.
We were fighting for our lives. We were fighting to protect all of you.
The award coming just days after the Metropolitan Police Department confirmed 2 of their officers committed suicide. The total number of officers who have since taken their own lives now at 4.
Heaping tragedy upon tragedy. These past 6 months have been the hardest in the history of the Capitol Police Force. And yet, they still keep watch. They still stand guard.
4 medals will be placed at different locations: the U.S. Capitol, Capitol Police Headquarters, Metropolitan Police Department, and the Smithsonian Institution. In Washington, Malda Rivera, Fox News. All right, Madeline, thank you so much for that update. Again, everybody, I'm showing you an inside or behind the scenes look, however you would like to refer to it, of our East Coast hub right here. This is Mission Control, where all the beauty and magic of the show happens. Tons of keyboards on this desk or the set. We've got lots of mice, lots of monitors. We've got an audio board right here. And we've got the main board that helps us to operate the show. So Fox's Doug Luzader is going to be joining us next to talk about vaccine mandates that are rolling out across the country, in particular with a lot of employers.
The federal government may be up against some legal limits here, but there may be an effort from the White House now to switch from the carrot to the stick. President Biden in the driver's seat, taking a Jeep for a spin at the White House yesterday as the administration may consider a new avenue now to boost the nation's vaccination rate.
Our message is quite simple. We support these vaccination requirements to protect workers, communities, and the country.
The Washington Post reports that the president is considering playing hardball now on shots, possibly threatening to cut off federal funds for institutions that don't require vaccinations for their workers. Following a strong day on Wall Street, the president will address new jobs numbers today. But there may be more trouble ahead for the economy if COVID cases continue to rise. And while there has been a recent uptick in vaccinations, it's not happening quickly enough for federal public health officials. The president's critics, though, point to what's happening along the southern border. McAllen, Texas, has now had to build a temporary compound to house illegal immigrants after the city claims the federal government released thousands of immigrants who are infected with COVID.
Immigrants are testing in excess of 16% positive. So now we can't even move them. Now they're staying, and we just can't handle that anymore.
And starting tomorrow, the White House will launch what it's calling the Back to School Week of Action to encourage young people to get vaccinated. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for that update. By the way, everybody, we are learning of additional companies that are now mandating vaccines. The latest coming out this morning that we are hearing is United Airlines. They're saying the COVID-19 vaccine is going to be required for United employees. Now, they put out this full-blown statement to the United team that explains the timing for this vaccine requirement. It reads, quote, "Here's how it will work. All U.S.-based United employees will be required to upload a vaccine card showing you have received 2 doses of the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine or 1 dose of the J&J vaccine 5 weeks after the FDA has announced it has fully approved a COVID-19 vaccine, or 5 weeks after September 20th, whichever comes first." So just one of the many situations that we are following right here on Live Now from Fox this morning. Meanwhile, we are going to continue on with some top stories from across the country. Let's take a look at how the nursing industry is being impacted by the pandemic.
Make a good contact seal and release it.
They helped graduate more than 3,500 nursing students in the middle of a global pandemic.
But UT Arlington's best effort merely scratches the surface of a nationwide shortage of nurses.
It feels like no matter what we do, we're behind.
Administrator Megan Rogers, a former nurse herself, says there was already a problem prior to the pandemic, but COVID-19 has only made it worse, a crisis.
What is compounding the issue now is the increased demand for nurses. Patients are sicker. We also have an aging workforce, where the average age of a nurse in this country is over 50.
Fewer nurses only means longer wait times, and likely, when a nurse finally checks a patient out, less time with an RN. According to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, roughly 1 million additional registered nurses are needed by 2030 to handle the current shortage.
Throughout all ERs, there's a struggle to get and keep nurses, asking them to work often understaffed, underpaid, in an environment with the highest level of acuity and stress.
That environment has pushed many nurses to quit or retire early. And in rural communities, that deficit of RNs has hit even harder, with many nurses being recruited away during the pandemic to help out urban COVID hotspots.
We're going to go over assessment of the baby.
UT Arlington staff says not only do we need more nursing schools and teachers, but they have to get creative with their approach.
This is the newborn nursery.
Like using these robots that are now bringing the classroom to what could be your future nurse.
Make a good.
Taking a live now look, everybody, at Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This is the airport out there. You see 2 Spirit Airlines planes there sitting on the tarmac out there in Philadelphia this morning. The airline, it has had a rough week. It is still trying to recover from the hundreds of flight cancellations that have left passengers stranded and frustrated. Let's get the very latest.
Mounting frustrations continue at Newark Liberty International Airport. Spirit Airlines canceling hundreds of flights for the 5th day in a row. On Thursday, the carrier canceled 51% of its flights.
Our flight from Fort Lauderdale to Cancun just got canceled. Late notice. We've been on the phone with them for a couple hours now.
James Thompson should be on a beach and vacationing in Cancun by now. He is one of hundreds of Spirit passengers left wondering what to do after their flight was canceled.
At what point did you find out that your flight was canceled?
In the Uber on the way there. I didn't even get a notification on my phone.
There was no prior information to tell us that, okay, the flight for today is canceled. We could have rescheduled our plan or look for another flight, only for us to come here. And when we get in front for us to book, they told us that the flight is canceled. And that's unprofessional.
Spirit blaming it on weather, technical issues, and staffing problems for the cancellations. Pauline Frommer, a travel expert, calling it the perfect storm.
A lot of the airlines asked their staff at the height of the pandemic to take early retirement or to take voluntary leaves of absence so that they could shrink their payroll.
Frommer recommends travelers to buy insurance.
There's just too much uncertainty, not only around what's happening with the airlines, but also what's happening with COVID.
Spirit says cancellations should ease in the days to come as it reboots its operations. American Airlines also had similar issues, but since returned to normal. At Newark Liberty International Airport, Lisette Nunez, Fox 5 News.
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More Live Now from Fox is on the other side. We're on standby this morning, everybody, for 2 live events here. It's 10:20 on the East Coast. That means it's 7:20 on the West Coast. On the left-hand side of your screen, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. She's 20 minutes late, but taken to the podium right now. So let's listen in.
Good morning, everyone. It's with great sadness that I begin this coming together with the tribute to Richard Trumka, a great hero for America's working families. Suddenly, we got the news yesterday that as he was with his family camping, what a sad occasion, but also a beautiful way to pass on for this version of from this version of life. Richard Trumka was always thinking about the workers. Always thinking about the workers. What can we do to give some certainty to their lives, good paying jobs, benefits, working conditions, and the rest. He also carried his values into other areas of public policy, recognizing the respect and of the dignity and worth of every person was what guided us. We always used to say that he was a patriot. You know, the middle class is the backbone of our democracy. We always have to work to strengthen it, to enable people who aspire to it to become part of the middle class. And the middle class has a union label on it. Many of our members have right away called me about naming the PRO Act in honor of Richard Trumka. That would be very, very appropriate because it's about the rights of America's workers. So sadly, I remember Richard at this time, but also his legacy is something that will continue to inspire us for a very long time. And I know that he would be pleased that yesterday the Congress and the country were, that we were heartbroken about his leaving us. Today we have a big number. 943,000 jobs created is decisive proof that the Biden administration and the Democrats' Build Back Better economy is working. Under President Biden, under the Biden-Harris administration, the Democratic majorities in Congress, we've seen millions of good-paying jobs reported by 5.4%, the lowest COVID unemployment rate, the lowest unemployment rate. Unemployment at a pandemic low, as I said, the economy growing at fastest rate in over 40 years, and the share of Americans living in poverty set to reach the lowest level on record. And now we must retain this growth, and we have other things to do. As you know, we are, the Senate is acting on some legislation. We will continue that work when they are finished with theirs. Again, when we talk about America's working families, I really want to commend the President of the United States for his courageous action and informed action on extending the eviction moratorium for a time so that the funds can come through, that renters can be saved and landlords can be paid. Tuesday was a great day of relief for families facing imminent eviction. Could you just imagine families on the streets, baby cribs, personal belongings on the street while people had to find another place to live? And children might have to find another school. So thank you, Mr. President, for the courage and the initiative that you took to extend the moratorium. I also want to commend my members, Maxine Waters, who actually initiated this early on in legislation, the eviction moratorium, as well as the funding for tenants and landlords. She and our colleague Cori Bush were urging the Congress to take action, and they're giving visibility to the issue was very, very important. You know, I'm a grassroots organizer, and I always say to the groups, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you, Cori. Thank you, Maxine, because we can only do so much from maneuvering standpoint in the Congress, the outside mobilization and the expansion of the message very essential. But it was very clear the Senate was not going to take any action. We needed presidential moratorium. Thank you, Mr. President. Now our members are in the districts shining a bright light of transparency on whatever entities there are to release the funds, and also to help people know how to reach out for the funds, because what we're hearing is some people just don't know that they're eligible. As with most benefits, you have to do outreach, but also that, excuse me, that we would have $46 billion allocated to this and only $3 billion of it spent. Now, some of it has picked up the pace in the last week, but that's what we have prepared members for. They are tasked to do, and they're having some levels of success just because of the public visibility of what's going on there. So help is here, and our members are there to get the money out. Then again, as I say, the Senate members will be back as we have legislation to act upon coming over from the Senate. We watch, as you do, carefully the timing and the actions taken there, and look forward to acting upon what they're. But what we're also doing, as the Senate is acting upon that, our members have been working, and today will be releasing a report on the Voting Rights Act, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Today, August 6th, is the anniversary of President Lyndon Johnson signing the Voting Rights Act. So in North Carolina, where Mr. Butterfield is from, and other members will join him technologically, they will be reducing their report on the necessary hearings that were there to make sure that this legislation will be constitutionally ironclad when we go forward. They'll be doing the report with the message that the committees of jurisdiction will be preparing a bill for us to vote on very soon, honoring John Lewis. So again, this is all about passing the For the People Act. We call it H.R. 1, they call it S1 in the Senate, and we hope that that will all be done as soon as is legislatively possible. But we had to do that in a way that could withstand a court challenge, and that took a little more time on the John Lewis bill. Although John Lewis wrote the first 300 pages of the For the People Act, H.R. 1, but his wisdom, his guidance, his commitment is in much of our legislation. Again, our work to protect our democracy continues with the Select Committee to investigate January 6th. This week we learned now it's up to 5 officers who defended democracy on January 6th have died. This week the Congress honored their service. It was wonderful that the bill that we sent over to the Senate was passed by the Senate so that the President of the United States could sign it. He and the Vice President spoke so beautifully and powerfully about the debt we owe our Capitol Police. They are heroes to us, and we're very sad about those who have lost their lives, those who have who risk their lives, those who still have ongoing effects, both trauma-wise and physically as well. So again, we're very pleased to just to never forget Brian Sisnick. His mother was there. Heaven Liebengood, his family was there, and the president acknowledged that his father was had been the sergeant at arms in the Senate years ago. Jeffrey Smith, Gunther Hashida, Kyle DeFreestag. I mean, these are martyrs of democracy. Okay, so now they are heroes. I just want to acknowledge the heroism of the firefighters in the fires in the West and all over. I've always said of our firefighters, they are our nobility. They know they're going to be in danger when they go into trying to contain and put out these fires. And it's just, again, a very strong manifestation of the climate crisis that we are engaged in. And hopefully, fortunately right now, in terms of the fire in California, the fires in California, there hasn't been any deaths. And we hope that that will obviously prevail, that's for sure. And we not only hope, we pray that that is the case. But again, we really have to face the reality of science. Science tells us, whether science is telling us to take a vaccine, which I'll come to in a moment, or science is telling us to change the behavior that is intensifying the climate crisis. It's a public health issue, the air our children breathe, the water they drink in every way. It's a economic issue for us to be preeminent, first in the world in all the green technologies. It's a defense issue. Security leaders, national security experts tell us that the migration and other impacts of drought, famine, and the rest, rising sea levels, encroachment of deserts, all of it, drying up of rivers, all of it does have a security element to it. Health, jobs, security, morality. If you do believe, as I, that this is God's creation, we have a moral responsibility to be good stewards of it. But even if you don't believe that, we do understand our responsibility to the next generation to keep the planet safe as we pass it on to them. But time is running out, and we have to have action taken, which has been resisted by some in the Congress and the former, most recent President of the United States.
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
We have an enemy in our midst. It's called COVID. It's called COVID and all of its variant friends. I would really hope, but don't let me hope. I think the most eloquent voices on this subject are the ones we're seeing in the public arena.
All right, y'all need a sound check? Everybody good? Mic check. Everybody all right? Okay, we will begin. Good morning, thank you for coming. My name is Chris Turner. I'm chair of the Texas House Democratic Caucus. And today, the Texas House Democratic Caucus celebrates an incredible achievement. 25 days ago, we took bold action. We left the state of Texas to deny Texas Republicans the quorum they needed to pass the regressive anti-voter legislation, a bill that's entirely driven by Donald Trump's big lie. Today, shortly, the Texas legislature will adjourn sine die, the end of this legislative session. And we will have killed that bill for this session, as we set out to do 25 days ago. This is a victory for Texas voters. But we understand the fight continues. We will never stop fighting Texas Republicans' continued efforts to roll back Texans' freedom to vote. These bills are just the latest in a systematic attack by Trump Republicans in Texas and across the country to undermine our democracy and silence the voices of the people. We left Texas to stop House Bill 3, but we came to Washington, D.C. to urge Congress and the administration to take immediate action and pass sweeping voter protection legislation to safeguard access to the ballot box for all voters in Texas and in every other state in this country. Our resolve and hard work over these past few weeks has resulted in clear action and clear progress here on Capitol Hill to accelerate that legislation. We are closer, much closer than we were a few weeks ago, to passing the For the People Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, vital legislation that protects the freedom to vote. In fact, this very hour, shortly, the U.S. House Subcommittee on Elections is hosting a virtual press conference to share its report supporting the John Lewis Act and the full restoration of the Voting Rights Act. Today is not only the last day of our special session in Texas, it is also the anniversary of the signing of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. 56 years ago today, President Lyndon Johnson, a Texan, signed the Voting Rights Act into law. And when he did so, he said this: "The vote is the most powerful instrument ever devised by man for breaking down injustice and destroying the terrible walls which imprison other men because they are different from other men." Today we are honored to be hosted here at the U.S. Capitol by Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon. Our caucus met with Senator Merkley in the first few days that we arrived here in Washington to make our case, and the senator has been an unyielding ally in the fight for voting rights, and he's a champion for the freedom to vote. He is in every single conversation that's happening right now around federal legislation, and he is leading the effort to make it happen. And so we're thrilled that he has joined us this morning, and I'd like to invite him to say a few words. Senator Merkley.
Chris, thank you very much. I am so proud to stand with these Texan freedom fighters who are standing up for the principle of every American having full access to the ballot, every American having a voice in the future of their state, the future of their country. You know, they've been threatened with arrest, they've been threatened online, they've been insulted, and through it all, they have stood strong for the vision of an America where we defend the freedom and right of every American to vote. 56 years ago, today, 6th of August, a celebration that finally we'd secured for all time that right. And yet here we stand today, half a century later, still in this fight. This is not a moment I could ever have anticipated when I joined the role of running to be a state representative in Oregon and to run to serve in the Senate. I thought this was a fight we had secured, that we had so established that understanding. But the events of the past 4 years have brought with us a new infection. Yes, we have the pandemic infection challenging our health, but we have voter intimidation and suppression as a virus challenging the health of our democracy. Well, these Texan legislators, they have come here with their voice not just for freedom and rights of Texans, but the freedom and rights of every American in every state to play a full role in the course of our states and of our nation. You know, President Johnson said it is wrong, deadly wrong, to deny any of your fellow Americans the right to vote. Those words have been forgotten across this land. And we are here to say them again. It is wrong, deadly wrong, to deny any of your fellow Americans the right to vote. He continued that there is no issue of states' rights or national rights. There's only struggle for human rights. You know, they say everything is bigger in Texas. But what is bigger than defending our national right to vote and our freedom to vote? They say, don't mess with Texas. Well, I say, don't mess with these Texan legislators who are defending the right to vote in their home state. This battle has gone on through the course of our history. We know that our original Constitution was not perfect. And we went through the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendments, the 15th securing the right to vote regardless of race. The 19th Amendment, which happened in my father's lifetime, establishing the right to vote regardless of gender. The 1924 Indian Voting Rights Act, to make sure Native Americans had the right to citizenship and to vote. And then 1965, 56 years ago today. Well, right now in Texas, there is a governor and there are state legislators who are trying to make it harder to vote by mail. and harder to register to vote, and easier to intimidate people at the polls, because they know there's this time-established formula for targeting voters, a formula that goes back with a deep racist history in our country. You can reduce the number of precinct voting locations in places you don't want to vote. You can reduce the number of workers, so there are long lines. You want people to vote? Make sure there's a short line. Make sure you don't want them to vote, make sure there's a long line. Make sure the voting machines break down. Make the location change from year to year to confuse people. Put out false information about where they're. It is fundamental that the antidote to these strategies to target Americans are early voting and vote by mail, the ability to register without obstruction, and those things are all under attack across this nation in a very targeted, laser-targeted strategy at specific communities, at inner-city communities, poor communities, communities of Black Americans, of minority Americans, of Native Americans, and of college students. So the For the People Act takes on 3 forms of corruption in our country. And the first is gerrymandering. Right now there's a conversation among Republicans about how they can gerrymander enough additional seats so that equal representation is shattered and destroyed across this country, and the House of Representatives, right behind us over here, can be rigged for the powerful. The For the People Act says, no, we are going to fight for equal representation with national standards for districting. And then we have billionaires buying elections with dark money. It doesn't matter whether you poll Democrats, Republicans, or independents, they all say, no, in a democracy, billionaires should not be able to buy elections. And the For the People Act ends the role of dark money. And most important, it protects the pulsating heart of our system of voting, the ballot box, for every single American. So, I'm so inspired by the voice that these Texans have brought here to Washington, D.C. That voice has continued to reverberate. My colleagues and I have been meeting, working to lay out that bill that can get majority support in the Senate and that can find its way onto this House, onto the Senate floor, and on its way to back to the House of Representatives and the Oval Office. We must get this done because it is an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States of America, and that demands that we defend the ballot box for every single American.
Yes.
I am delighted to introduce the Dean of the Texas delegation, Senfronia Thompson.
I want to tell you that 56 years ago was one of the most delightful moments in my life. It was delightful because I remember the passage of the Voters' Rights Act. And it was always a time that I felt like that the poll tax would be dead. But I had to buy a poll tax in 1966 in the state of Texas to continue to vote. It finally died out. Let me tell you what I know that when light is shined on, history has shown us when the light is shined on darkness, things are revealed. We've been able to derail this bill that the Republicans have had to suppress our vote in Texas for now. And we have done it by sticking together and coming here and knocking on doors. And the Congress and the congresspersons here have been gracious enough to open them. We found a machine in the bills that were here that was dormant, but the 57 spark plugs from Texas screwed themselves into that machine and lit it up. And we brought to light the need across this country, not just for Texans to be able to cast a vote, but for every American to cast a vote in this country without fear and without intimidation. We may not have the numbers in the Texas House, but we got the numbers of the people of the United States of America who are rising up, and they are recognizing the fact that voting is a right and not a privilege in this country. And we are not going to continue to be suppressed and denied the right to cast our vote. We're going to fight. But more importantly, we are here not only to do just that, but we are here to put this struggle to rest once and for all. It doesn't make sense for us to continue in this country as Americans to keep fighting the same fight year in and year out because someone wants to exploit other people for their political gains and agendas. We stuck together. We didn't think we could do it, but we did. And we have walked these halls of Congress, and we have walked these steps across here to every office that we could. And we made our case. And we believe that when history is written, it will be written about the 57 spark plugs that God chosen from Texas to light up America and let them know that this is a right that they have and it's worth fighting for, and we're going to do just that. We're going to fight today, we're going to fight tomorrow, and we're going to fight until this problem is solved. And that is why we're going to fight here in Congress. And if we have to come back here, I'm not saying we're leaving, but if we have to come back here, we're willing to fight. We're willing to risk whatever it takes in order to preserve the rights of our own selves to vote, but those who will be coming behind us. And now I am delighted to bring to the podium the chairman of the Mexican-American Caucus, my dear friend, Representative Rafael Anchia.
All right, everybody, most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We are on standby for President Joe Biden. About 17 minutes or so late, he's going to be making comments on the July jobs reports in the East Room at the White House. We'll be right back.
Sobre el día de hoy, estamos declarando varias victorias. No solamente matamos la propuesta antivotante del estado de Texas, pero hemos movido no solamente un Congreso, pero un país. En este movimiento que se han juntado gente de fe, gente electa de por todo Estados Unidos, representantes, senadores, y han venido aquí al Capitolio para promover una ley que protege la libertad del voto, no solamente para millones de tejanos, pero para millones de americanos. Y eso es lo más clave de hoy. Otras victorias obviamente ya han sido señalados por mis colegas. Mantenimos 57 demócratas juntos, unidos, para llegar a nuestras metas. El presidente de la Cámara de Diputados, Dave Phelan, él envió un avión para venir a recoger los que querían regresar. Y ese avión regresó vacío. Porque aquí estos representantes, que cuando los miras representan, sí, no solamente las imágenes del estado de Texas, pero el poblado americano, el tejido americano. Y venimos aquí, no solamente sacamos nuestras metas, pero hemos continuado. No, it's okay. Hemos continuado un proceso que se había parado aquí. Ya gente no tenía esperanza para una propuesta de ley nacional que establecía normas para proteger el voto. Pero con el esfuerzo de las personas que están aquí, representantes de Texas, ahora sí que tenemos esperanza de otro procedimiento, de una nueva etapa en esta batalla. I just want to offer up a couple of comments in English as well. I'm Rafael Anchia, chair of the Mexican-American Legislative Caucus, the oldest and largest Latino legislative caucus in America. We have over 40 members in the State House and a great part of this House Democratic Caucus. I just want to underline two very important victories that we have scored. The first is that we killed the anti-voter law HB3 in the Texas legislature, and nobody thought we could do it. Right? Even the speaker sent a private plane up to Washington, D.C. days after we got here to pick up Democrats and bring them home. And that plane returned empty, okay? Because we had 57 Democrats who believed that this cause was a good cause, that this cause was a righteous cause, and that this cause was an American cause. A cause that we have seen throughout the history of this country, a cause that we have seen people bleed and die for, and a cause that we knew we must continue during this very precarious time in our history. I mean, I don't need to remind everybody here that we have gone from an attempted coup d'etat on the 6th of January that was fueled by the big lie, where people tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power in this building behind us, lynch the Vice President of the United States, and who resulted in the deaths of many Capitol Police who, like us, took an oath to preserve and protect this democracy. And you can draw a straight line from that insurrection and that treason to the anti-voter bills that we're seeing across the country. And when the big lie darkened the door of the Texas Capitol, we not once, but twice broke quorum to stop the big lie and stop these bills and rekindle voting rights talks here in Washington, D.C. I'll just say one last thing about that. It was not until we broke quorum that Republicans turned around, changed their tune, and agreed with us. It was not until we broke quorum the first time that they said, oh, there were mistakes in the underlying bill, yes, that would have killed souls to the polls. That they admitted that, or at least admitted a mistake, in their words, that there was somehow a provision in the bill that would have overturned the election of the people. Right? A democratic election could be overturned by a partisan judge. They admitted those things needed to come out. And most recently, even at a hearing of the subcommittee chaired by Chair Raskin, a member of Congress from Texas, former member of the Texas legislature, looked at his phone, turned to the Democrats who were testifying before the committee and said, oh, no, guess what? You are right. You are right about further provisions in the bill, and we need to fix that. Well, if we were right the whole time, why didn't they accept any of the amendments that we offered during the 24-hour hearing? Why didn't they accept any of the proposals that we came up with? And why did they want to continue to pursue the big lie? They know they're on the wrong side of history. They've admitted that they're on the wrong side of history. They've admitted that their bills are flawed. And when we go back, whenever that is, and we have to engage on this bill again, we want to make sure that a bipartisan bill comes out, something that strengthens the right to vote, something that protects the freedom to vote for millions of Texans. And we feel like, again, I will say, as I said in Spanish, this was a good fight, this was a just fight, and this was an American fight. Thank you.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Again, we are on standby for President Joe Biden. He's going to be speaking on the July jobs report. He's running about 23 minutes behind schedule. Before we get to the top of the hour, most of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. We are also moments away from passing things off to the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. The East Coast team will see you again tomorrow. Rain Augustine, does the show over the weekend, so she will be joining you. Don't forget, LiveNowFox.com. That is where you can find our show at all times. We'll be right back.
Talk out on the first special session, but we are not naive to think that we have won the war and our jobs are done, because tomorrow we will face new challenges with a new battle. So now is not the time to walk away. No, now is not the time to throw in the towel. Rather, now is the time to recharge and regroup for what lies ahead. When we arrived in Washington, we were greeted by so many faith-based leaders, grassroots activists, and elected officials from across the nation who were intrigued by the bold action we took in breaking quorum. They heard our story and helped propel it to the forefront of the front lines. They understand, like we do, that the 20-plus days that we have spent outside of Texas and away from our families pales in comparison to what our ancestors endured. That's right. They did not pick cotton or gather peanuts just to see us fall for the bait and switch. No, they laid a path for each future generation to experience a better life. a better life than theirs. And they did that with faith and courage. The courage to sit at the front of the bus, the courage to sit at the counter, and the courage to go to jail because they spoke for equality. And today, we pull from their courage to speak out and stand up for our freedom to vote. Communities should not have to live under leaders who do everything in their power to prevent local counties and cities and school districts from protecting Texans from COVID-19, or who penalize businesses who stand up for social justice, or leaders who use retired teachers as pawns in their game to retain power. No, communities should be able to elect the candidate of their choice, one who takes a stand against the hypocrisy and ignorance of injustice, one who puts people over politics, people over titles, people over positions. This war is bigger than any title or position any one of us could have. Yes. So when you stand for nothing, you fall for everything. So we will not be fooled by the wolf in sheep clothing for this special session. We hope Texans see the actions of our governor for what they are. They're just political grandstanding to appease a few while disenfranchising thousands. As long as the rights of Black Texans are under siege, we will press on. Yes. We will fight until the war for our freedom to vote is won. It is my honor to introduce a man with plenty of courage. From San Antonio, Texas, the Honorable Trey Martinez Fisher.
Thank you, Chair Collier, Dean Thompson. I'll go with you all anywhere. I want to start off by talking about a couple of daughters. Lucy Baines Johnson, the daughter of President Lyndon Baines Johnson, put this pin on my lapel a few days ago and told me a story about how she would never dare speak for her father in life, and she hesitates to speak for him in death, but that she knows that as the Supreme Court has ripped out pages of the Voting Rights Act, page by page, that her father's legacy is on the line. And her charge to us is to live up to her father's legacy, to continue the fight, to be the support that we need for Senator Merkley and members of the U.S. Senate, and that our job is not over. And I told her she was right. That's right. This morning, 10 minutes before this conference, I spoke to my 12-year-old daughter, Francesca. Sent her a picture of the Capitol to let her know where I was at. And she said, "Dad, I heard you on TV last night saying that if Congress is here, you're going to be here. And you're going to stay here until Congress goes home because it's too important. We need a vote on the For the People Act before the August recess." And I said, "Yes, dear, that's correct." And she said, "Dad, I'm proud of you." And it's my hope and my dream that one day my daughter is pinning somebody else, telling them, "My dad fought for voting rights." And we're going to hold up to the legacy of my dad and President Johnson and every hardworking American in Texas that believes in our democracy. We have said very, very clearly that our job was to come rally this nation. We knew that the eyes of the nation were watching us in Texas, and we knew we had to be bold. We knew we had to have courage. We knew what happened in Georgia. We saw voices get silenced. We saw voices get silenced in the state of Florida. We were warned. We knew what was happening, and we had to make a choice. And we chose to fight. And we chose to bring that fight here to our nation's capital. And we wanted to rally this nation because we believed that if we did, we would make so much noise that not only would the U.S. Senate hear us, they would also act. Just this week alone, over 100 lawmakers from 25 different states came and stood shoulder to shoulder with us and rallied with us and rallied with Senator Merkley and Senator Klobuchar and Senator Booker and Senator Warnock and Representative Sarbanes and committed to finish the fight. And so make no mistake, we do not telegraph what our plans are, but do not be fooled. If Congress is in session, we're in session. Our job is here, and we will have a significant number of, make no mistake, we do not telegraph what our plans are, but do not be fooled. If Congress is in session, we're in session. Our job is here, and we will have a significant number of members staying here and waiting day by day, engaging day by day, finishing the fight, being here for our U.S. Senate to provide the support, to provide the engagement, to work with our partners. And we need a vote on the For the People Act before the August recess. We need to see that bill filed in the coming days. We want to see a debate. We are encouraged by Leader Schumer expressing his desire to have a vote before the August recess, which might get extended. We are encouraged by the administration, the President, the Vice President, Speaker Pelosi, and Leader Schumer saying they have reaffirmed and reaffirmed and reaffirmed their commitment to voting rights. We need to all have the same resolve that the U.S. Senate has. We need to encourage the administration to continue to speak out and be bolder and be stronger. And we certainly need to encourage and support our U.S. House of Representatives as they move forward with the John Lewis Advancement Act, and making sure for the record, if you need to have a record about voting discrimination in the history of this country, come to Texas. We can fill you in. We're here because of voter suppression. And so whether we're on this voter suppression session or some future voter suppression session, our minds have not changed. Our resolve will continue. The grit and determination you heard from Chair Collier will remain with this body, and we will see this to the end. And when history is written, as Dean Thompson has said, there are 57 spark plugs that lit this engine, and we know that the role we are playing, whether we have chosen this role or not, this is the job we have, and we will finish it, and we're going to finish it strong.
Thank you.
And with that,
Yes.
I have the pleasure of introducing a chief partner of ours, Ms. Valerie Long, the Executive Vice President of the SEIU.
Sorry, excuse me. It brought a little tear to my eye about that 12-year-old. I have 5 grandchildren, and I said to the fierce leaders from Texas that I had the pleasure of meeting today that your fight is going to make it possible for my grandchildren to have a life that is free, and they have the right to vote. I stand on the shoulders of my grandparents who, like the dean said, had to pay a poll tax, had to count beans in a jar to be able to have the right to vote. That's not right in this country. And I am so proud to be standing on behalf of all of our 2 million members in SEIU to stand with this delegation, with the leadership in the Senate that stands for democracy for all of us. I also would be remiss if I didn't thank our SEIU local Texas leader, Elsa Caballero, for being in partnership in Texas and fighting every day for this urgent attack on our freedom to vote in Texas. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to represent our union here. It was truly inspiring over the last couple weeks to see activists like the Workers' Defense Project, the Texas Organizing Project, Mi Familia Vota, and state legislators from the Texas delegation come together to strategize and act and hit the streets to defend our freedom to vote. On this day, the 56th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act, it's more important than ever to take a moment to be very clear about what's really happening here. It's about the freedom to vote for Black, Latinx, API, Indigenous, disabled communities, and the forces against us see the power when we come together. They see that power and they're trying to thwart it. They also see the power and they also try to thwart the power of working people. It's all connected. When working people have unions, there's more power. Our communities rise up. But the forces of evil, I will say, want billionaires and rich and healthy corporations, over healthy corporations, to have the power. It is really that simple. Let's not forget that that is the larger plan at stake. That the politicians who suppress our voting rights also suppress unions. And this coalition is much more powerful with the grace of God to be able to withstand that. And all about Governor Abbott and others in that circle of evil will be defeated, because I have a great faith. I have a great faith in the communities that we are privileged to represent. This leadership that's here that are like ain't playing it and are gonna make sure that they go to the mat on behalf of all of us. And just to all of you, SEIU is with you. We are proud to support, we are proud to be in the trenches, and every day we do that, we are saying that you're not alone. We are not alone in this country, and that we'll prevail. So with that, I want to pass it to one of those great community partners, the leader of Mi Familia Vota, Hector Sanchez. Barbeau, sorry, I forgot your last name.
Thank you. Buenos días. I'm Hector Sanchez, the CEO of Mi Familia Vota. We have the largest field operation in the Latino community, promoting democracy. Doing everything that we can to make this a better and more inclusive democracy. And I can tell you it is not easy and it is not cheap. I can tell you what it takes to do one voter registration. I can tell you what it takes to be knocking on doors. I can tell you what it takes to be talking in the tortillerias, panaderias, mobilizing in our communities. And it's not an easy task. And for that reason, we're not gonna let, again, extremist right-wing politicians to take democracy away from our communities. We're not gonna let them take the power of our communities away from our children, from our families, and from entire sectors that have been historically excluded from the basic right to vote. The history of our democracy is a painful one. Amazing brothers and sisters, particularly our African American brothers and sisters that I have the honor to be trained in organizing. I learned what it takes. People die for the right to vote. People were murdered for the right to vote. So that's the history of our democracy, and we cannot let that happen again, not take this power away from our families. Today we have a unique opportunity, and it's the amazing spark of democracy that this amazing delegation of Texas is shining in our nation. And as a nation, we have to ask the question, do we want to go back to medieval times and dark ages in which only certain people want to vote, can vote the police? Or do we want to be a better and more inclusive democracy? Yes. The answer is in our hands. And this amazing delegation is putting everything on the line, as we did with other people in our history, to say we can do better. Everybody in this nation should have the right to vote, and it should be easy. People shouldn't be waiting 6 hours for the right to vote. People shouldn't be con miedo for the right to vote. We can do better. And I can tell you the personal story that you shared about your daughter or son. I heard many stories. We had the honor with SEIU, Mi Familia Vota, to host this amazing delegation in a conference. And through this time, we were able to share experiences and personal experiences. And I can tell you that there are people here that had to cancel their own weddings, that miss their own anniversaries, that miss birthdays, that miss meals with their families day to day, all for the right to vote. We cannot let this possibility to go to waste, and we have to do everything that we can to take this spark to the nation and make sure that we are a better democracy. Esta es una oportunidad histórica para asegurarnos que somos una mejor democracia, que somos una democracia que nos representa a todos, y hoy estamos mandando un mensaje que vamos a luchar junto a estos legisladores de Texas para asegurarnos que no vamos a ser excluidos nuevamente de esta democracia. Muchas gracias.
And just want to say good morning and thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're taking a live listen in as we do have Texas Democrat leaders continuing to stay in D.C. as they try to fight for what they believe is going to be the best of outcome for voting rights for their state. And what we're going to do is continue to stay in this press conference. And you can see in that right-hand box, we do have a live event that we're still waiting on. President Joe Biden is supposed to be giving a July jobs report. So as soon as he does step out, we'll be taking that event in full right here for all of our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox.
Before we yield for a few questions, I can't express the pride I feel, and I know that all of our members feel, in what this caucus has been able to do. As was stated earlier, it's something that no one, very few, thought, especially back in Texas, back in Austin, would be successful for a week, much less 4 weeks. But here we are on the last day of the session. And I want to personally thank each and every member of the House Democratic Caucus who has made this day possible. Thank you all. Thank you. We'll take a few questions.
Hi, Maria.
Hi. Hey, Maria.
Hi, Austin American Station. I wanted to actually ask Senator Merkley if he could give us the status of the bill and when he thinks it will be coming up. And I guess, especially since you're all here, how much credit he gives to the Texans in propelling this forward.
So I'm delighted that we've made tremendous progress in developing a bill that all 50 members of the Democratic Caucus can sign on to. Voting is complicated. Taking on dark money is complicated. Stopping gerrymandering is complicated, and states have different traditions, and we've been working closely to bring those different traditions and understandings all in a single vision of election integrity. I am thinking about how many members of my caucus have been moved by the voices of this Texas delegation, because their being here brings the battle of the front line here to the capital of the United States. What we see in Texas are people who are trying to make it harder to vote and easier to cheat. And when I mean easier to cheat, when you establish strategies to prevent people from voting, you are cheating them out of their fundamental right and freedom to vote. Now, across the aisle, we hear, oh, no, we're trying to make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. Well, we know that's simply some speechwriters' propaganda, but the reality, the facts on the ground are brought here by this Texas delegation to go through the specifics of what their legislature has been anticipating. Oh, a provision so that only you give a ride to 3 people to make it hard for buses to go from the church to the polls, to make it harder. And the provisions that make it harder to register to vote and harder to vote by mail. This is the reality. So that their voices have been powerful. They've been in our caucus room, they've been in the individual offices, and they've brought that message here on behalf of legislators from across the nation, state legislators who are fighting for this freedom, fighting for this right. So I give them tremendous credit for that.
Thank you, Senator.
And how soon do you think there will be a vote?
We anticipate that we will again try to move a bill to the floor before we leave here sometime this coming week. You never know with the U.S. Senate how long individual things will take. And then should we fail in that, we will have a chance over the several weeks in between returning here to try to recruit additional 10 Republicans to join us in the fight for freedom. Every one of those Republican senators took an oath to the Constitution. We're going to find out whether they really believe in the vision of government of, by, and for the people or not. But let me tell you this. If we come back and we do not have Republicans standing with us to take on the corruption in our election system and to defend the right and freedom to vote, then we will find a way. We must find a way for a majority to stand up for this right and pass the laws across this country to protect the ballot box.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator, and just to follow up on that, how is it a part of in reconciliation? How do you see that vote happening within the next couple of days? Because you guys are leaving after you do reconciliation.
I'm going to defer to the majority leader to lay out how that vote will be held. I think that's Chuck Schumer's role to describe the details.
Thanks, sir.
Is there a collective will of the caucus about whether you should try to deny a forum to the session beginning this week?
So, Jonathan, so I think that there is a collective will of this caucus to do everything we can to continue to defeat Republican vote suppression efforts in Texas. That's what we did in May. That's what we did in July. That's what we have done now into the first week of August, and that is our continued commitment going forward. If you're looking for us to telegraph exactly what we're going to do over the next couple of days, we're not able to do that this time. I think the governor would love us to do that, but we're not going to.
Will it be a collective decision?
That's how we make decisions. We make collective decisions. You're right. Yes. Okay. Thank you all very much for coming.
Good job.
Yeah, you too. Thank you. Thank you.
And as our Democrats wrap up, again, we do have another special session that hit their governor down in Texas, Governor Greg Abbott called. So one ending, another one beginning. That's something right after these Democrats had fled to D.C. He said he was going to continue to do, was just call special session after special session. So we continue to follow this story as it happens and unfolds here with us on Live Now from Fox. Still waiting for President Biden to give this job report from July. We're going to be hopefully getting that event soon. It was scheduled to take place about 45 minutes ago, so he might still be getting brushed up on all of the latest numbers and statistics. So until that time, let's send some of our folks off into a quick 2-minute break. When we return, we do have more live events taking place, and we're going to be showing you some of those from across the country right here on Live Now from Fox. Again, seeing some of you after a quick 2-minute break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Once again, we are still waiting for President Biden. Let's just take a look at that podium shot one more time. He is expected to give a report on the July jobs report. He's going to be giving those remarks here very shortly as we continue to wait for him to step out. So as soon as that does happen, we'll of course be bringing it to you live here on Live Now from Fox. But until that time, since we were just listening in with some of our Texas Democrats who are still in D.C. 25 days after fleeing the state, we do have another special session that has just been called. We just talked about that. Let's go listen in to a little bit more details on exactly what we do know about this second special session with our Fox 4 Dallas-Fort Worth team.
For another showdown, or maybe not, when the second special legislative session starts tomorrow, a day after the first one ends. Good morning to SMU Professor of Political Science, Dr. Cal Jilson. There might not be a showdown because there might not again be a quorum in the State House.
Yeah, I think this is very interesting. If I were Governor Abbott, I might have waited a week or 10 days to call the second special session, try to attract the Democrats back. But he chose to go. The first one ends today. The next one starts on Saturday. And I think the Democrats will most likely try to stay in Washington.
Governor Abbott trying to pressure the Democrats to come back by holding out some carrots, like deciding on spending of COVID relief money. But as he's holding out the carrot, he's got some sticks behind his back as well in this legislative agenda.
Yeah, I think if he wanted to hold out carrots, that the carrots to hold out would be some changes in what the Republicans call the voter integrity bill, what the Democrats call the voter suppression bill, that is the center of this conflict, and particularly a couple of provisions, the most important being allowing poll watchers to move freely throughout polling places during elections. There are a couple of things in that bill that don't need to be there, shouldn't be there. They could try to take those out and attract the Democrats into a discussion on what that bill actually should look like.
Is there any sign that that Democratic boycott will lead to a compromise on that election bill?
Well, not so far. Governor Abbott has changed a good bit in his stance. Early in his governorship, he was a more pragmatic guy. Business interests still had a little bit of influence. He's become much more ideological, much more attuned to the Republican primary electorate. And that electorate wants not only this voter integrity bill, they want the transgender athlete bill, they want the additional limitations on abortion, they want additional attention on the border, and he's going to give it to them in advance of the 2022 gubernatorial reelection campaign.
Right, because he's got at this point, I think, 4 Republican challengers, probably none of whom really has a chance against him, but nonetheless, he wants to make a statement and win convincingly. And by the way, no matter how all this turns out, redistricting is coming, and that will likely put Democrats at even more of a disadvantage in the state of Texas.
Yeah, I think in October, most likely, we're going to have another special session no matter what happens with this second one for redistricting. And while the Republicans will have more difficulty because of population change that has taken place over the last decade in drawing the lines they would like to draw, Democrats will be at risk because the Republicans will.
The FDA could be giving its. All right, guys, what we're going to do is switch gears here. I do see President Biden just stepped out. Let's listen in live here.
I want to thank the bipartisan group of senators for working together and the committee chairs for raising their ideas and concerns with me and Vice President Harris and members of our cabinet. As you did with the Transcontinental Railroad and Interstate Highway System, we'll soon once again transform America and propel us into the future. This bill makes key investments to put people to work all across the country, in cities, in towns, in rural communities, small towns, big towns, along the coastlines and on the plains. It covers the nation. And it's going to put America to work in good paying union jobs, building and repairing our roads, bridges, ports, airports. And, you know, once this bill passes the Senate, I know that body will move toward establishing a framework for the remainder of my Build Back Better agenda, and giving tax cuts to the middle class by investing in child care and home care for seniors, critical investments to combat climate change and to build a clean energy future, vital steps needed to bring down the cost of health care, and so much more. And we're going to do it without raising taxes by even 1 cent on people making less than $400,000 a year. And here's another important part of the bill. 90% of the jobs created by this legislation will not require a college degree. 90%. It's a blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America. Which brings me to another piece of good news this morning. We learned that the economy created 943,000 new jobs in July. 943,000. The unemployment rate fell by 0.5% to 5.4%. Now, while our economy is far from complete, and while we doubtlessly will have ups and downs along the way as we continue to battle the Delta surge of COVID, what is indisputable now is this: the Biden plan is working, the Biden plan produces results, and the Biden plan is moving the country forward. We're now the first administration in history to add jobs every single month in our first 6 months in office, and the only one in history to add more than 4 million jobs during the first 6 months. Economic growth is the fastest in 40 years. Jobs are up. The unemployment rate is the lowest since the pandemic hit. Black unemployment is down as well. Why? Because we put in place the necessary tools early in my presidency. The COVID-19 vaccine plan, the American Rescue Plan to fight the virus and fight the economic mess we inherited, As a result, we've been able to make progress on both fronts against grave challenges. And we put in place the tools to prevent this Delta variant wave of COVID-19 from shutting down our small businesses, our schools, and our society. You know, when we first got to office, COVID-19 crisis and economic crisis were unrelenting and devastating for people. And as a nation, we didn't have the tools to deal with either. Nearly 4,000 Americans were dying each and every day to the virus, 4,000 a day. The economy had been wiped out. We were down 10 million jobs from where we were before the pandemic. We were in a dark winter with real concerns about what spring would bring. But then we got to work. We passed the American Rescue Plan shortly after I was sworn in that gave us the tools to fight the pandemic and rebuild our economy. And it produced results. To beat the pandemic, we ramped up testing and protective equipment, and we actually went out and bought enough vaccine so that every single solitary American could be vaccinated. And because of the help of everyone, from the military to civilian efforts, we carried out one of the most difficult logistical challenges in our nation's history, to get 220 million shots into people's arms in the first 100 days in office. 220 million. Over the past 7 months, we've cut COVID-19 deaths by 90%. As of today, 193 million Americans have gotten at least one vaccination shot, including over 70% of adults over the age of 18. 165 million Americans are now fully vaccinated. Because of our success with vaccination effort, this new Delta variant wave of COVID-19 will be very different to be able to deal with than the one that was underway when I took office. And yes, cases are going to go up before they come back down. It's a pandemic of the unvaccinated. I know I've said that constantly, and others have as well. The vaccination of the unvaccinated. You know, and it's needless, taking a needless toll on our country. You know, we have roughly 350 million people vaccinated in the United States and billions around the world, and virtually no one's died because of that vaccination. But even so, the impact is going to be very different than what happened last January. Today, about 400 people will die because of the Delta variant in this country. A tragedy, because virtually all of these deaths were preventable if people had gotten vaccinated. But 7 months ago today, almost 4,000 people died on that very day from COVID-19. 4,000 versus 400. That shows how much our vaccination progress has already done to protect us from the worst of the new Delta COVID-19 wave. Likewise, the American Rescue Plan has given us the economic tools we need to protect our recovery against the worst impacts of the Delta virus. $1,400 checks into the pockets, for $1,400 checks into the pockets of millions of Americans. Help to keep their folks in their homes. Help to put food on the table. Remember those long lines we used to talk about? People lined up in their cars for hours just to get a box of food put in their trunk. Help the small businesses so they keep the lights on, their doors open, and their employees on the job. Because states were losing revenue, they were having to lay off essential workers. Well, the aid to states and cities and counties and tribes that kept essential workers going, police officers, firefighters, educators, on the job. Funding for schools to reopen and ventilation systems, sanitation services, protective equipment to keep students and staff safe. And as we vaccinated America, we developed our economic tools to help our economy recover. As a result, in the past 3 months, we've created, on average, 832,000 new jobs per month since sworn in. That's compared to 50,000 jobs in the last 3 months of the previous administration. Look, even so, my message today is not one of celebration. It's one to remind us we got a lot of hard work left to be done, both to beat the Delta variant and to continue our advance of economic recovery. We all know what it starts with. As I said again and again, this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. So we have to get more people vaccinated. I said, well over, what's the number again? I remind myself, 350 million Americans have already been vaccinated. They're doing fine. I'm pleased to report the past week we've seen the first time vaccinations in America go up by 4 million people getting back, 4 million shots. That's more than we've seen in a long time. I want to thank the governors. I listened to the governor of Maryland today on the television. He's doing a heck of a job. Democratic governors as well, Republican governors. They're getting the word out. Look, as you all know, I put in place new incentives and requirements to encourage vaccinations. For example, federal workers will be asked to attest to their vaccination status. Anyone who does not attest or is not vaccinated will be required to wear a mask no matter where they work, test 1 or 2 times a week, socially distance, and generally will not be allowed to travel for work. There will be more to come in the days ahead. And once again, I want to thank the local leaders in the private sector, leaders who are imposing vaccine requirements. America can beat the Delta variant, just as we beat the original COVID-19. We can do this. So wear a mask where recommended. Get vaccinated today. All of that will save lives. And it means we're not going to have the same kind of economic damage we've seen when COVID-19 began. But we aren't stopping there. The American Rescue Plan was built knowing the recovery would take time, that there'd be ups and downs. So let me outline today 6 specific actions people will see over the next few weeks to make sure that we fight the Delta variant and wait for new vaccinations to be finished and keep our economy strong. First, thanks to the latest middle-class tax cut in a long time, the next monthly check, that is the child tax credit, in the next month, next 9 days, checks are going to go out to almost 40 million families with children in 9 days, beginning next month, or the middle of this month, I should say. On August 15th, for example, a family with 2 young kids under the age of 7 is going to get a check for $600 paid immediately. And they get a check next month for $600, et cetera. If you're a family with 2 kids between the ages of 7 and 17, you're going to get a check for $500, $250 per child. And that will continue month after month. Second, I've looked ahead. We've looked ahead. And now schools have the resources they need to safely reopen as school year starts again so that every child can be in school full-time, safe, and this year. Third, we provided months ago states and localities with $45 billion in their coffers, the state and localities, to help renters and landlords to keep people in their homes and keep the local economy strong. That money has to get out now. I'm urging all local officials to get that money out. And we're going to send more help to small businesses on Main Street so the Delta variant doesn't cause them to lay off employees and shutter their doors. There's something called the Paycheck Protection Program. It's a loan program, forgivable, if the small businesses kept their employees in the job and their doors open. We're now in the process to forgive those loans for small businesses who are doing the right thing, putting them in a better position to keep their businesses going. Fifth, if anyone is worried about getting health insurance during the pandemic, there's help today. For those who get their health insurance through the Affordable Care Act, we're covering more people with more extensive benefits with premiums that average 40% lower. If you don't have insurance, you can still sign up under the Affordable Care Act through August the 15th. Just go to healthcare.gov today. And sixth, we're going to lower the prices on everything from prescription drugs to hearing aids by allowing businesses to compete, which will give them more choices at lower costs. For example, you're not going to have to go to a doctor to get a prescription to get a hearing aid. You're going to go right to the counter of the store and buy it over the counter. The bottom line is this: what we're doing is working, but don't take my word for it. Forecasters on Wall Street project over the next 10 years, our economy will expand by trillions of dollars and will create 2 million more jobs a year, good paying jobs. We just have to keep going. And it's simple. That means get vaccinated, please. It's safe. It works. It will save lives and maybe save your life. As I said before, this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. So please get vaccinated. We can get this done. We just have to stay the course. We just have to remember who we are. You've heard me say it before. We're the United States of America. There's not a single thing, nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. God bless you all. May God protect our troops, and have a good weekend. Thank you.
Mr. President, would you take a few questions? Mr. President, to what extent is the economic recovery at risk if the Delta variant continues to spread and people don't get vaccinated?
And as you can see, President Biden walking out, not answering any of those media questions that were shouted out to him as he walks away, specifically on the economy. And again, ending his remarks there, talking about getting the vaccine, pushing it once again. His administration did, although it was a month late, they did reach that 70% of adults across the U.S. have been vaccinated. So they have reached that goal. It was a month behind that July 4th goal that they had set, but it continues to be a message that he and his administration pushes. Now, he was talking about the economy, so let's go ahead and take a look at the big board here today as we're going to be wrapping up another week. We're seeing lots of green here on this Friday morning, up over 130 points. And you heard President Biden say, get the vaccine, please. It is safe. And what's been holding some people back from getting that vaccine has been the FDA getting that final full approval. So let's go out to a story with our Fox team in Chicago as they talk more about Pfizer's approval with the FDA.
The FDA could be giving its full approval of the Pfizer vaccine by the end of the month. Remember, right now, those vaccines available for COVID, they only have emergency approval use. The hope is once they get the full approval, more people will get vaccinated. And we are joined by Michael Wolf, an expert on health literacy and communications at Northwestern University's Feinberg School of Medicine. Good afternoon to you. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining me. It's such an important topic. Okay, so first, if you can walk us through why these recent vaccines have not received full approval just yet, even though millions of people have already been vaccinated.
Well, I think that there's the emergency authorization use that has been used oftentimes for products when there's an imminent public health threat. So that's what we've been under for the past several months since December when Pfizer was first released. And yet the FDA still kind of goes through its safety protocol to make sure that it gets a full review of the data before giving its full approval. And so that's what's been happening and what we're expecting to see in the next few weeks, at least with the Pfizer vaccine.
Okay, and that's interesting because so many people have been vaccinated now, and obviously these drugs went through testing before, these vaccines went through testing before, but now even more people have been vaccinated. So what's the likelihood these all will be approved, and what kind of comfort can people take from knowing that millions have gotten this and seem to be doing fine?
I think that people should have a lot of confidence in the vaccines, and also that the FDA is not cutting corners and making sure that it does bring in expert review to look at the data coming from the vaccine trial, not only from the vaccines being used right now and the data that we're capturing on the safety and effectiveness of the vaccines as they've been, put into arms. But so I think that getting the full approval means a lot in terms of giving kind of a thumbs up on its safety and effectiveness. So hopefully that'll help turn the corner a bit and help us get us closer to that herd immunity.
So let's talk about some of the reasons people have chosen not to get vaccinated. What do you know?
Well, there's, a lot of diversity in terms of people's kind of concerns about the vaccine or why they're not getting it. A new Kaiser survey that came out just yesterday morning, I think really highlights that a good number of people who haven't yet been vaccinated may not be turned by the FDA's approval because they still don't think that the pandemic is a serious threat, that it's been overblown in the media. And then there's another set of people, I think, that are kind of watchful waiting. They're really wanting to know what the FDA is going to say, is it safe, and also the reasons why we think that it's safe. So I would call them, they're hesitant, they're not completely taking the vaccine off the table, but they just want to know more information. So it's going to be really important for us to communicate why we know that it's safe, why we know that it's effective to that group. And then I think there's also just these general persistent issues around misinformation that is still floating about that is leading people to believe a bunch of conspiracies and other issues that are making people concerned about the vaccine. And I'm not sure the FDA approval will necessarily swing those minds either. But I think for those who really want to know more guarantee that there's safe and effective vaccines available, that I think that this is going to be a big game changer.
And let's talk about how much of a difference do you make? Because you just broke them down into categories. How much of a difference do you think, I don't know if the Kaiser study showed any of that, what kind of difference, if any, will full approval make?
Well, I think for half of the people that haven't been vaccinated, at least from the Kaiser survey, you're probably not going to see that the FDA full approval is going to make a difference. That, there's been a lot of, the vaccine has become politicized, so a lot of these individuals are not interested in the vaccine, even if their employer mandates it. And so I think, which is what I think some people are thinking is going to happen if we get FDA full approval, is that employers, schools will be able to provide a mandate, since there is some precedence in the past for public health, imminent public health threats that we've seen. But for many as half, that may not make a difference. There may just be a small proportion of individuals, and maybe that'll be enough to at least get us inching closer to that 80% of Americans immunized, so they can actually get herd immunity. Maybe that'll be enough. We don't really know. But it is very clear from the recent survey that a large proportion of people not vaccinated are not probably going to get swayed.
Okay, so how long before the other vaccines get full approval? Do you see this happening? We're talking about Pfizer at the end of the month, and then what next?
I believe Moderna and J&J are inching closer to go after full approval as well. So I'm not sure what the current status is for those, but my guess is once we get Pfizer through, that the others will probably move very, very quickly as well. So we'll have multiple vaccines that will have full approval, and hopefully that'll do whatever it can to inch us closer to where we need to be.
Right. It'll be interesting to see the change after that, both on mandates and how many people choose to finally get it. Michael Wolff, Northwest University's Feinberg School of Medicine. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. Appreciate your time.
And thank you to our Fox 32 Chicago team for that. What we're going to do is send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more news stories across the country when you return. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. What we're going to do is jump into another live event that's taking place. Alabama officials talking about COVID-19. Now, there's been a lot of concern about the Delta variant as hospitals start to reach capacity once again in some of our southern states. So we're going to be jumping into this press conference live for everyone and then continue to give you more news stories happening across the country.
Cases talking about hospitalization. Everybody we talked to, UAB, Dr. Williamson, fully believe we're going to blow past the 3,000 height number that we hit earlier this year in hospitalizations. Army Corps of Engineers did all the alternative sites, what can be done. Of course, some of that was hotels, but like up here in Birmingham, which are now fully operational. Is that information still going to be used, or is new information going to be gathered to help hospitals prepare for what it does look like being overwhelmed in a number of weeks?
Yeah, we still have all that information that the Corps of Engineers pulled together, and that'll be very useful. I mean, clearly there's got to be some stuff updated. If you actually make the move to transporting patients from one location to another, there'll be some more work that'll have to be done. But we, hopefully we don't have to get to that point, but we just don't know. Hospitals have the ability within their own emergency operation plans to change some kind of beds into other beds. They can take a normal bed on the ward, on the floor, and convert that into an ICU bed, within the scope of the number of beds they're allowed to have. There's certainly waivers they can get from our hospital rules, from department hospital rules, that let them take non-clinical space and turn that into clinical space. If you want to put a ventilator in the cafeteria or in the hallway because you just don't have physical space, we certainly have means to do that as well. And then, the last step, the final step, the one that we would always like to avoid is actually creating a new alternate care site. When you put a tent in a parking lot, or you go to a building that's not designed to be a healthcare facility, you have to bring everything with you. You don't have your built-in, pharmacy and, your doctors and nurses and equipment and all the things you would normally have, in a hospital, laundry and nutrition and housekeeping and everything else. So your alternative care sites are always going to be your last option. But we do have a lot of planning that's been done around that possibility, and we could do that if that were necessary. Yeah.
This week, the doctors and administrators in Birmingham hospitals and both down on the coast expressed frustration with the current rise in cases, saying this was largely avoidable if more people have gotten vaccinated. Do you share those kind of frustrations? Well,
I think it's correct to say that we wouldn't see these kind of numbers if we had more people vaccinated. Again, the case numbers are being driven, by people that aren't vaccinated, which is unfortunate, and that's what is being reported to us about the hospitalizations as well. I also think that's not surprising to anybody, right? I mean, we know the vaccines help, so we're not surprised by that. It is frustrating to see our numbers going this way after all the work people have been doing for the last year and a half, and I don't just mean people in public health or people in healthcare, but after all the work a lot of ordinary Alabamians have been doing to try to do the right thing and protect themselves. It is tough to see. Yeah.
You talked about all the hospitalizations and hospitals being full. Do you think hospitals are going to start canceling surgeries as we saw last year? Or what is it going to take to get
So in terms of limiting elective procedures, I know some hospitals have done that already to some degree. I think a lot of them are making, sort of game time decisions each day when they sort of see what their facility can do in a given day. I don't know of anybody that's, permanently announced, temporarily announced that they're not going to do any whatsoever, but I think they are trying to be flexible around that. Ultimately, I think they're going to be having to make that decision, certainly in the hospitals that have the most patients. Yeah. Okay. All right. Any other questions or? All right. Well, great. Well, thank you guys for joining us this week. We appreciate it. We'll continue doing this as long as you guys would like for us to do it. Thank you very much.
And as he wraps up again, some of the things he was emphasizing was just the concern of the rate this Delta variant continues to move through the state of Alabama. This has been something we've been hearing from many state officials across the country. They're concerned about the rapid spread of this Delta variant of the COVID-19 virus, and especially for those who still have not been vaccinated. They said, obviously, this is something the president said as well. It's a pandemic for the unvaccinated. Those who've been vaccinated who might still get the Delta variant have been having a much higher success with dealing with the virus. So what we're going to do is send some of our folks off into a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to be talking about affordable housing out in Maryland. There was an event earlier here this morning. We're going to be jumping out to that again in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Once again, we're taking a look at the Dow. Big board showing us still up more than 120 points as we continue to take a look at this here on this Friday. So what we're going to do is move things along, going out to Maryland, where we did have senators alongside with the Urban Development Secretary out in Maryland, all talking about affordable housing and ensuring an economic mobility is possible for families. We're going to be jumping out to that event that took place just a little earlier here this morning.
And truly today we are really honored to have with us Secretary Marcia Fudge of Housing and Urban Development, and I certainly want to just give her a very, very warm welcome and to express to her how excited we are to have her in Prince George's County. I think it's worth noting that Secretary Fudge is the first Secretary of Housing who has come to Prince George's County in over 2 decades, who thought enough to come to this community. And so we are really, really honored and so excited to have her here today. And we are joined as well with our federal delegation. So I want to give also a hearty thank you to Congressman Anthony Brown, Senator Van Hollen, and Senator Cardin for taking the time to be here today. And I want to say to you that that this region is so fortunate, and the country is so fortunate that we now have Secretary Fudge, who has brought her housing expertise, which has been developed at every level of government, to the Biden administration. And we are delighted to have her had the opportunity today to tour some of our affordable units. I want to thank Stephen Paul for guiding us today from the Redevelopment Authority and for the amazing leadership and work that he's doing. Now let me make it clear to you that housing is infrastructure, and Prince Georgians, like Americans across the nation, deserve access to affordable housing. No one should be forced to choose between an apartment and groceries or a home and health care. But during the pandemic, we saw that housing was unaffordable for millions. Many paid more than half their income in rent, or worse, became homeless after losing their jobs. That's why the Biden administration's goal to support an additional 1 million affordable rental housing units is so very important. Like clean water, power, and public transit, quality affordable housing is infrastructure. No matter your age or occupation, every American deserves a comfortable and affordable place to call home. Today, we're right here in Prince George's County because Glenarden is a success story. Glenarden Hills provides low-income seniors comfort, dignity, and community. At the same time, this community is an example of a win-win partnership between government and private companies that build housing. With our success at Glenarden, Prince George's County is moving forward confidently with our 10-year plan called Housing for All to serve the needs of residents. We're working to build thousands of affordable units to help supplement our growing stock of housing. Everyone deserves a wonderful place to live, whether they're rich or poor, and no matter their age. Projects like this are possible when we work together with our partners in state and federal government, but they require each of us to show our support. And what I can tell you is that when we all work together as one government and as one community, there is absolutely nothing we can't accomplish. In fact, there is an African proverb that I often quote, and I believe it is so true, that says, if you want to go quickly, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. Surely we are going together, and I am so proud of it. I also just want to acknowledge Angie Rogers, who is our Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, who's here for Economic Development, and thank her for her leadership. And now I'd like to turn it over to my friend and colleague, Congressman Anthony Brown, who has represented us just so beautifully. We want to thank you, Congressman Brown, for your leadership, and thank you so much for working so hard to make sure that Prince Georgians remain the focus of all of our work, and that Prince George's County remains the crown jewel of Maryland. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam County Executive, and what a privilege it is to be able to serve in public office in partnership with outstanding public servants like my good friend Angela also Brooks, who's not only focused on delivering more affordable quality housing regardless of income, but also in the other investments that we need to make to ensure that those who do reside in Prince George's County have access to quality schools, a quality transportation system, and a world-class healthcare system. So I thank you, Angela, for your partnership. I want to thank Senators Cardin and Senator Van Hollen, working real hard this week to send some work product over to the House real soon. I want to thank them for their leadership. But of course, I want to thank and welcome my dear friend, the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. I had the privilege of serving with Marcia Fudge for 4 years in the House of Representatives, and I saw nothing less than a fighter for affordable quality housing. She fought for housing. She fought against poverty. She's fought against injustice and for reform, whether it's criminal justice reform, policing reform, but a true champion for all Americans. So I want to welcome you, Madam Secretary, to Prince George's County, and also thank you. Thank you for accepting the offer from President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris to serve as this nation's Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. This is an administration that understands, as the county executive said, housing is infrastructure. But it's an administration that also understands that housing is more than just the bricks and the mortar, the wood and the steel. Housing is a place where people call home. It's a place and a space where people raise a family, where they take care of their children and their parents. It's a place from which they do take advantage of quality education and transportation and enter into the workplace. And that's why I was so excited earlier this week when President Biden extended the eviction moratorium and pledged to work with states to push out that $46 billion in rental assistance to make sure that no American loses their home during this pandemic or ever. And that's why I'm proud and I'm pleased, Marcia, that you joined an administration that is willing to invest $260 billion in infrastructure, in the American Family Plan, to make sure that whether it's workforce housing, affordable housing, senior housing, veterans housing, no American, regardless of income, struggles with housing, whether it's food security, housing security. This is an administration that gets it. We put people first. So thank you, Madam Secretary, for accepting that invitation. And again, welcome to Prince George's County and Maryland's 4th Congressional District. Now it's my honor to be able to turn the microphone over to a dear friend of mine, a real champion. He's a mentor of sorts. He is the leader of Maryland's congressional delegation, my good friend, Ben Cardin.
Anthony, Representative Brown, thank you so much for that introduction, but more importantly, thank you for everything you're doing in the House of Representatives. Your leadership on transportation issues, your leadership on affordable housing, your leadership on protecting renters during COVID-19, this pandemic, has made an incredible difference in the actions of the House of Representatives. The United States Senate's trying to catch up to you. So we're going to try to move a lot of the bills that have moved through the House. Secretary Fudge, welcome to Prince George's County. Welcome to Glenarden Hills. We're very proud of this development. But you should know, this is here because of the extraordinary confidence and leadership that we have in Prince George's County. And it starts with the county exec, Angela Alsobrooks. She has provided inspirational leadership for this county and gives confidence of a bright future for the people of the county. So I applaud her because this particular program could not have taken place without the commitment of Prince George's County and its leaders. But we also needed the private sector to have confidence in the community, to be able to put in the investment, and they did, and thank you very much for doing that. You needed every single federal tool you could find, and they're not enough. Make no mistake about it. The low-income housing tax credit, great. Some of our direct funding programs, great. But it's not enough. You were able to do this because you could put together all these different partners, including the state and the federal government. So we have over 400 units, wonderful here. Affordable housing, market rate housing, home ownership, that's exactly what we need. It's Congressman Brown said, the growth and confidence of neighborhoods depends upon affordable housing. Economic growth depends upon affordable housing. And we need to do more. So Secretary Fudge, Senator Van Hollen and I are here with some good news. We're on path to pass the second part of President Biden's Build Back Better. We already got the American Rescue Plan in law, lifting families out of poverty and creating opportunities, getting COVID behind us, doing what we need, helping state and local government. Right, Angela? You got some help out of that bill? And this week, maybe as early as tomorrow, we're going to pass the bipartisan infrastructure package, which is the next step. We're not finished. We got the budget we're going to get done next, and we're going to start that as early as this weekend because we need all those tools coming together to deal with the challenges that we're facing. This is once-in-a-generation opportunity to get this done. And the good news is that we have a major commitment to affordable housing in Build Back Better. I can mention a lot of different things. I'm very proud of the Neighborhood Investment Act. It's bipartisan. I filed it with Senator Portman, the two of us. President Biden has included it in Build Back Better. And where this comes in, because the construction costs here many times can exceed the market value. And that gets a credit for the difference so that we can have market rate housing in our community that's affordable. That's what we're doing. So many different tools. We got to increase the low-income housing tax credit. And we talked about that. We have to make that work better. So we're committed to doing this, working together as a team. I want to tell you, our leader on the Committee of Jurisdiction for Affordable Housing is Chris Van Hollen. He has done a tremendous work to deal with affordable housing, with transit. The budget is on the Budget Committee. He's bringing our caucus together, and he's bringing the Senate together so that we can pass President Biden's Build Back Better so America truly offers opportunity for all. The challenges are great. 400 units here. We have 130,000 deficiency of affordable housing in Maryland alone. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. And I am so proud to have as my partner and the leader on affordable housing, our Senator Chris Van Hollen.
Thank you, Ben. Well, thank you, Ben. Thank you, Senator Cardin. And
Madam Secretary, we're just thrilled to have you here in Maryland, in Prince George's County, and I want to join my colleagues in welcoming you. And Senator Cardin, our friend Ben, has been a great partner, and of course, when it comes to housing, has been a leader. He mentioned the legislation, neighborhood investment legislation that he's introduced. Anthony Brown, as he said, as Senator Cardin said, Anthony Brown has been working the lead with our House delegation and with Speaker Pelosi to move important legislation over to the Senate, and we're just trying to catch up with you. And thank you for all your leadership. And to our county executive, also Brooks, thank you. You're just the example of a leader in action for, and really grateful to have you here. And Secretary Fudge is going to talk about, and we're here to join her in talking about, President Biden's Build Back Better agenda. And the Build Back Better agenda began day one with trying to defeat the pandemic and save the economy from going into a total free fall. And that is why we worked urgently with the President, with Secretary Fudge, to pass the American Rescue Plan. It went through the Senate with the tightest vote possible. The Vice President of the United States cast the vote allowing it to proceed. But that has helped us deploy vaccines faster and more fairly, and with leadership of county executives like County Executive Alsterbrook, been able to make sure that here in Maryland we distribute those vaccines. Now obviously we still have a fight with the Delta variant, but we are much farther down the road because of the American Rescue Plan, which also helped save the economy from free fall. So that was step one. But as Secretary Fudge and President Biden have said, building back to where we were pre-pandemic, that's not good enough. We have to build back better. And that's what we're here today to talk about. That means modernizing our infrastructure, but also making sure we're there for American families, including extending the child tax credit, which gives American families up to $300 a month per child to help support the household. And that's why we've got to continue the other parts of the President's bill. Now, Senator Cardin mentioned that we are at work passing a bipartisan infrastructure bill. And it is absolutely essential that we build out our transit systems, that we repair our roads, our highways, our bridges, invest in our ports. All of that's essential. But the bipartisan infrastructure bill does not include housing as infrastructure. The President understands, the Secretary Fudge understands, we all understand that housing is the bedrock of infrastructure. It's the foundation for infrastructure. The backbone's important, the transit systems are important, roads are all essential to getting people to and from work and in their daily lives. But you need a safe, secure place to call home. You need home base. That is the bedrock of infrastructure. And that's why we're here today. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan, we did provide $46 billion to help keep people in their homes during this pandemic. And I want to thank County Executive Alsterbrook, because she has gotten those funds out the door to help people stay in their homes faster than any other place in the state of Maryland, any other county. So that's to keep people in their homes during an emergency. But we have an affordable housing crisis, and that's why we're here today. And the Build Back Better plan, the next phase of it that we're going to take up in the House and the Senate, is focused on major investments in affordable housing, up to over $300 billion, including the home program, which helps support this great development. And thank you to folks at Penrose and all the partners here, as well as additional funds for the low-income tax credit, among other housing programs. There's not just one tool, there are many tools. We need to put them all to work. And the person who is in charge of doing that is the person we have here today. And I must say it was a joy and honor to work for years alongside my friend, Congresswoman Marcia Fudge, during our time in the House. And I was so pleased to see her take on this new job as Secretary of HUD, because this is the moment where we have to move our country forward. This is a moment where we have to make sure that our economy works for every single person, not just those who've already made it to the top. And that's what this is all about. So to Secretary Fudge, thank you for your leadership. I'm going to bring up here somebody who wakes up every single morning thinking about how to make life better for all of the American people. Our friend, Secretary Marcia Fudge.
Good morning. Good morning. It is such a pleasure today. County Executive, my friends, former colleagues, thank you so much. I just want you to know that what is great about this morning, besides the fact I got up on this side of glory, besides that, is I am with people who I am so aligned with this morning. You know, the Bible tells us that where there is no vision, the people perish. This is visionary leadership. And let me tell you why. As I look at this, all of this around me, and then know that there are 580,000 people who sleep on the streets in this country every night, I know this is visionary leadership. And I know why, because they understand, just like our president understands, that it is time to make changes in this country that we have not made in generations. And I don't say that lightly. Generations. We are about to make generational change because our president understands the need. There is no place in this country today where a person making minimum wage can afford a 2-bedroom apartment. There is no place in this country today where people can afford a house that used to be affordable. Housing prices have gone up so much that the average person can no longer buy a home in this country. And so I'm just here to basically say that it is a new day in this country, and it is a new day at HUD. We know that there are things that we must do now, because I do not believe that if we pass up this opportunity, we will ever be able to do it again. Right now we have the will, and that's what we have been lacking for so long, the will to make change, the will to take care of people who need our help. You know, when COVID first hit us, what is the first thing they said to us? Stay home. What if you didn't have a home? Then they said to us, don't send your children to school. Let them learn virtually. What happened if you didn't have high-speed internet or broadband, which is getting ready to change right now? We still have places in this country where people don't have clean drinking water in this nation, the greatest nation in the world. We're getting ready to change that right now. This bipartisan infrastructure bill is going to make an investment that we have not seen in decades. In decades. You know, people say, oh, it's not big, it's not this. This is the best thing I have seen in a very long time. And I have served this nation in some capacity for more than 30 years. But the Build Back Better plan is where I'm getting excited. We are going to build more than 2 million affordable homes. We're going to increase, as I look at Penrose, we're going to increase the amount that you can use from LIHTC, and we're creating new low-income housing tax credits. We know that if we don't act now, that we will forever be in a position where some people will never, ever have a decent place to live. In this nation, home. Home is where we grow. Home is where we find and believe in what we can do. Home is a place that every single person should have, and it should be a home that people can live in with dignity and respect. And that is what this is. No longer does this nation look at people who are just struggling on the outskirts of hope. Those people will no longer be looked at, looked down, looked as if they are not deserving. It is a new day in this country. And I'm so pleased to have been asked to do this job. I am having a ball. I have figured out how much I can help people. I have figured out that we can help people buy homes through FHA in a way that we've never done it before. We have figured out that we can assist private developers to make this happen all across the country, because the federal government doesn't have enough money to build enough housing for people to live in. So I thank you. We've also figured out that there are people, like the people standing behind me, that want to help us do it. We have for too long gone to a place where there are winners and losers in this nation. I want everybody to be a winner. My job is to be the voice for people who have no voice. My job is to be the person who fights for those who cannot fight for themselves. That is what I see here. This is a model of the work that everyone should be doing across the country, and it is my profound pleasure to be with your leadership so that I can go back and brag enough about it that other people will want to do it. I thank you all so very, very much, and we'll go over here to our program, but I want to say this last thing. If we don't make better, we will have failed. I don't fail. I don't believe in failure. We are going to make a difference in this country. Our president has said that we must. We're going to look at it through a lens of equity. We're going to look at it through a lens of poverty. We are going to make the changes in this country that I know we can. And if for some reason you don't think we've done enough, call me and tell me what I need to do, because I'm certainly willing to listen. Thank you so much.
So we have time for a couple of questions.
Well, the thought is, as the Secretary has said, we believe this is just a time of great transformation, and what you will see is progress for people throughout our community. And so, an example, today, for example, we are focused on the way that we're caring for our seniors and their housing needs. But you can look all across the county and see a vision that includes every one of us, from what we're doing here to what is happening, for example, in Suitland, where you have there another beautiful mixed-use space for seniors and for new professionals. We are creating opportunities for young professionals, for teachers and firefighters to have the opportunity also to afford to live here. And again, I want to thank Angie Rogers and thank the entire team who are working hard to make sure that housing is affordable for all of us. You can look to the legislation, for example, that was passed this past legislative session to give the county the right of first refusal to be able to purchase properties along areas like the Purple Line, and to be able to convert those opportunities to housing, affordable housing for those, again, who are at every level of income. So the answer to that is that is the vision that we have, is to make sure that housing, not just affordable housing, but we have housing really throughout the county that will accommodate the needs of every segment of our community. So what I was mentioning to you is, you said throughout the county.
Well, yeah, and I think that you answered the question I was asking Secretary Clinton. You could also address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Secretary.
Affordable housing throughout the country. Multiple.
I'm not sure what you're asking me exactly, but I would say this. What we find is that it has become more and more difficult to build affordable and low-income housing in certain communities. Some of it is zoning. Some of it is just people don't want it in their backyard. It is a problem that we are certainly dealing with. We are talking with mayors and other governmental entities to talk about how we look at making housing more affordable and where we can build that housing. So it is an ongoing conversation. Because one thing that the president knew very, very early on is that part of the problem with building houses, because the cost has risen so much, but part of it is not just the materials. A lot of it is the kinds of zoning that makes it more expensive. You know, I mean, I live in a neighborhood where just not that very long ago, the next community over from mine required that you own a 2-acre lot before you buy a house, before you can build a house. Most people can't afford a 2-acre lot. Or maybe they make you use a concrete driveway instead of an asphalt one. I mean, there are many, many things that have created this problem, but we are working to address the problem. So yeah, it's not in as many diverse areas as you might think, But we do know that people should be able to live in the communities in which they can afford to live, and the communities in which we can make sure that they can go to better schools, that they can have cleaner air, that they can have parks. So we are working towards that. But I would also say that because of the president's plans that have already come to fruition, when you talk about the number of shots in arms today, that's why you saw a report this morning that there were 900,000+ people who joined the workforce today. The $1,400 checks, the ongoing child tax credits have made a significant difference in this country. And so we are putting people in a position to move up into housing that we know they can afford.
We got time for one more question? All right, thanks everyone. Thanks everyone.
All right, so once again, officials in D.C. area in that Prince George's County out in Maryland, they are speaking to affordable housing, which is not just an issue for their own counties, but also across the U.S. What we're going to do is send some of our folks off into a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more stories after that. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to give you news stories happening across our country. We heard this morning from President Biden that there has been a major increase in the amount of jobs that have been opening up in the last month. So he was talking about the July report, and we will be replaying his remarks on the July jobs reports here probably in the next hour. But what we're going to do is he also spoke to COVID-19. So we're going to continue that topic of conversation. It's one that I know people are getting tired of hearing about, but the Delta variant makes it newsworthy. It's making it another topic that continues to be discussed day in and day out across the country. And we do have a piece that I want to play for you. This is some hospitals. There's doctors from 12 different hospitals who have joined in on this phone call talking about how they're losing the fight against COVID-19 and its variants, especially in some hospitals around the Kansas City area. We're going to be listening into that, and then we do have some other live events that look like they're going to be kicking off here shortly that we'll jump into as well. So once again, doctors joining in on a conversation about their fight against COVID-19 and how it's been a losing battle.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Joe Reardon. I'm the president and CEO of the Greater Kansas City Chamber of Commerce, and I want to thank all of you for joining us today for this important briefing on something that, quite frankly, we had hoped to have under control when the pandemic began almost a year and a half ago. We know that the elected officials on this call right now too had certainly hoped that, all of us had. But here we are 15 months later, and the Delta variant of COVID-19 is running rampant throughout our community on both sides of the state line, quite frankly. Our area businesses are looking at another period of uncertainty. While they were able to bounce back this summer, the rise in cases and a more transmittable strain of COVID, combined with cooler months ahead, is going to present new challenges. Many have exhausted their relief efforts, and understandably, business owners are worried about what's coming next. And of course, to create more of a challenge, school starts soon. In fact, some districts in the region start as early as next week. Our economy, our workforce, our families, they're stretched thin. And we believe it's time to act now by slowing the spread and getting more Kansas Cityans vaccinated. We've convened this briefing today with our region's chief medical officers because they have urgent and vital information on the latest strain of COVID, transmission rates, and more. This is an opportunity for these medical experts to speak directly with our elected officials and local leadership that have joined us on this call. In fact, these chief medical officers have asked us to help convene all of you so they can provide you with this updated data and other information that can help you make key decisions about stopping the spread. We know the challenges of our elected officials, business owners, and school leaders. You're facing these challenges as you make tough decisions to protect all of our health and safety. This group of chief medical officers also knows that feeling, and they're here to provide you with the most up-to-date information on the challenges we are all facing in the weeks ahead. I'm glad to see so many of our leaders here today on this briefing to listen to the men and women who are leading this fight against COVID-19 on the front lines of our Kansas City region. Just one note to mention as we begin: when the CMOs are finished with their presentation, we'll be taking as many questions as we can during this conference, but you can also send questions to info@kcchamber.com, info@kcchamber.com, and we will get you a response. So now it's my pleasure to turn this over to Dr. Stephen Stites, who's the Chief Medical Officer at the University of Kansas Health System. Dr. Stites?
Joe, thank you. And thank you very much for helping us with this conference today. And to all of our elected officials and school board or school administration members and city administrators, et cetera, legislators, we just want.
All right, guys, what we're going to do is take a step away from that press conference. I do want to jump out to it here in just a moment, but for some of our viewers here with us, you know, Live Now from Fox always likes to jump out to breaking news stories. So coming here this morning, we do have our Fox 11 chopper up, as we do have a accident scene here in Marina Del Rey. Little details coming at this time, but you can see a fire truck, and we do also have some police personnel arriving on scene here. Again, little details, but what we do know at this time is Los Angeles police have responded to a vehicle that hit a baby stroller. Now, there's, again, not very much that we do have confirmed, but according to some police scanner activity, and our Fox 11 team's been just giving us a few details, the driver may have attempted to flee this scene, and there was a large crowd that had formed around here to try to help hold that driver at the scene. So again, not any information on victims at this time, but you can see that there are a few vehicles here involved. And also, once our chopper makes its way around, we will also see there is a stroller there. You can also tell there is some fire medics who are on scene here. They do look like they have not a stretcher, but a chair that they could possibly put someone in to help put them and load them in the back of an ambulance if that's needed. But it does look like police do have two different people here standing against the wall as they continue to conduct this investigation here on this Friday morning. So once again, at this time, little details, but Los Angeles Police Department out here at the scene of an accident where a vehicle did come into contact with a stroller. Unknown number of victims at this time. And you can see also that we do have a busy, just small corner here happening in Marina Del Rey. It looks like it's in the back of an alleyway. Sometimes that does cause trouble for drivers when you do have smaller areas and you're trying to maneuver multiple vehicles through that space. So we are live, raw and unfiltered, taking a look at this again here in Marina Del Rey, California. And if we get more details, this can be a story we continue to follow, and we'll try to update our viewers if we do get more information from this scene. And as I mentioned, because we don't have very many details at this time, what we're going to do is just move things along. If we do get anything else, we can, of course, jump out to this breaking news scene here in California. But what we're going to do is just listen in here, see if Stu is giving us an update.
There you can see both of them. Now, we don't know how this fits into the whole thing that was going on out here this morning. I'm sure LAPD is going to talk to our assignment desk. It changed up. They said maybe not a child, but maybe a pedestrian was struck. Right now, though, a lot of officers and the fire department out here. We don't know if anybody's been taken to the hospital. I'm Stu up in Skyfox over Marina Del Rey. Tony, back to you.
So once again, we were just listening in a little bit with Stu Mendel, who's up in the Fox 11 chopper right now. We just heard a little bit of his report there as he was talking to his studio, but we have confirmed, and you can see here, there are 2 vehicles involved. There's also that power line that you can see the front end of that one vehicle is smashed into. And then there's no confirmation exactly as to this baby stroller that's involved, but they do have 2 people at this time detained. We saw them standing there up against the wall, and so this is continuing to be a developing scene here. If our Fox 11 team or we learn anything more, we'll bring it to all of our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox. But that is one of the things we always like to do, is bring you breaking news as it happens across the country. This one coming to us from Marina Del Rey. I'm going to send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we return, we're going to be going back into more news stories and press conferences happening across the country. I do see we have a couple live ones taking place, so we'll be jumping out to some of those. I'll give more details after people return again after a quick 2-minute commercial break. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue to go out to live news events taking place all across the country. We're going to head out to Chicago because we do have city leaders and the mayor just stepping up to the podium as they introduce a new roller rink as well as community plaza. Let's listen in live, run unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
So there's a lot of things that I want to say about today, but I want you all to feel this feeling, to feel the energy and the positivity that happens when you're intentional about making investments and a commitment. I met this young man probably about 2 years ago. And it was before a city council meeting. And his group, which really focuses on making sure through Pilgrim Baptist Church and their ministry, reaching out to young men here on the west side who need a hand up, who need somebody who there and supporting him. And he stood out because we took a picture together before city council. He said to me, watch me, pay attention to me, because I'm going to do something with my life. And through trials and tribulations, but also through prayer and a commitment and a focus of investing in him, he has transformed his own life and now is going on to transform the lives of others. So I just want to say in front of all who will listen, how proud I am of you, how you made us all believe in you because you believed in yourself. And you have transformed the investments and the commitments that people have made to you into something incredibly powerful. And man, just keep on going. Just keep on going. Thank you. But a perfect example of what happens when we are intentional, when we care about a community, when we care about a block and a neighborhood, and we say, we will be here and be present for you. This work on the West Side really was the culmination of a lot of discussion between the police department, my team, street outreach, the alderman's office, about what can we do in an area that has been so plagued by violence to truly make a difference, to really make meaningful catalytic investments and come into the community, not with all the answers, but just a desire to do good. And we started this work intensely about 9 months ago. A little longer than that. It was late last fall, or late summer, early fall. And we started out with the help of Jeannie Gang and her folks, who gave us pro bono support, to just be present and to listen and to talk to the folks that were here on the ground doing the work already, but needed some additional support from the mayor's office. And I am proud of the work that my team has done, but I'm most proud of the way in which we have partnered with community stakeholders, and the list is too long to mention, but you're all here, you're all present. And the other thing that I want to say is, we're not going anywhere. We do have a number of people to thank, and let me start with thanking Alderman Irvin. He has been so present, so available, so giving of his time and his talent to let us know about the history of this neighborhood, to let us know about the importance of making specific strategic investments. And that commitment by the alderman has absolutely guided and influenced our work. So thank you, Alderman Irvin, for everything that you have done to make this day possible. I also want to thank the Park District, because this is all about their work as well. All these kids that were roller skating here, these are Park District kids. They're being taught to roller skate, and opening up opportunities for other kinds of engagement. And in particular, I want to thank Alonzo Williams. I mean, I don't even know how you do it. He is everywhere. He is present. We're doing all kinds of activities to engage our young people all across the city. And Alonzo is at the heart of everything that we're doing. Thank you so much. Let me also thank another son of the West Side, and that's Chicago Department Police Deputy Chief Ernie Cato, who grew up in this neighborhood, has never left, is always thinking about ways in which he can reach the people in this neighborhood, young people, elders, and everybody in between. Thank you, Deputy Chief Cato, for everything that you do to keep our neighborhood safe and the sacrifice that you make on a daily basis in pursuit of that work. Thank you. And of course, we got to give it up to the Garfield Park Wellness Collaborative Director, the group, but also to TJ Crawford, who's also been who came to this community years ago and made this commitment. Hello, Mr. Blaker. I'm doing very well. It's very nice to see you. Welcome. Welcome. But TJ came to this community years ago and has just made this his heart and soul, his blood, sweat, and tears. And he is an incredible asset, not only to this community, but to our city. So thank you so much, TJ. I also want to call out Garfield Park Right to Wellness Collaborative member, LaShawn Kelly, and her family. And then I also got to take a point of privilege and call out and thank from the bottom of my heart, Lisa Schneider-Fabes. Whenever I have something that is near and dear to me, something that's tough, something that I need somebody who can really move mountains, I call on Lisa. And Lisa has lived this project every single day, has been present in the community, breaking down barriers, making sure that the community members were heard. We wouldn't be here today without Lisa Schneider-Fabes, and I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I mentioned this before, but Garfield Park Right to Wellness Collaborative, Studio Gang, and Golden Institute, who truly made today possible and helped bring such an historic part of West Garfield Park community to life. Now, I heard about this roller rink, I don't know, some months back. And, you know, I'm getting regular updates from the team about who they're engaging with, how we're moving along. And I'm not a patient person, so I want things to move. And Lisa and crew came to me and said that they want a roller rink. I said, a roller rink? Really? I mean, we need a pharmacy, we need a grocery store. And they're like, no. They want a roller rink. I said, all right, I'll bite. Why a roller rink? And the reason is because back in the day, and back me up here, Alderman, there was a roller rink that was the center of this community that people went to. It was a gathering space, and people felt safe and coming together to socialize. So I said, all right, a roller rink it is. So a roller rink it is. And we are here today to make good on the commitment that we made to this community, not just to cut a ribbon, but to rejoice in the pure joy that this spot, which was literally a mess of a vacant lot, that has been transformed by the community and transformed by the city to make good on a promise and a commitment that we needed tangible, concrete actions to demonstrate to the community our enduring commitment. And here we are today. We came here in June to break the ground. We said we'd be back as soon as it was done, and we have put our words into action to make this happen. And you, as you heard from the alderman, everybody's using this spot, not just for a roller rink, but for community gathering, for movies, and just to have a safe place on Madison to say this is us, this is who we are as community. And I can't tell you how much joy that gives me. We have more work to do, but in all of this work, and some of the times we feel despair, we can't forget the joy, and the joy that comes from bringing people together, from showing concrete, tangible investments that the community said, this is what we want, this is what we want to have, and we, working together, have brought it to fruition. And so that's why this work here in West Garfield, which encompasses a lot of other activities, is so special, so meaningful, and more to come. We have a vision for really transforming this community. And we know that if we do that, we will be investing in the vibrancy of the lives of the current residents, but also the children and the children to come. You've heard me say this before. I grew up in a small town that was dying because the steel industry that was there was departing and taking with it the really solid middle-class lives that men and women in my community had depended on their whole lives. And so whenever we got just a little something with some color, some structure that looked like there was an investment, it was the talk of the town. And as a kid growing up in that community, feeling like there was something special for us which was few and far between, I can remember that like it was yesterday. I want the young people that are here today to have the same sense of that feeling that something special is happening in their neighborhood, because it is. This is for them. This is for this community. But as the alderman says, and he is right, as goes the West Side, goes the entire city. This is an investment for each and every one of us as well. So more to come, and I am greatly, greatly pleased with the progress that we've made, the partnerships that have been forged. But we won't rest until we bring more, and we bring peace in these neighborhoods, and we give the neighborhood the capacity to really control and chart their own destiny, because we have seen them, we've invested in them, and we are here, and we're never going away. So with that, it's my pleasure to welcome up Alonzo Williams from the Park District to say a few words. Alonzo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alonzo Williams. I'm the Chief Program Officer with the Chicago Park District. And on behalf of our General Superintendent, Mike Kelly, and our entire Park District family, we are pleased to be here with you today. Can you guys believe it? And the Alderman and Mayor hit it on the head. This was a vacant lot a couple of months ago. Can you guys believe the transformation at this space? It's more than just a roller rink. It's a community plaza, as the mayor stated. And we're doing movies, we're doing art, where I challenged the police to a water balloon fight, so let me know when you're ready, Cato, get your weight up. But this is what it's all about. And the mayor did say, I am everywhere, Mayor, but without our wonderful staff, there's no way that this can happen. So there are two groups that I'd like to publicly thank loud. One is our planning and construction department, ran by Heather Gleason in the back. Thank you so much, Heather. Her team made this happen in a very, very short period of time. And guess what, all? This is just the primary location. I mean, this is just the beginning. We will be back, and next year this will be totally different, and we'll have a little bit more of a solid forever space. And the other group that I'd like to publicly thank is Derek Faulkner and our recreation staff. Derek and his staff have really turned the corner from programming at Melody School. I know the principal's out here somewhere and making that happen. And principal, we do plan on staying there. We're coming back from working with our great friends and our partners at the Chicago Public Library over at Glagler Library. We plan on continuing that relationship and hope to see you guys in this space with us, as well as all the things that Derek and Art and Farrah and all the rest of our team are doing here, guys. This is a beast through COVID, dealing with having a roller rink that came out of nowhere, dealing with interjecting and working with the libraries and the schools. So these are things that, I really have to give the kudos to our team for making these things happen in a very short period of time. But this is what the Chicago Park District does. We're a very nimble organization, and we're willing to do whatever we need to be a great partner with the community. And I got to also, in closing, TJ, it has been a pleasure working with you, sir, and the rest of your organization. This brother's on multiple calls a day. He's on weekends calls. I was like, man, are you my cousin or something, dude? You're here with me all the time. But this is what it's all about, guys, and this is what's going to take to turn this around. And at this time, I'd like to invite my fence-jumping colleague, Deputy Chief Cato, up to the stage to say a few words from the Chicago Police Department.
We won't comment about that fence jumping that Alonzo just talked about, so. But I was just a brief history of myself. I was a young guy who grew up on this west side of Chicago, right on the 4300 block of Monroe. Went to Heffron Elementary, went to an upper grade center called the West Garfield Upper Grade Center that's no longer there. So I've actually seen this neighborhood just take its battles. I lost 3 uncles in this neighborhood, 2 to heroin overdose, 1 was murdered. So I've kind of seen what can happen in this community, and I can relate to these young men who have to make multiple decisions every time they walk out of their doors. But I tell you, this site isn't just by accident. This site is a plan. This site is a plan that the mayor talks about repeatedly, and it's really simple. Communication, coordination, and cooperation. One team of multiple organizations coming together to fulfill the needs of a community. And if we continue on that path, you will see crime reduce. You will see folks with smiles on their faces. And the police department is all in. We're all in into this one team approach. And it's really simple. And that's communication, coordination, and cooperation. And understanding the communities that we work in. Violence itself, it just does not occur. It doesn't occur. It happens because it's ignored. And when that one team approach starts addressing the needs of a community, you will see the violence reduce. But again, it's a one team approach. And it's definitely communication, coordination, and cooperation. And I'd like to thank Commander McKenzie of the 11th District and his team for ensuring the safety of this facility. The safety of this facility. I cannot wait to continue to see all the young folks that come here enjoy this. I tell you, I was a little nervous at the beginning when we started talking about movies at night. But to drive by and to literally see these kids in here in a safe space that I believe that those who are out there causing our issues will agree this will be a safe space. No doubt. Say it again. No doubt. No doubt. It's going to be. Again, I appreciate all the perfect efforts that's going into this, and the Chicago Police Department is totally behind it. Thank you all.
Good morning, Garfield Park community. You guys look awesome out there. I'm going to try and get through this and not cry. My name is LaShawn Kelly, and I am a fourth-generation resident of the Garfield Park community. My grandchildren are fifth generation. So my family has almost nearly close to 100 years of investment in living in Garfield Park. So you guys know I'm all in. You know, I came here, I made a little speech, but I shopped these Madison Street corridors in the mid-'60s. I'm telling my age, y'all, but I remember Bernie Brothers Bakery, Kresge's Five and Dime, Woolworth. We call this the professional building because that's where all the business took place. This plaza is a total labor of love. We took what the community said through our surveys, and this is what was produced. The people who were involved in this, our great mayor, our alderman, who backed us up, even though it was people was asking, a skating rink, just like she said, we're like, yep, skating rink. People said, where'd you get the idea from? We said, from the people. Our promise and commitment to this community is that everybody can't sit at the table, but we will take your voice to those who make things happen. It was a great honor. I tell you, when I came here, I cried. I did a holy dance because this was a vacant lot. I kept checking on it, saying, are they going to be ready? I took pictures as it went. Is this going to be ready? And to come and see this produce, and it is here, and the great things that are going to happen here, it just completely overwhelms me. I'm thankful to all the support and the confidence that the alderman and the mayor gave us in putting this project together. But I'm most thankful for the community who came to the table, who gave their voices, who let us know what it is they wanted to see, who indicated that our children and families should have safe, clean spaces that they can enjoy and be kids and not be fearful, and this space will provide that for them. So thanks to all my team. You guys know who you are. We spent many mornings before work meetings, after dinner meetings to make this happen. The mayor stayed on our case because she wanted it done, and she wanted it done quickly, and we came to the call. With that said, I just want to thank all you guys for giving me the privilege and the honor to celebrate this grand opening of the Madison Plaza. And I'm going to introduce our great leader, T.J. Crawford of the Right to Wellness Collaborative.
This is original Chi-Town. I love it cause it's my town, but I get down to the nitty. You'll mess around and get killed in this city. This beautiful life show ain't pretty. It's gritty as hell. We got a lake, but the streets is where you find the shells. Sprayed out with the story to tell. You might think it's on some Sleepy Hollow, but these nightmare tales ain't nothing to follow. When these horsemen ride, amped up off the energy of people who died, they want to tell them they tried to get they lick back. They can't leave a killer alive. It would damage their pride, so they move with no will to survive. These shy streets are like New Jersey Drive. On some daylight deja vu, these stakes are high. Hitting potholes are snot-nosed kids who big time say they ready to die. Hollow tips cause they empty inside. But I respond where the spirit reside, where the money and the power and respect reside, where the black man stands, where the dreams alive. They say the city's near dead, we gon' keep it alive. They say the city's near dead, we gon' keep it alive. They say the city's near dead, we gon' keep it alive. So I got a speech, but I'm not gonna read it. I'm over here, you know, fighting back tears, not because of what people are saying about me, not because of what people are saying about the collaborative, not because I'm on a stage with the mayor and wonderful folks who have given their heart, their blood, their sweat, their tears, their energy, and their intellect to bringing projects like this into fruition. I'm fighting back tears. I see the men of my Alpha Redemption Project. I'm fighting back tears because we have a great work to do. I'm fighting back tears because I feel like this is what we were born to do. I'm fighting back tears because for so long, black folks, and as a black man, I've had to struggle to do what I've known to do. For far too long.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Testing, testing, testing. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Sounds good to you, Sarah? Tim, how's that volume? Good. Thank you.
And good morning. Welcome to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a live look in New Jersey as we are expecting the governor to soon announce mandatory masks for public school students. It's definitely a story we are following all across the country as more mask mandates, vaccine mandates continue to roll out across our states. So this is an event expected to start here in about 15 more minutes. Good morning, everyone. Just wanted to say hello. Christy Larson here at the desk with you. As I mentioned, that's going to be an announcement made here in just about 15 minutes. It will be something we can jump out to, but until that time, we want to give you some stories that are happening here across our country. I'm going to take us out first to a story in San Diego County where a deputy's life was saved after the use of Narcan. And I do want to just let everyone know, viewer discretion is advised. There is some body cam video of this incident that does get shown. And this is after the officer was just doing his daily duties, but he came into contact with some powder substance of fentanyl. So what we're going to do is play that out for all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox.
I'm San Diego County Sheriff Bill Gore. What you're about to see is traumatic body-worn camera footage involving one of our deputies who was exposed to fentanyl during his patrol shift.
You're okay. Don't be sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. I got you, okay? I'm not gonna let you die. I'm not gonna let you die. It's okay. Just focus on your breathing, okay? Focus on it. I need Narcan! I'm Corporal Scott Crane from the San Diego County Sheriff's Department. My trainee was exposed to fentanyl and nearly died. It was our first radio call of the day, and this was Deputy Five Eyes' radio call. He found a white substance that he suspected was drugs.
Yeah, it's a powder.
It could be cocaine or fentanyl. It tested positive for fentanyl. That stuff's no joke, dude. It's super dangerous. I was like, hey, dude, too close. You can't get that close to it. A couple seconds later, he took some steps back and he collapsed. I ran over to him and I grabbed him and he was ODing. And I went to my trunk, grabbed the Narcan, came down to him, grabbed him, and I did one nasal spray in one nostril, opened the other one, another nasal spray in the other one.
I remember just not feeling right, and then I fall back, and I don't remember anything after that.
Just breathe, buddy. Trying to get him to focus on just breathing, and because that fentanyl, you can't breathe.
It was in an instant. It's as though my lungs just locked up. I couldn't breathe. I was trying to gasp for breath, but I couldn't breathe at all.
Five, are you okay? Talk to me.
Sorry.
Oh, no. Don't be sorry. You're okay. Don't be sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. I got you, okay? I'm not gonna let you die. I'm not gonna let you die. I need Narcan! I got you. I'm trying to not let him go. I wanted him to know he wasn't alone. It's an invisible killer. He would have died in that parking lot if he was alone. Fire department got there, put him on the gurney, his eyes rolled back in his head, and he started to OD again. And he was ODing the whole way to the hospital.
I don't think people realize the severity of just how deadly it really is. I'm Deputy David Five Eye, and I almost died of fentanyl overdose.
One of the greatest threats we currently face is a synthetic opioid, fentanyl, which is 50 times more potent than heroin. Fentanyl overdoses are on the rise throughout our county. Every day, deputies recover fentanyl in our communities. And the county jails are not immune either to the dangers of this drug. Every week, sheriff's deputies intercept fentanyl entering our facilities. When inmates overdose on fentanyl, smuggled into our jails, deputies and nurses are saving dozens of lives every month by administering naloxone, a medicine used to rapidly reverse the effects of the overdose. Fentanyl deaths in California have increased almost 46% in just the last year. Being exposed to just a few small grains of fentanyl could have deadly consequences. The dangers of fentanyl are real, and this drug is killing our communities. Please take the time to share this video. It might save the life of your son, daughter, friend, or a loved one.
a great and very memorable piece. Once again, this Narcan did save that deputy's life. Multiple times did he come close to having his end of watch. And it's something that the deputies really wanted to highlight is a problem in their community. These deputies going out trying to do their job each and every single day, and then they come into contact with a substance like this, and it can pose as a dangerous situation for everyone around. So just wanted to bring that piece and that attention to our viewers. But we are keeping an eye on some other events that are taking place across the country. Not only are we keeping an eye on the New Jersey governor's announcement, but we do also have a shot here of the White House, and there is going to be a press briefing in just a little bit here with White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, and this is going to be taking us into the weekend. So you can, of course, hear a number of topics. We're expecting her to also speak to the Senate Democrats from the state of Texas who continue to keep their place in D.C. Now, again, they were trying to avoid some voting on voting rights in the state of Texas. They have been in D.C. for 25 days. They had a press conference earlier here this morning. We'll play that out again for some of our viewers here in just a little bit. But what I want to do is go back to President Biden. He was giving that July jobs report just earlier here this morning as he announces there was more than 940,000 jobs added in July. But he continues to push. The problem is, once again, the Delta variant rapidly spreading across the U.S. and then the unvaccinated. So let's go listen into what he had to say just a little bit earlier here this morning. And then, as I mentioned, we do a few more live events. As soon as they do start, we're going to be jumping into those here for all of our viewers on Live Now from Fox.
My name is Chris Turner. I'm chair of the...
Good morning. What a good morning. Yesterday, the United States Senate took the additional step toward passing the bipartisan infrastructure bill. It's a bill that would end years of gridlock in Washington and create millions of good-paying jobs and put America on a new path to win the race for the economy in the 21st century. Historic investment in roads and rail and transit and bridges, in clean energy and clean water. It will enable us not only to build back, but to build back better than before the economic crisis hit. I want to thank the bipartisan group of senators for working together and the committee chairs for raising their ideas and concerns with me and Vice President Harris and members of our cabinet. As you did with the Transcontinental Railroad and Interstate Highway System, we'll soon once again transform America and propel us into the future. This bill makes key investments to put people to work all across the countries, in cities, in towns, in rural communities, small towns, big towns, a coastline, along the coastlines, and on the plains. It covers the nation. And it's going to put America to work in good-paying union jobs, building and repairing our roads, bridges, ports, airports. And, you know, once this bill passes the Senate, I know that body will move toward establishing a framework for the remainder of my Build Back Better agenda and giving tax cuts to the middle class by investing in child care and home care for seniors, critical investments to combat climate change and to build a clean energy future, vital steps needed to bring down the cost of health care, and so much more. And we're going to do it without raising taxes by even 1 cent on people making less than $400,000 a year. And here's another important part of the bill. 90% of the jobs created by this legislation will not require a college degree. 90%. It's a blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America. Which brings me to another piece of good news this morning. We learned that the economy created 943,000 new jobs in July. 943,000. The unemployment rate fell by 0.5% to 5.4%. Now, while our economy is far from complete, and while we doubtlessly will have ups and downs along the way as we continue to battle the Delta surge of COVID, what is indisputable now is this. The Biden plan is working, the Biden plan produces results, and the Biden plan is moving the country forward. We're now the first administration in history to add jobs every single month in our first 6 months in office, and the only one in history to add more than 4 million jobs during the first 6 months. Economic growth is the fastest in 40 years. Jobs are up. The unemployment rate is the lowest since the pandemic hit. Black unemployment is down as well. Why? Because we put in place the necessary tools early in my presidency. The COVID-19 vaccine plan, the American Rescue Plan to fight the virus and fight the economic mess we inherited. As a result, we've been able to make progress on both fronts against grave challenges. And we put in place the tools to prevent this Delta variant wave of COVID-19 from shutting down our small businesses, our schools, and our society. You know, when we first got to office, COVID-19 crisis and economic crisis were unrelenting and devastating for people. And as a nation, we didn't have the tools to deal with either. Nearly 4,000 Americans were dying each and every day to the virus, 4,000 a day. The economy had been wiped out. We were down 10 million jobs from where we were before the pandemic. We were in a dark winter with real concerns about what spring would bring. But then we got to work. We passed the American Rescue Plan shortly after I was sworn in. That gave us the tools to fight the pandemic and rebuild our economy. And it produced results. To beat the pandemic, we ramped up testing and protective equipment, and we actually went out and bought enough vaccine so that every single solitary American could be vaccinated. 20 million shots into people's arms in the first 100 days in office. 220 million. Over the past 7 months, we've cut COVID-19 deaths by 90%. As of today, 193 million Americans have gotten at least one vaccination shot, including over 70% of adults over the age of 18. 165 million Americans are now fully vaccinated. Because of our success with the vaccination effort, this new Delta variant wave of COVID-19 will be very different, be able to deal with than the one that was underway when I took office. And yes, cases are going to go up before they come back down. It's a pandemic of the unvaccinated. I know I've said that constantly, and others have as well. The vaccination of the unvaccinated. You know, and it's needless, taking a needless toll on our country. You know, we have roughly 350 million people vaccinated in the United States and billions around the world, and virtually no one's died because of that vaccination. But even so, the impact is going to be very different than what happened last January. Today, about 400 people will die because of the Delta variant in this country. A tragedy, because virtually all of these deaths were preventable if people had gotten vaccinated. But 7 months ago today, almost 4,000 people died on that very day from COVID-19. 4,000 versus 400. That shows how much our vaccination progress has already done to protect us from the worst of the new Delta COVID-19 wave. Likewise, the American Rescue Plan has given us the economic tools we need to protect our recovery against the worst impacts of the Delta virus. $1,400 checks into the pockets, for $1,400 checks into the pockets of millions of Americans. Help to keep their folks in their homes. Help to put food on the table. Remember those long lines we used to talk about? People lined up in their cars for hours just to get a box of food put in their trunk. Help the small businesses so they keep the lights on, their doors open, and their employees on the job. Because states were losing revenue, they were having to lay off essential workers. Well, the aid to states and cities and counties and tribes that kept essential workers going, police officers, firefighters, educators, on the job. Funding for schools to reopen and ventilation systems, sanitation services, protective equipment to keep students and staff safe. And as we vaccinated America, we developed our economic tools to help our economy recover. As a result, in the past 3 months, we've created, on average, 832,000 new jobs per month since sworn in. That's compared to 50,000 jobs in the last 3 months of the previous administration. Look, even so, my message today is not one of celebration. It's one to remind us we got a lot of hard work left to be done, both to beat the Delta variant and to continue our advance of economic recovery. We all know what it starts with. As I said again and again, this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. So we have to get more people vaccinated. I said, well over, what's the number again? I remind myself, 350 million Americans have already been vaccinated. They're doing fine. I'm pleased to report the past week we've seen the first-time vaccinations in America go up by 4 million people getting back, 4 million shots. That's more than we've seen in a long time. I want to thank the governors. I listened to the governor of Maryland today on the television. He's doing a heck of a job. Democratic governors as well, Republican governors. They're getting the word out. Look, as you all know, I put in place new incentives and requirements to encourage vaccinations. For example, federal workers will be asked to attest to their vaccination status. Anyone who does not attest or is not vaccinated will be required to wear a mask no matter where they work, test 1 or 2 times a week, socially distance, and generally will not be allowed to travel for work. There will be more to come in the days ahead. Once again, I want to thank the local leaders in the private sector, leaders who are imposing vaccine requirements. America can beat the Delta variant, just as we beat the original COVID-19. We can do this. So wear a mask where recommended. Get vaccinated today. All of that will save lives. And it means we're not going to have the same kind of economic damage we've seen when COVID-19 began. But we aren't stopping there. The American Rescue Plan was built knowing the recovery would take time, that there'd be ups and downs. So let me outline today 6 specific actions people will see over the next few weeks to make sure that we fight the Delta variant and wait for new vaccinations to be finished and keep our economy strong. First, thanks to the latest middle-class tax cut in a long time, the next monthly check, that is the child tax credit, in the next month, next 9 days, checks are going to go out to almost 40 million families with children in 9 days, beginning next month, or the middle of this month, I should say. On August 15th, for example, a family with 2 young kids under the age of 7 is going to get a check for $600 paid immediately. And they get a check next month for $600, et cetera. If you're a family with 2 kids between the ages of 7 and 17, you're going to get a check for $500, $250 per child. And that will continue month after month. Second, I've looked ahead. We've looked ahead. And now schools have the resources they need to safely reopen as school year starts again so that every child can be in school full-time, safe, and this year. Third, we provided months ago states and localities with $45 billion in their coffers, the state and localities, to help renters and landlords to keep people in their homes and keep the local economy strong. That money has to get out now. I'm urging all local officials to get that money out. And we're going to send more help to small businesses on Main Street so the Delta variant doesn't cause them to lay off employees and shutter their doors. There's something called the Paycheck Protection Program. It's a loan program, forgivable, if the small businesses kept their employees in the job and their doors open. We're now in the process to forgive those loans for small businesses who are doing the right thing, putting them in a better position to keep their businesses going. Fifth, if anyone is worried about getting health insurance during the pandemic, there's help today. For those who get their health insurance through the Affordable Care Act, we're covering more people with more extensive benefits with premiums that average 40% lower. If you don't have insurance, you can still sign up under the Affordable Care Act through August the 15th. Just go to healthcare.gov today. And sixth, we're going to lower the prices on everything from prescription drugs to hearing aids by allowing businesses to compete, which will give them more choices at lower costs. For example, you're not going to have to go to a doctor to get a prescription to get a hearing aid. You're going to go right to the counter of the store and buy it over the counter. The bottom line is this: what we're doing is working, but don't take my word for it. Forecasters on Wall Street project over the next 10 years, our economy will expand by trillions of dollars and will create 2 million more jobs a year, good paying jobs. We just have to keep going. And it's simple. That means get vaccinated, please. It's safe. It works. It will save lives and maybe save your life. As I said before, this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. So please get vaccinated. We can get this done. We just have to stay the course. We just have to remember who we are. You've heard me say it before. We're the United States of America. There's not a single thing, nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. God bless you all. May God protect our troops, and have a good weekend. Thank you.
President Biden, wrapping things up, did not take any reporter questions on his way out of the room. So what we're going to do is send some of our folks off into a quick 2-minute break. When we all return, we're going to be listening in live with Governor Murphy out in New Jersey as they talk about some important public health announcements. Again, it's going to be coming up after a quick 2-minute break.
Status for the start of the 2021-2022 academic year. This is not an announcement that gives any of us or me personally any pleasure. But as the school year approaches and with the numbers rapidly increasing, it is the one that we need to make right now. Speaking of numbers, just to give you a little bit of a flavor of just today's numbers, 1,249 more positive tests, with the heaviest of hearts, 7 more confirmed losses of life. There are 619 folks in our hospitals, 105 of whom are in the ICU, and 48 of them are on ventilators. 76 persons went into our hospitals yesterday with COVID. The good news is 78 live patients left. The positivity rate is still too high. It's a little bit better, but it's 4.32%. And the rate of transmission, Judy, last I saw was 1.37, which has come down a little bit, and that's good news, but it's still higher than we need it to be. So I want to be also clear that our schools will open for full-time, in-person instruction, as previously announced. We remain steadfast in the recognition that our children learn better in a classroom setting tailored for their educations. Allow me, if I may, to step back just for a minute. The health and safety of our kids is among, if not my most sacred responsibility, as it is, by the way, for any governor. There are issues that are and must always remain above politics, and this is one of them. Anyone telling you that we can safely reopen our schools without requiring everyone inside to wear a mask is quite simply lying to you, because we can't. I want as much, believe me, as much as anybody else in our state to see our kids' smiles as they start their school years. But I do not want to see at the same time any of them getting sick needlessly, or schools have to shut down again and go remote because of an outbreak, and especially of a dangerous variant that is putting kids in its crosshairs. Absent this requirement, that's exactly where we'll end up. And that's not speculation. If you look to what's already happening elsewhere across the country in schools that have already opened, and they're mostly in the southern part of the country, Without a mask requirement, it's not a matter of if we would have a school closing outbreak, but when. For this moment, getting our kids safely back in the classroom requires them and their educators and staff to begin the upcoming school year wearing their masks. Our educational communities lost a lot over the past school year. Remote learning imposed intense challenges on educators trying to reach students without any real way of knowing if they were. It prevented countless students from having the direct connection with their educators that leads to greater success. It placed an undue burden on countless working parents. Remote learning is no replacement for the bond between educator and student, or for the support and socialization that our children receive from being among their peers. We are committed to rebuilding these bonds in the safest way we can. Today, that means following the guidance of the CDC and recommendations from the American Academy of Pediatrics. It means taking to heart the many conversations we've had with medical experts here at home, with school district leaders, with educators, and with key stakeholders, including parents. It means ensuring a layered approach to safety that brings together a host of strategies, including masking, to keep schools safe. And I want to make it clear that as soon as conditions allow, please God, sooner than later, we will lift this requirement again. This is not permanent. And our requirement will have the same common sense carve-outs that were in place for the last school year, including for students with documented medical conditions or disabilities which make wearing a mask either difficult or dangerous, rigorous activities in gym classes, excessive heat, playing a musical instrument, or eating in a classroom or cafeteria. Judy would want me to remind us that we know firsthand how impactful masks are in slowing the spread of this virus and in protecting individuals and in crushing the curves. We are educated by last school year, when the total number of positive cases linked to in-school building activity was 1,263 out of the more than 1 million students and educators and staff who over the course of the year re-entered their schools and classrooms with a requirement to wear a mask. And to help us keep our schools safe, we have nearly $270 million in federal funds set aside for testing that we are ready to work with districts to deploy. And yes, we will be able to get to the point where we can lift this requirement more quickly through continued vaccinations of older students and adults, and getting younger students vaccinated once the CDC and FDA make them eligible to receive the vaccines in our toolbox. Here's what the most recent weekly data told us. More than 80% of the people who contracted this virus were unvaccinated. More than 95% of the people who entered our hospitals were unvaccinated. And 100% of the people who lost their lives were unvaccinated. These are the facts, and anyone willfully ignoring them is putting not just their life in danger, but the lives of their loved ones and indeed of many others in their community. We've proven, and Judy's been at the forefront of this every step of the way, that we can mobilize to vaccinate. We did it with our long-term care facilities. We did it with our mega sites. We did it working directly with communities, within communities, and with doctors and pharmacists. That's how we became one of the nation's top states in terms of vaccination and the #1 big state in America in terms of vaccinations. So once the approval of these vaccinations for all school-age children come, we are ready, and Judy, I would add to that, if the decision is made at the federal level that we all need boosters, we're ready for that as well. But again, for the moment, this is where the virus demands us to be. Vigilant against further spread, yet optimistic that this is just a bump in our journey. I'll close with this comment, if I may. Our kids are strong, they are smart, and they are resilient. They've proven that time and time again. And I know they're going to lead the way and maybe even teach a valuable lesson to many of us grown-ups in showing how much they care for their friends, their educators, their families, and their communities. That said, please help me welcome the president of the New Jersey chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, Dr. Gene Kraft. Gene, welcome.
And as we do have more officials stepping up to the podium talking about this mandatory masks that they have announced to be in schools, they said they're really trying to take all the correct precautions needed to keep kids inside of the learning environment in these school buildings. So once again, this is a live event we've been playing out. We're going to send some of our folks off into a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll be back out listening to the New Jersey officials when you return.
And that includes children with COVID. Even as we sit here today, there are children in the hospital with COVID. Even though they are less affected, it doesn't mean they are not effective. The New Jersey chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics supports an evidence-based approach to protecting children and communities from the hazards of COVID-19 infection as children re-enter school. Safe re-entry is based on the best scientific evidence and expert guidance available. The most recent school guidance from both the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics emphasize both the value of in-person, face-to-face school for the well-being of our children and the value of a layered safety strategy that includes masks to minimize the risk of transmission, serious disease, and even death due to COVID-19. The death count for children from COVID-19 in New Jersey is 7. That may sound small, but that means that there are 7 families that will not see their children grow up. And that is huge to me. Vaccine is an essential tool in fighting this pandemic, and over 5 million of us are fully vaccinated here in New Jersey, but that's not enough yet. It will be enough because the Department of Health and the Commissioner are working very hard to get us to enough, but we are not there yet. Although children over the age of 12 are now eligible for one of the vaccines, those under 12 have no approved vaccine available to them as yet. In addition, a number of adolescents and adults, as you've heard, are still not vaccinated. Recommendations by the CDC and the AAP for universal masking in schools is based on many factors, including the following. Children under 12 are not yet eligible for vaccination, and what this means is that elementary classrooms will be full of unvaccinated children. And some middle school classrooms will also be full of unvaccinated children. Until more adolescents and adults are vaccinated, junior and senior high classrooms will have a mix of vaccinated and unvaccinated individuals. Vaccination is highly effective, particularly in preventing severe disease and death, but it is not 100% foolproof. Infections are rising. The Delta variant of the virus, now the predominant variant spreading, can be transmitted even by vaccinated individuals. This Delta variant, if the stories that I'm hearing from my colleagues in Florida, in Alabama, in Georgia, in Texas, hold any water at all, which I believe they do, this is causing more severe disease in children, and their pediatric ICUs are filling up with children with COVID. That scares me as an ICU doctor. I would love nothing more than to be put out of business by everyone getting the COVID vaccine. That would please me to no end. Here in New Jersey, we have seen a concerning rise in the spread of the virus. A hopeful spring has become a worrisome summer. The conditions have changed. The risk is higher, especially for children. We need to move forward with an abundance of caution, and I thank the governor and his whole team for making what is no doubt a difficult but absolutely necessary decision regarding masking of children in schools to keep, and administrators and teachers and visitors, everyone in the school, to keep us all safe. We have come so far, but we need to continue to rely on scientific evidence and expert advice to keep children, teachers, school staff, communities as safe as possible. Please get the vaccine. if you are eligible. Please mask up, wash your hands, keep a respectful and safe distance outside your own household members, and stay home if you are sick. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Doctor. Great job. Thank you. Jane, thank you so much for that. Those are all extremely powerful and very good advice, so thank you for your leadership. Please now help me welcome the President of the New Jersey Association of Schools, President Janet Fike. Janet? Love your mask, by the way. The best mask here.
He was commenting about my mask, which I'm very proud of. It's the autism puzzle. Thank you. Good afternoon, Governor Murphy, Commissioner Persa Kelly, and Commissioner Alan McMillan. Thank you. And to our state officials, to our honored guests, and to our viewers at home. Today is a great day. Today, all school leaders around the state, I assure you, are drawing a big sigh of relief because the continuing divisiveness about wearing masks in schools has come to a close. We as school leaders can focus on moving forward and planning for full in-person instruction in the best, most possible, and safest way. So Governor Murphy, thank you so much for that today. It is a welcome, welcome message. For the past 3 months, school officials have been pummeled with questions, whether at Board of Education meetings, in community forums, through social media, in parking lots, at Starbucks, of what is your district doing about masking. It has polarized communities. It has taken a real life venue that is quite incredible. Today, hopefully, that is over and we're moving on. I give my heartfelt appreciation to Governor Murphy, to the state officials, to the health and medical personnel in this room and outside this room that serve New Jersey so well, for recognizing that medical decisions must be made by medical personnel. Thank you for that. COVID-19 knows no geographic boundaries. It is irrespective of if one child is masked, the rest are not. Everyone in a school district can become infected, unmasked. It doesn't matter if students are in District A and visit District B. That infection can spread. It doesn't matter if students in Class A in a school are masked and students in Class B are not. That transmission can occur. Today ensures that that won't happen or won't happen easily. So thank you for that, Governor Murphy. COVID-19 is also not respectful of timelines, decisions, or desires. We were in a very different place in June than we are now. And in September, we'll be in a different place. We don't know what it will be, but it will be different. We know that. This year, our school leaders have been masters at developing plans to thwart COVID, assessing those plans, implementing those plans, revising those plans, and retesting those plans, because that's what they had to do, because COVID wasn't predictable. That I thank Governor Murphy today for his ability to reassess, revise, reevaluate, and reimagine where we need to.
All right, once again, we've been listening in with officials out in New Jersey as they continue to keep us updated on the latest with their guidance that they're giving the entire state for mask mandates. What we're going to do is send some of our folks off into a quick 2-minute break. When we return, we're going to be talking about wildfires that continue to hit more than 14 states across the western side of the U.S. We're going to be getting a live report out in California when we return. Again, quick 2-minute break. We'll have more when you return. Welcome back to our viewers who are here with us on Live Now from Fox. You can see we do have a White House press briefing that is just getting started with Jen Psaki. We will be listening into this and then be jumping out to get an update on our California wildfires that continue to have a lot of evacuations put in place for residents. Thousands have been evacuated because of these fires, and the wildfires are going rapidly across 14 states on our western part of the U.S. So we will be getting that live report here shortly, but let's jump in and listen in for a little bit with Jen Psaki as she gives us some daily briefings.
As more Americans got back to work. Since January, more than 1 million Americans have re-entered the labor force. Unemployment also fell sharply from 5.9 to 5.4%. See how we enjoy charts here. I will note the comparison. In total, we've created over 4 million new jobs, 832,000 on average for the last 3 months, with revisions upwards for the last 2 months. And over the first 6 months, we've created almost 700,000 per month on average. That's more jobs created faster than any other president's first 6 months in history. In comparison, the previous administration only created 1.1 million jobs in their first 6 months. And just last week, new GDP figures showed the United States economy has now made up the losses of the last 18 months and surpassed the pre-pandemic peak. I will note, as always, there may be ups and downs, but thanks to the strong foundation from the American Rescue Plan and the tools it gives us, as well as our vaccination program positions us to weather any challenges without going backwards or shutting down our schools or our economy. I also wanted to note, it's an exciting ringtone. Okay, that yesterday, President Biden released a statement on progress we made expanding access to quality, affordable health care, a huge priority for him, with the expansion of the special enrollment period, which goes through August 15th. In February, we opened a special enrollment period to provide all Americans the opportunity to sign up for health insurance. In March, President Biden signed the American Rescue Plan into law, lowering premiums and saving families an average of $50 per person per month. And later in March, we extended the enrollment deadline to August 15th. 5 months later, the results are clear. More than 2 million Americans have signed up for health coverage. That's exciting. And we also launched a summer sprint to coverage campaign earlier this summer, leveraging robust paid media, increased community outreach, and more to get Americans signed up. So for those who don't have health care, go to healthcare.gov and you can sign up there and get more information. Also wanted to provide you all an update on COVID. Today we recorded 821,000 total vaccinations. This is the second day in a row we have got more than 800,000 total shots. The first time we've done this since June 30th and July 1st. Overall, more than 3.2 million Americans have gotten newly vaccinated over the past 7 days. And importantly, as we've seen as a trend over the last few weeks, states with the highest case rates are seeing their vaccination rates grow the fastest. So as we've said from the start, that's exactly what it's going to take to get us out of this pandemic. More Americans stepping up and doing their part to get vaccinated. In addition to encouraging trends on the vaccination front, we're seeing with the pace of vaccinations, we're seeing growing momentum on requirements. And we've seen a number of announcements out this morning. We expect that certainly to continue. So as you know, last week the president announced new requirements for federal employees and contractors and asked the private and public sectors, universities and healthcare systems, state and local governments, and other institutions to take steps. And many of them are answering his call to action. So
All right, guys, I'm going to interrupt Jen Psaki there for a minute. We can always go back out to that White House briefing. This is something she does daily. We always like to bring it to our viewers. But of course, we want to continue to give you more news stories happening across our country, specifically to some of our western states. We do have a lot of wildfires that continue to rage on. We're joined with Fox's Claudia Cowanish. We get a little bit more detail on exactly some of these fires and what we're seeing now. So thank you, Claudia, for being here with us on Live Now from Fox, and just kind of talk about what's been going on with all of these fires across our states.
Yeah, I think I just saw a report that said there are more than 100 fires burning around the West. Now, we are at the staging area for the so-called river fire. This one's burning north of Sacramento. It began on Wednesday and quickly consumed about 2,600 acres. It's taken out 88 or so structures. However, containment on this fire doubled overnight to 30%, and crews here tell me they think they have turned the corner here on the river fire. However, take a look at these pictures. A much different story about 70 miles north at the Dixie Fire, which just blew up in size in the last few days. In fact, it has now burned more than 400,000 acres, making it the third largest fire in California history. Losses in the gold rush town of Greenville are staggering. More than 75% of the town's historic buildings and hundreds of homes are just gutted after the winds kicked up on Wednesday, sparking crown fires. These are fires that jump from treetop to treetop with those blowing embers. No injuries reported, but officials say at least 4 people are missing. Now, the cause of the 3-week-old Dixie Fire is under investigation, but officials with Pacific Gas and Electric, which is California's utility, say that blown fuses from a power pole might be responsible. And now it's an agonizing wait for more than 18,000 people who remain evacuated from communities near the Dixie River, and at least 4 other fires right now burning in Northern California, most of them sparked by lightning and burning in steep, rugged terrain. And Christy, smoke from all of these fires, as you might imagine, the air is very hazy and smoky. It's expected to impact the air quality in the Bay Area hundreds of miles away. And in the meantime, thousands of firefighters on the front lines are bracing for more hot weather this weekend, but calmer winds too, and that will be a big help. Back to you.
Yeah, and Claudia, just one quick follow-up question. Since you've been out there talking with some of these people who are responding to these fires, what are they saying? Are they getting a little bit overworked and tired because they have been battling multiple wildfires across the state?
Well, the firefighters here at the River Fire are in pretty good shape, and the public information officer that I spoke to told me that all of the CAL FIRE agencies and fire departments are fully staffed. That is really good news, and that they have the resources that they need to really get a jump on these fires almost immediately after they break out. So again, the River Fire, where we are, plenty of crews, lots of air resources as well. They think they've turned the corner here, and what is likely to happen is that many of these crews in the next few days will move on up to the Dixie Fire and help build containment lines around that one. That is the big priority in the state right now.
I'm sure, as you mentioned, hopefully the low winds and some other conditions help these firefighters contain more of these fires. Do want to say thank you again, Fox's Claudia Cowan, for joining us here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow these stories across the country.
We are clear. Thank you very much. We really appreciate that.
We're going to continue things along as we want to jump back into that White House press briefing. But what we're going to do is first send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute commercial break, and then we'll be back out to the White House with that press briefing with Jen Psaki.
Have information from our public health experts from the CDC on how we can open up 100% of schools and keep them open in the fall. That's our objective. The only thing preventing that would be if officials in different states and localities put in place restrictions that make that challenging or impossible. And that is certainly concerning to us.
Another COVID one for you. The president a few minutes ago said there are additional vaccination penalties, for lack of a better term, or burdens for those who are not vaccinated that are likely to come in the coming days. I was hoping you might be able to address what some of those are likely to stand as a new policy here at the White House and additionally across the federal government as well, in terms of forms people have to fill out under potential criminal or civil penalty. But is the White House looking at requiring vaccinations for all nursing home workers nationwide, or for people flying on domestic airlines? The foreign component still in the works, but is domestic travel vaccination requirement something that's under consideration?
Well, I know there was also, in addition to the president's comments, some reporting overnight as well that a number of you have asked us about, understandably. And I would say that and the president's comments certainly reflect what we always do in this administration, which is discuss policy options about how we can continue to mount a wartime response against the virus. So what he was conveying, and I think for those of you who have asked us about reporting overnight, yes, there are early conversations, early discussions about a range of options. Those are all early stage, they're pre-decisional, and I don't have any policy decisions to preview for you because we're not at that point in the process. I know you didn't ask me about this, but since others have, I would also note that there has been some reporting around discussions about around cruises in universities, and that would not be accurate.
Just from a broader 30,000-foot standpoint, why is the administration sort of acting so slowly here? You're highlighting all the different efforts, businesses and some states are taking on this vaccination front. Shouldn't the White House sort of lead in the front here to sort of try to really increase the maybe wield that stick a little bit more for people who are still waiting on the sidelines and not rolling up their sleeves?
Well, Zeke, I would say that the president led 8 days ago by delivering a speech where he conveyed that the federal government would be taking actions, conveyed that there would be requirements for federal government employees and contractors, and also asked the public and private sector to take actions on their own. And we're seeing that happening. So we are going to consider a range of options. There are factors, as I think you all know, as you consider these policy options, pros and cons. We're making all decisions through the prism of what is in the interest of public health, but we're going to let that policy process see itself through, and certainly we want to make decisions as expeditiously as possible. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Given the strength of today's jobs numbers, has the president decided that he's not going to seek to renew the beefed up unemployment benefits when they expire next month? I know earlier this summer he said that it would make sense to let them lapse, but that was before the Delta variant really took hold.
There has not been any decision about this at this point.
He's still deciding whether to ask to renew them, whether to seek to renew them or not.
Correct. At this point, they're expiring at the beginning of September. Nothing has changed on that front, but a final decision has not been made.
And then on Afghanistan, the Taliban has made big gains this week. They're surrounding a number of cities. They've taken control of a provincial capital. They assassinated government officials. Has all of that caused any reflection, second thoughts on the part of the White House when it comes to the Afghanistan policy or any changes in the strategy there?
Well, first, let me strongly condemn, on behalf of the government, of course, the assassination of Dawa Khan Manipal, the director of the Afghan Governmental Information Media Center. His murder follows the bombing attack in Kabul earlier this week that targeted the acting Afghan defense minister. The Taliban has claimed responsibility for this later attack, and there's no reason to doubt reports they are responsible. Additionally, there are credible reports, as you've touched on, of atrocities and retaliation against civilians in other Taliban-controlled areas, which, of course, we are closely tracking and concerned about. If the Taliban, our view is that if the Taliban claim to want international legitimacy, these actions are not going to get them the legitimacy they seek. They do not have to stay on this trajectory. They could choose to devote the same energy to the peace process as they are to their military campaign. We strongly urge them to do so. This is what the Afghan people so urgently need, deserve, after decades of war, and is very much in Afghanistan's neighbors' interest to invest renewed energy into a peace process that promotes a peaceful Afghanistan and stable region. As it relates to the decision, we knew from the beginning, and the president would be the first to say this, that there are difficult choices a commander-in-chief needs to make on behalf of the American people. He made clear, the president made clear, after 20 years at war, it's time for American troops to come home. And as he said at the time, the status quo was not an option. The Taliban was prepared to attack U.S. and NATO troops after May 1st, which was the deadline for our departure. He also feels and has stated that the Afghan government and the Afghan National Defense Forces have the training, equipment, and numbers to prevail. And now is the moment for the leadership and the will in the face of the Taliban's aggression and violence.
A follow-up question about Afghanistan, please. Thank you very much, Jen. As she asked about the senior journalist has been killed today, Afghan government, Afghan leaders like President Ghani and all leaders in Afghanistan nowadays said that Pakistan is behind of the Taliban activity very systematically. They are injured. Now, Afghan people did not understand that Pakistan is our enemy, or our neighbor, or friend. What do you think? Which role Pakistan should play to bring Taliban the peace process?
Our view continues to be it's in the interest of all countries in the region for there to be a political process, peace, and stability in the region. Go ahead, Kelly.
Could you describe a little bit about what the overarching ask is within the federal government to look at things like what levers do you have to further spur vaccination? On the nursing home piece, is it using Medicare dollars and linking that to nursing homes? Is it regulatory action? What sorts of things can you help us to understand where that policy might go?
Well, I certainly understand your question. I'm not going to be able to lay out too many details of internal conversations. I will note that certainly we have applauded the steps taken by a number of states as it relates to requirements of nursing home employees and health providers to get vaccinated. We've seen states do that. We've seen some health providers do that. That's a positive step. And as noted in some of the reporting, that's an area of early discussion. But again, early decisional discussion. We're going to make decisions from the federal government that we believe will save lives and we believe will protect the most vulnerable populations, that will incentivize more people getting vaccinated and bring an end to the virus. There are pros and cons to many of these policies. That's part of the discussion as well.
Does it extend to other, we've talked nursing homes, is it affecting travel? Is it affecting other types of businesses? Could you just broaden it a bit for us to understand?
There are obviously a number of private sector companies that have taken their own steps. We certainly applaud that. And there are a range of topics and industries under discussion internally. But again, the best step that can happen out there is for Americans going out and getting vaccinated. And there are private sector companies that are in the lead and continue to be in the lead on moving this forward. That's a positive step. But there are ongoing internal discussions. I'm not going to be able to preview those too extensively from here.
Thank you. First on the jobs report, if the economy is so great and you guys are celebrating jobs being created at
Wouldn't you say over 900,000 jobs created is pretty good?
So this is my question. Why then is the president still pushing for big relief packages, pandemic era relief packages like the eviction moratorium?
Well, first I would say one of the biggest pieces of legislation he's pushing for, as we know, is the infrastructure package and also the Build Back Better agenda. Most of the components in those packages are long-term investments. They're overdue. They're meant to modernize our infrastructure, put people back to work over the long term, and make us more competitive over the long term. It is still a reality, even with a good jobs number this month, and even with 4 million jobs created over 6 months, that there are still people out of work. There are still people who don't have enough money to make ends meet. That's one of the reasons why we designed the American Rescue Plan to have a long-term spread out impact, whether it's the child tax credit or benefits that are going to schools that are spread out over the course of a year, because we are still in a recovery.
Back to school question. Florida's Governor DeSantis says that he may start withholding funds from school districts that don't let parents opt out of policies that require masks in the classroom. Does the president think that parents should have that kind of power?
Well, I think I've spoken to this a few times, but I will say, as a parent myself of 2 young children, that I want public health officials to make decisions about how to keep my kids safe, not politicians. And not only is Governor DeSantis not abiding by public health decisions, he's fundraising off of this. So my view is that, and our view as an administration, is that parents in Florida, parents across the country should have the ability and the knowledge that their kids are going to school and they're in safe environments. That shouldn't be too much to ask.
He says that his concern is about harmful emotional, academic, and psychological effects of putting kindergartners in masks for hours at a time. Is there any concern from officials that you guys talked to in your early pre-decisional discussions about that?
No, there's not. And I will tell you from personal experience, my rising kindergartner told me 2 days ago she could wear a mask all day, and she's just happy to go to camp and go to school. And the objective from all of our public health officials has been clearly, and our Secretary of Education, kids need to be in school. We know there's a mental health impact of them not being in school, and we should take the mitigation measures needed in order for them to be in school and in the classroom, including masking and including allowing that to be part of a reality in these schools to keep the community safe. Go ahead.
On the infrastructure bill, there's a cryptocurrency tax provision in the bill, and some bipartisan lawmakers have suggested an alternative to the White House-backed cryptocurrency. Is the White House asking for those lawmakers, it's Wyden, Toomey, and Loomis, to withdraw their crypto amendment?
Well, first, we are pleased with the progress that has yielded a compromise sponsored by Senators Warner, Portman, and Sinema to advance the bipartisan infrastructure package and clarify the measure to reduce tax evasion in the cryptocurrency market, which of course is the objective, or was the initial objective. We believe this provision will strengthen tax compliance in this emerging area of finance and ensure that high-income taxpayers are contributing what they owe under the law, which is part of our objective. We are also very grateful to Chairman Wyden and other leaders in the Senate in pushing the Senate to address this issue. But we believe that the alternative amendment put forward by Senators Warner, Portman, and Sinema strikes the right balance and makes an important step forward in promoting tax compliance.
So Would the White House prefer that Wyden withdraw his amendment then?
We'll leave the mechanics up to Leader Schumer, but certainly we see this amendment as an option that helps address the concerns.
Thanks. And you've seen that he has talked about how the White House backed proposal, that cinema proposal, wouldn't be good for climate because it pushes, it undermines some forms of crypto that use less energy. So his argument is that there's a climate environment argument there. Do you have a reaction to that?
Well, again, we're very grateful to his leadership. He's been a key partner to us in this effort to move this initiative forward. I would just go back to the overarching objective here, which is reducing tax evasion in the cryptocurrency market. And we feel that the compromise sponsored by Senators Warner, Portman, and Sinema is a good option moving forward. Go ahead.
9/11 families are saying today that President Biden should not participate in any memorial events unless there's information declassified that could show some link with Saudi Arabia to the attacks. Is he going to follow through with that and release that information?
Well, our hearts are with the families who lost loved ones on 9/11, especially in these days preceding the 20th anniversary of the attacks coming up just next month. I know you didn't ask this, but I just want to share that the White House Office of Public Engagement and the National Security Council staff have had several meetings with groups representing the families of those who perished on 9/11 regarding their document requests and to hear their thoughts on policy priorities. That will continue to be a priority. As a candidate, which you may be aware of, Alex, President Biden made a commitment to 9/11 families to ask the Department of Justice to work constructively on resolving issues relating to the previous administration's invocation of the state secrets privilege, including adhering to guidance issued in the Obama-Biden administration that the invocation of such a privilege be narrowly tailored and not be undertaken to prevent embarrassment to a person or organization. He remains committed to that pledge he made during the campaign. Of course, any steps would be taken by the Department of Justice.
Secondly, I want to ask if the President supports a redo in the Amazon union matter. Is he calling for another vote on that? Is he going to publicly advocate for workers on that front?
Certainly, the President is a strong supporter of collective bargaining rights and the rights of workers. It has been for decades throughout his career. It would be up for the workers to make that decision, and certainly we would leave that process to move forward accordingly. Go ahead, Asma.
There's been some reporting in the Wall Street Journal about a number of business groups calling on the administration to lift or cut these tariffs with China in particular. Can you give us any guidance on the stage of the review and what is going on with the China tariffs?
Yes, well, we are always going to use, the President's always going to use every tool in his toolbox, including tariffs to fight against unfair trade practices that hurt American workers, businesses, and farmers. And he's been very clear that he thinks a go-it-alone strategy is a losing one. We're a stronger one when we work with our allies and unite the world's GDP. I know we've talked about an ongoing review, including tariffs. I don't have any preview for you or a timeline for that conclusion. Go ahead.
Jen, with respect to the government exercising its federal authority around vaccines, you said that the conversations are pre-decisional. What is the timeline for getting to decisional? Are we talking days, weeks, months? Do you guys have a sense on when you'll have a determination on some of these discussions?
I don't have a timeline for you. And when we say early and pre-decisional, often that means it's just at the staff level. And they're discussing a broad range of options, many of which never may even be presented up beyond that. But there are a broad range of discussions happening, early stages, and obviously no decisions have been made. But clearly COVID is our #1 priority, and they'll continue to work towards what they think the best options are.
You said that the schedule is a little bit in flux for next week. Does President Biden intend to take a summer vacation? And if not, is that attributed to COVID numbers? Is that attributed to the Senate infrastructure talks? Like, why are the plans in flux?
Well, every president is always working, no matter where they are, right? That's always how it works. But I was referring to the fact that we know the Senate is going to be here early next week. That wasn't always the intention, as you all know. And so I just wanted to give you all a heads up about your own plans, that we expect him to be here early days next week. Even as he goes to Delaware or Camp David, he will, of course, still be working, but we will, of course, provide finalized details to you as soon as they're made available. Go ahead, Katie.
Thanks. The number of migrant children arriving alone at the border continues to remain high each day, and they're telling attorneys and advocates that they can wait as long as a month at least to talk to a sponsor or somebody in the United States or a family member. So is a month-long stay in detention acceptable to the president given the ongoing pandemic and the spread of the variants?
Well, if President were standing here today, he would tell you he always wants to shorten the length of time that unaccompanied children are waiting to go to sponsor homes or be connected with family members. And we have made a great deal of progress on reducing the number of hours, as you know, that children are in Border Patrol facilities, most importantly, and also reducing the amount of time and days they are in HHS facilities, where they do have access to educational resources, health resources, et cetera. But we're always working to reduce that time. There is also another factor, which is vetting and ensuring that these children are going to homes that are safe and have gone through a review process, and certainly we don't want to expedite that over the point of where they would be going to harmful homes. Not that you're suggesting that, but that's the factor. So he's always going to say he wants it to be faster, and he's always pushing the system to ensure that's the case.
And some of these children are also saying that at these facilities they've gotten food poisoning and have had to wash their clothes in sinks. Is the president satisfied with the level of care they're receiving at these facilities? Are there discussions to expand capacity, open new shelters, improve conditions?
I don't know. Are you referring to a specific facility? And I only asked that because there's been an IG review over Fort Bliss.
Pecos, Texas.
Okay, well, I would say that there has been, I'm not sure if that's exactly the location, but there has been a review of Fort Bliss by the Inspector General, one that our team at HHS has been participating in, and certainly as conditions, as our HHS team is made aware of conditions that are problematic or concerning, they have taken steps to address them, whether that is providing additional personnel, additional resources. That has been the ongoing case throughout the last several months, but we can see if there's more details on that particular facility. Go ahead.
To follow up on Nancy's question, you said no final decision has been made on the UI expiration. So that means that it's a possibility that perhaps the president would ask for an extension at some point?
Well, it's planning to end. It's supposed to end at this point at the beginning of September. So he hasn't made a decision to extend it. He also hasn't made a decision not to. So I suppose that's correct.
Well, it gets to the question I actually wanted to ask, which you guys have been really aggressive on the public health front.
Yeah.
But the president laid out today, I think, a series of 6 measures that kind of foam the runway on the economic front.
Yeah.
As Delta has researched. Is your economic team right now looking at perhaps new short-term measures to implement if the Delta variant drives the economy in the wrong direction?
Well, some of these factors we have been tracking and watching for some time, which is the supply. One of them is the supply chain impact. That's not a domestic issue, but we've seen, for example, in Malaysia and Vietnam, the rise of Delta in countries like Malaysia and Vietnam has impacted the supply chain, which of course impacts some industries here in the United States, including the car industry. That has been expedited by Delta, but predates Delta to some degree as well. We haven't seen to date a direct impact on the economy from Delta, but we anticipate supply chain impacts and certainly know those would be factors. I will say that, as the president talked about earlier today, one of the way that we designed the American Rescue Plan and our economic recovery plans was to plan for the potential for ups and downs because we knew an economic recovery would include them. So I referenced earlier the child tax credit benefits, which will go monthly through the course of this calendar year, but then additional benefits next year, which will help tens of millions of people. Also the assistance that's going to schools, that goes out through the course of next year. So there are a number of benefits that don't expire right now and weren't meant to, that will continue. But of course, we will continue to monitor any impacts we see.
And then one more. A couple days ago, there was a U.S. bombing campaign in support in Afghanistan. Is it the administration's intent that U.S. air support, as it pertains to helping the Afghan National Security Forces, will end at the end of this month, or is there a possibility that short-term micro-campaigns like that will continue beyond?
It's a great question, Phil, and I would point you to the Department of Defense. Go ahead, Jeff.
I'm going to kick off with an international question as well.
All right, guys, we continue to listen in to the White House press briefing. What we're going to do is send some of our folks off into a quick 2-minute break. We'll be back in the White House with Jen Psaki after a quick 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to listen in with the White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki as they talk about a number of topics. But again, COVID-19 continues to be a huge concern for our state and city leaders across the country. More mask mandates being re-implemented not only in school districts but businesses as well. We're going to be getting into some more of those stories in just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox. But for now, we're going to jump back out to Jen Psaki as she continues to answer reporter questions.
This final stretch of the Senate.
Well, the president is always happy to pick up the phone, make calls, even when they're not on his schedule. He usually does it on a moment's notice. Typically, he was in the Senate for 36 years, so quite comfortable for him, and he's prepared to do that. He will receive updates from his team on the progress. As you know, a number of members of the Senate are currently attending former Senator Enzi's funeral today, but we expect things to proceed and look forward to getting updates of progress over the weekend. Go ahead, Fed. Go ahead.
Oh, me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. The White House recently asserted in a memo that swing voters want bipartisan infrastructure deal, and Democrats, as you know, have an extremely tight margin in the House. So why does the White House think that the bipartisan infrastructure bill will help lawmakers in the Democratic Party keep their seats in battleground congressional districts in the midterm elections?
Well, because the poll showed that 87% of battleground voters surveyed said they would be more likely to vote for a candidate who supports investing in our country's infrastructure, helping grow our economy, and securing our supply chain, investing in American manufacturing. That's exactly what the president's agenda is, what the Build Back Better agenda is, what the bipartisan infrastructure bill is. It's also reflective of the fact that for most people, the economy, making sure they have a good job, they're getting through the pandemic is front and center, but that was reflected in the DCCC zone poll.
And while the president may not be taking a vacation, he is in Delaware, and it's a place that he goes often on the weekends. Why is it important for the president to visit his Delaware residence so frequently?
Because it's his home. You like going home, right? So does the president. He's human too. Go ahead.
In April, Ron Klain said the Education Department was reviewing whether the president could forgive student debt. He told us that it would be done in a few weeks. When can we expect that? We're past weeks where in August and just next month the pause is going to end, as you know.
I don't have an update on that. I will say that, and somebody asked this, it may have been you, but I don't think it was, about also student loan forbearance, which is expected to expire at the end of September. Slightly different, but also hugely impactful. I expect we'll have more on that soon as well.
There are some insurance companies, experts signaling that we may see vaccination status kind of be held against people when it comes to their insurance. Basically, if you chose not to get vaccinated, the leniency provided over the pandemic so far on cost, co-pays might go away. I'm curious if the administration has been talking to insurance companies about this and what your reaction is.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I'd have to talk to our health team about that specifically. I haven't had a chance to do that yet. Go ahead.
You just mentioned wages are going up in this jobs report. At what point do you worry that there might be inflation that is here for the longer term versus just in the short term right now?
Well, clearly the inflation is the purview of the Federal Reserve, and we refer to their projections. As you know, they've continued to project and haven't changed this, that, well, there will be an increase in inflation this year. They expect it to be transitory, and they expect it to come back to normal levels next year. That has not changed. And we knew that as the economy turned back on, that could be a reality. But we rely on those projections, and we take it seriously and monitor it closely.
Just to follow up on the federal unemployment benefits, is the White House willing to acknowledge that that might be a reason now that more workers are returning to the workforce after they've been expired now for a month and a half in some places?
We don't see any evidence in the available data that some states ending unemployment benefits early had any impact on today's incredibly strong numbers. We are seeing strength across the economy and across states and regions, of course, but that's thanks to a number of investments that have helped get people through this difficult time and get them back to work. We know there's more that needs to happen, but we haven't seen evidence of that data to date.
What do you see as the main reason for the strength in the numbers today, then?
Vaccinations. Go ahead.
With vaccine doses expiring in places like Alabama, tens of thousands have recently expired. What are the administration's plans for continuing the push for vaccines while ensuring that places with low vaccination rates don't have vaccine doses that go to waste?
Well, first I would say that the number of doses that have gone to waste is only about 2.5%. Now, we don't want any doses to go to waste, but that is a very low number. And we made some changes several weeks ago, maybe even more than that, where states and governors can order the number of doses they think they need. We also work with states and localities to ensure they are following best practices in order to get them out to communities to reduce the potential for any wastage. But those efforts will continue, and certainly we want to do everything we can to reduce the wasting of doses. Go ahead in the back. Go ahead, Hassie.
Thank you, Jen. I have a question on Iran and then a question on vaccinations. So CENTCOM investigation has concluded that the drone used in the Mercer Street tanker attack was produced in Iran. There's a UN Security Council meeting on this today. What is the U.S. position and what steps are you willing to take to hold Iran accountable? And then I have a different question on vaccines.
Okay. Well, this morning, U.S. Central Command issued a statement on the investigation into the July 30th unmanned aerial vehicle attack on the motor tanker Mercer Street. We concluded that U.S. and it was noted in the statement, I should say, based on evidence that this UAV was produced in Iran. This comes as the G7 foreign ministers of Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the United Kingdom, and the United States, and the High Representative of the European Union issued a statement standing united in our commitment to maritime security and the protection of commercial shipping. As outlined in the statement, we condemn the unlawful attack committed on a merchant vessel off the coast of Oman on the 29th of July, which killed a British and Romanian national. This was a deliberate and targeted attack and a clear violation of international law. We call on Iran to stop all activities inconsistent with relevant UN Security Council resolutions. We know, as you noted, there is going to be some conversation up there. We call on all parties to play a constructive role in fostering regional stability and peace. In terms of any action, I'm not in a position to preview that. Obviously, there's discussion with the G7, with the UN Security Council, and others.
Okay, and a question on vaccine. You've addressed a couple of days ago on the question on WHO urging wealthy countries to not provide booster shots until lower income countries have had more vaccinations. And you said that the U.S. can do both. We can provide booster shots as well as help the world vaccinate its people. My follow-up to that is in the determination of whether or not booster shots are needed, would the FDA include research or modeling on what is the more effective method to stop the emergence of new variants, whether it's providing booster shots or maybe it's better to, if we ship those vaccine doses to countries who need it, including like the 2.5% of the wasted doses that you just mentioned?
Well, I'd certainly send you to the FDA, but I don't think they look at things through that prism. They're evaluating whether there are portions of the population who may need a booster shot in order to be safely protected. They're scientists, right? So I know that Dr. Fauci has obviously also referred recently, or maybe yesterday, today, it's all running together, to that potential need as well. We'll see what they decide for immunocompromised individuals, but that's the recommendation that they will be making. Go ahead, behind you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen.
No, go ahead.
Thank you. So the last time we talked about debt and deficits, you noted that the president has proposed a way to pay for his proposals and that he cares about the future of the next generation. I'm wondering what the White House reaction is to a recent analysis by the Congressional Budget Office that predicts that the bipartisan infrastructure bill would add $250 billion to the deficit over the next 10 years.
Well, the CBO analysis, I assume you're referring to. No, of course. I thought I understood where you were coming from. The CBO score, which projects a $30 billion deficit a year for 8 years, does not count real savings agreed to on a bipartisan basis. That includes over $200 billion in lower costs for emergency programs like paid leave over the last year than CBO had originally estimated, and over $60 billion in higher spectrum revenue from a February auction than CBO had anticipated. It also doesn't include the positive effects of the economic growth this package will drive on the budget. In fact, there's strong evidence from a number of economists, and including Moody's, that infrastructure investment like this can in fact help pay for itself over the course of time and over the long run, and that's something a number of leaders in the Senate are referring to.
And then one more quick one. Yesterday, Secretary Cardona noted that the administration is working closely with teacher unions as they prepare for school openings this fall. I'm wondering, are there any specific parent organizations that the administration is also partnering with?
to help ensure schools opening, that is something certainly the Department of Education, they are working with a range of organizations to make sure they are educated, they have the information they need, they know what the mitigation measures are. I can certainly ask Secretary Cardona if there are any specifics or get you in touch with the Department of Education. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The mask issue with Secretary Cardona yesterday, he mentioned
Sure.
that with Governor DeSantis, he was concerned about the EO he did regarding public schools on masks. And he said, we know what works. But one of the president's top COVID advisors, Michael Osterholm, just this recently,
who's not a current advisor to the president,
but was so notable, right?
Okay.
He said in a television interview this week regarding mask wearing, specifically the cloth mask like so many of us are wearing here and what the kids are wearing in school, right, largely. He said that the scientific community has been doing a disservice to the public on face coverings. He said that cloth masks like these have very limited impact on the amount of virus that you inhale or you exhale out. And he also said that he's really disappointed in his colleagues for not making that more clear to the public. And that's sort of in line with the study that Governor DeSantis is citing as the basis for his executive order. So
I
how do
think
you
you're
respond to that?
confusing a few things there, but let me first say that Osterholm is not an advisor to the president, to the administration, to the White House. He doesn't work here. He's a private citizen and a public health expert, but a lot of public health experts are out there speaking, and good for them. I will say that we are going to continue to rely on the advice of medical experts in the federal government on what kind of masks we all should wear, what kind of masks kids should wear, and if they change that advice, then the Department of Education will be working with schools to make sure that's implemented as a mitigation measure. The issue we have taken with the guidance of Governor DeSantis, which he of course is fundraising off of, I think we should note, is that he is preventing schools and teachers and others from protecting themselves and the students in their classroom. And as a mother myself, that's concerning, and I'm sure it's concerning to mothers in Florida. I think we're going to have to continue. Go ahead. I think we've got to continue. Go ahead. You had a very long question. We've got to continue. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Emerald. We're going to continue. Go ahead.
On the vaccine grants for India, what's your understanding on why the jabs haven't gotten onto the arms in India? And is this failure only because of the indemnity that's involved, or is there a timeline that you can sketch out for us?
As why more people are not vaccinated in...
Why haven't the vaccines reached India, the U.S., the grant that was announced?
Well, I would say first that we have seen in some places that there are legal issues or regulatory issues that need to be worked out country by country as we are delivering vaccines. The holdup is not on this end, but we are eager to get vaccines and continued assistance to the people of India and want to continue to be a part of the arsenal of solving the pandemic.
Is there a timeline that has come out in the discussions when Secretary Blinken was in India?
Yeah, it's a great question. I would point you to the government of India and see if they have more updates, but we are eager to continue to be partners with them, to continue to provide assistance, including in the form of vaccines. Raquel, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Jen. Yesterday, the National Security Advisor met with the Brazilian president.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to know if you have more information about this meeting. What was the message that President Biden wants to convey with the Brazilian president with this meeting?
Yes, so National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan and a delegation are in travel right now to Argentina. They concluded their trip to Brazil just yesterday, and Mr. Sullivan did meet with President Bolsonaro. He reiterated that the U.S.-Brazil partnership is one of our most important relationships in the hemisphere. As the hemisphere's two largest democracies, the United States and Brazil have a stake in each other's success, and we should be working together to advance ambitious climate goals, successfully combat the COVID-19 pandemic, and build back better in the region. And certainly this, as the National Security Advisor's first trip there, shows how important our relationship with Brazil and Argentina is.
Did he pressure President Bolsonaro on climate change, on deforestation?
And just want to give some of our viewers a heads up. We are going to be sending some of you off into a quick 2-minute break. More news your way after that.
us know, like,
And thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to let all of our viewers know we are monitoring other live events that we do have going on. A lot of COVID-heavy news here today as multiple governors across our states re-implement mask mandates. We've been hearing also a lot from school districts across the country. Now, again, earlier here this morning and earlier on our stream, we've been playing President Biden's jobs reports, but he really heavily focused also on COVID-19, continuing to push the administration's stance on vaccines, that Americans need to get vaccinated. And we heard that point emphasized even in New Jersey. Governor Phil Murphy's announcement today when he did implement the mask mandates in public schools as they get ready to welcome back kids. He did say that 80%, more than 80% of the cases that we're seeing with COVID-19 of this Delta variant, which is very spreadable, are those who are unvaccinated. And so we continue to talk about COVID-19. It's a few questions that have been asked here in this White House press briefing, but they've also been asking about a number of other topics. And so let's jump back out to that briefing right here on Live Now from Fox.
Leading experts he's consulted with feel it does not. Isn't he putting them in a pretty awkward position to be asking the Justice Department to defend something the president himself doesn't necessarily believe is legal?
Well, the president would not have supported moving forward with this modified moratorium if he did not feel comfortable and confident in the legal backing. We believe that this is a proper use of a lawful authority to protect the public health, and the Supreme Court has not ruled otherwise. We obviously don't control the courts, but our legal team, I should say, asked the CDC, the Department of Justice, and others to look into what options there would be. This is different from the national moratorium because it is more limited. It is focused on the areas that are most highly hit by COVID, and it is a short-term extension. Understand there's going to be work happening in courts, but we certainly support and stand by the extension. Go ahead all the way in the back. Yahoo. I'm just going to keep calling you Yahoo. Go ahead.
We've spoken a lot about Ron DeSantis and Greg Abbott this week. Who are the 2 or 3 Republican governors who are getting things right in the view of the White House right now on COVID?
There are a number. We've talked about Asa Hutchinson, who's taken a number of steps. We've also talked about Governor Hogan in Maryland. I talked about him earlier today. I've talked about the governor of Massachusetts. And I've said several times, the vast majority of governors, Republican governors, are doing exactly the right thing. They're putting public health, they're putting policies first, and they're saving lives in the process. And we've seen in a number of these states where they've taken these steps, the rates actually come down because it's having an impact. So that's a positive sign. This is not political to us. We are going to continue to take steps, work with governors, leaders of all political stripes in order to end the pandemic.
Thank you, Jen.
Thanks, everyone. I have one more person. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Hello.
Hi, Jen. It's Vanessa Tyler from the Black Information Network. I wanted to ask you about voting rights. That's a big concern for the listeners of the Black Information Network. Will the president make voting rights one of those filibuster exceptions? And also, I wanted to know, what is his message to people who are really tired of waiting? Their patience is running out for many items on the agenda, like voting rights, like the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act.
I would say his message first is he's with you, and that he is also tired of waiting. He believes voting rights is a fundamental right. It will be a fight of his presidency, and he would love to sign legislation on voting rights and the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act into law. He is also, I would say, not waiting for that to happen in order to take action. He signed a historic executive order into law during his first few weeks in office to put in place additional protections. His Department of Justice has redoubled funding and efforts to ensure they're supporting litigation across the country, and we've already seen them take action. And he has continued, and he has asked the Vice President to lead this effort. So the fight is continuing, it's ongoing, and it certainly remains a priority for him and of his presidency.
May I follow up?
Go ahead.
Will he push to make it one of those filibuster-proofed exceptions, voting?
Filibuster is, of course, a Senate legislative tool, not a tool controlled by the president. He has not changed his position on that, but he is eager to sign a piece of legislation into law. There's ongoing discussions about that. We're hopeful there'll be progress, and he's going to continue to use the White House, the bully pulpit, and of course the vice president will be leading this effort moving forward. Thanks so much. Very nice to meet you.
All right, thank you.
Wrap it up. Have a wonderful weekend.
Once again, Jen Psaki wrapping things up there, not going to be answering any more questions. You could see that they definitely wanted to press her on some more of the issues that we continue to follow here. But as I mentioned, COVID-19 is a big topic of discussion. But as we just heard with that last question, voting rights also has been an issue that many of our lawmakers have been following. Earlier here this morning, we did have some Texas Democrats who continue to stay in Washington, D.C., speaking out about voting rights. And it's an issue that we're following here for all of our viewers. D.C. has had these Texas Dems hiding out there for 25 days now. We're going to be getting into that event here in just a moment, but let's head out to our Fox 4 team down in Dallas-Fort Worth to hear just a little bit more about this second special session that's being called on by Governor Greg Abbott. It's going to kick off tomorrow. What does this mean? Well, our Fox 4 team gives us the details.
For another showdown, or maybe not, when the second special legislative session starts tomorrow, a day after the first one ends. Good morning to SMU Professor of Political Science, Dr. Cal Jilson. There might not be a showdown because there might not again be a quorum in the State House.
Yeah, I think this is very interesting. If I were Governor Abbott, I might have waited a week or 10 days to call the second special session, try to attract the Democrats back, but he chose to go. The first one ends today. The next one starts on Saturday, and I think the Democrats will most likely try to stay in Washington.
Governor Abbott trying to pressure the Democrats to come back by holding out some carrots, like deciding on spending of COVID relief money. But as he's holding out the carrot, he's got some sticks behind his back as well in this legislative agenda.
Yeah, I think if he wanted to hold out carrots, that the carrots to hold out would be some changes in what the Republicans call the voter integrity bill, what the Democrats call the voter suppression bill, that is the center of this conflict, and particularly a couple of provisions, the most important being allowing poll watchers to move freely throughout polling places during elections. There are a couple of things in that bill that don't need to be there, shouldn't be there. They could try to take those out and attract the Democrats into a discussion on what that bill actually should look like.
Is there any sign that that Democratic boycott will lead to a compromise on that election bill?
Well, not so far. Governor Abbott has changed a good bit in his stance. Early in his governorship, he was a more pragmatic guy. Business interests still had a little bit of influence. He's become much more ideological, much more attuned to the Republican primary electorate. And that electorate wants not only this voter integrity bill, they want the transgender athlete bill, they want the additional limitations on abortion, they want additional attention on the border, and he's going to give it to them in advance of the 2022 gubernatorial re-election campaign.
Right, because he's got at this point, I think, 4 Republican challengers, probably none of whom really has a chance against him, but nonetheless, he wants to make a statement and win convincingly. And by the way, no matter how all this turns out, redistricting is coming, and that will likely put Democrats at even more of a disadvantage in the state of Texas.
Yeah, I think in October, most likely, we're going to have another special session no matter what happens with this second one for redistricting. And while the Republicans will have more difficulty because of population change that has taken place over the last decade in drawing the lines they would like to draw, Democrats will be at risk because the Republicans will control redistricting pretty completely unless the courts get involved, which they almost always do.
Right. Undoubtedly, we'll see a lot more legislative districts that look like dragons and snakes coming in the future. Dr. Cal Jilson, thanks so much for joining us.
All right, and let's jump into this event that was held by Texas Democrats earlier this morning. Again, they're marking the anniversary of the signing of the Voting Rights Act. Let's listen into this right here on Live Now from Fox.
Texas Republicans the quorum they needed to pass the regressive anti-voter legislation, a bill that's entirely driven by Donald Trump's big lie. Today, shortly, the Texas legislature will adjourn sine die, the end of this legislative session. And we will have killed that bill for this session, as we set out to do 25 days ago. This is a victory for Texas voters. But we understand the fight continues. We will never stop fighting Texas Republicans' continued efforts to roll back Texans' freedom to vote. These bills are just the latest in a systematic attack by Trump Republicans in Texas and across the country to undermine our democracy and silence the voices of the people. We left Texas to stop House Bill 3, but we came to Washington, D.C. to urge Congress and the administration to take immediate action and pass sweeping voter protection legislation to safeguard access to the ballot box for all voters in Texas and in every other state in this country. Our resolve and hard work over these past few weeks has resulted in clear action and clear progress here on Capitol Hill to accelerate that legislation. We are closer, much closer than we were a few weeks ago, to passing the For the People Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, vital legislation that protects the freedom to vote. In fact, this very hour, shortly, the U.S. House Subcommittee on Elections is hosting a virtual press conference to share its report supporting the John Lewis Act and the full restoration of the Voting Rights Act. Today is not only the last day of our special session in Texas, it is also the anniversary of the signing of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. 56 years ago today, President Lyndon Johnson, a Texan, signed the Voting Rights Act into law. And when he did so, he said this: "The vote is the most powerful instrument ever devised by man for breaking down injustice and destroying the terrible walls which imprison other men because they are different from other men." Today we are honored to be hosted here at the U.S. Capitol by Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon. Our caucus met with Senator Merkley in the first few days that we arrived here in Washington to make our case. And the senator has been an unyielding ally in the fight for voting rights, and he's a champion for the freedom to vote. He is in every single conversation that's happening right now around federal legislation. He is leading the effort to make it happen. And so we're thrilled that he has joined us this morning, and I'd like to invite him to say a few words. Senator Merkley.
Chris, thank you very much. I am so proud to stand with these Texan freedom fighters who are standing up for the principle of every American having full access to the ballot, every American having a voice in the future of their state, the future of their country. You know, they've been threatened with arrest, they've been threatened online, they've been insulted, and through it all, they have stood strong for the vision of an America where we defend the freedom and right of every American to vote. 56 years ago, today, 6th of August, a celebration that finally we'd secured for all time that right. And yet here we stand today, half a century later, still in this fight. This is not a moment I could ever have anticipated when I joined the role of running to be a state representative in Oregon and to run to serve in the Senate. I thought this was a fight we had secured, that we had so established that understanding. But the events of the past 4 years have brought with us a new infection. Yes, we have the pandemic infection challenging our health, but we have voter intimidation and suppression as a virus challenging the health of our democracy. Well, these Texan legislators, they have come here with their voice not just for freedom and rights of Texans, but the freedom and rights of every American in every state to play a full role in the course of our states and of our nation. You know, President Johnson said it is wrong, deadly wrong, to deny any of your fellow Americans the right to vote. Those words have been forgotten across this land. And we are here to say them again. It is wrong, deadly wrong, to deny any of your fellow Americans the right to vote. He continued that there is no issue of states' rights or national rights. There's only struggle for human rights. You know, they say everything is bigger in Texas. But what is bigger than defending our national right to vote and our freedom to vote? They say, don't mess with Texas. Well, I say, don't mess with these Texan legislators who are defending the right to vote in their home state. This battle has gone on through the course of our history. We know that our original Constitution was not perfect. And we went through the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendments, the 15th securing the right to vote regardless of race. The 19th Amendment, which happened in my father's lifetime, establishing the right to vote regardless of gender. The 1924 Indian Voting Rights Act, to make sure Native Americans had the right to citizenship and to vote. And then 1965, 56 years ago today. Well, right now in Texas, there is a governor and there are state legislators who are trying to make it harder to vote by mail and harder to register to vote.
And just a heads up, some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break.
Because they know there's this time-established formula for targeting voters, a formula that goes back with a deep racist history in our country. You can reduce the number of precinct voting locations in places you don't want to vote. You can reduce the number of workers, so there are long lines. You want people to vote? Make sure there's a short line. Make sure you don't want them to vote? Make sure there's a long line. Make sure the voting machines break down. Make the location change from year to year to confuse people. Put out false information about where they're. It is fundamental that the antidote to these strategies to target Americans are early voting and vote by mail, ability to register without obstruction. And those things are all under attack across this nation in a very targeted, laser-targeted strategy at specific communities. At inner-city communities, poor communities, communities of Black Americans, of minority Americans, of Native Americans, and of college students. So the For the People Act takes on 3 forms of corruption in our country. And the first is gerrymandering. Right now there's a conversation among Republicans about how they can gerrymander enough additional seats so that equal representation is shattered and destroyed across this country. And the House of Representatives, right behind us over here, can be rigged for the powerful. The For the People Act says, no, we are going to fight for equal representation with national standards for districting. And then we have billionaires buying elections with dark money. It doesn't matter whether you poll Democrats, Republicans, or independents, they all say, no, in a democracy, billionaires should not be able to buy elections. And the For the People Act ends the role of dark money. And most important, it protects the pulsating heart of our system of voting, the ballot box, for every single American. So, I am so inspired by the voice that these Texans have brought here to Washington, D.C. That voice has continued to reverberate. My colleagues and I have been meeting, working to lay out that bill that can get majority support in the Senate and that can find its way onto this House, onto the Senate floor, and on its way to back to the House of Representatives and the Oval Office. We must get this done because it is an oath of office that we took to defend the Constitution of the United States of America, and that demands that we defend the ballot box for every single American.
Yes. Yes.
I am delighted to introduce the Dean of the Texas delegation, Senfronia Thompson.
I want to tell you that 56 years ago was one of the most delightful moments in my life. It was delightful because I remember the passage of the Voters' Rights Act. And it was always a time that I felt like that the poll tax would be dead. But I had to buy a poll tax in 1966 in the state of Texas to continue to vote. It finally died out. Let me tell you what I know that when light is shined on, history has shown us when the light is shined on darkness, things are revealed. We've been able to derail this bill that the Republicans have had to suppress our vote in Texas for now. And we have done it by sticking together and coming here and knocking on doors. And the Congress and the congresspersons here have been gracious enough to open them. We found a machine and the bills that were here that was dormant, but the 57 spark plugs from Texas screwed themselves into that machine and lit it up. And we brought to light the need across this country, not just for Texans to be able to cast a vote, but for every American to cast a vote in this country without fear and without intimidation. We may not have the numbers in the Texas House, but we got the numbers of the people of the United States of America who are rising up, and they are recognizing the fact that voting is a right and not a privilege in this country. And we are not going to continue to be suppressed and denied the right to cast our vote. We're going to fight. But more importantly, we are here not only to do just that, but we are here to put this struggle to rest once and for all. It doesn't make sense for us to continue in this country as Americans to keep fighting the same fight year in and year out because someone wants to exploit other people for their political gains and agendas. We stuck together. We didn't think we could do it, but we did. And we have walked these halls of Congress, and we have walked these steps across here to every office that we could. And we made our case. And we believe that when history is written, it will be written about the 57 spark plugs that God chosen from Texas to light up America and let them know that this is a right that they have and it's worth fighting for, and we're going to do just that. We're going to fight today, we're going to fight tomorrow, and we're going to fight until this problem is solved. And that is why we're going to fight here in Congress. And if we have to come back here, I'm not saying we're leaving, but if we have to come back here, we're willing to fight. We're willing to risk whatever it takes in order to preserve the rights of our own selves to vote, but those who will be coming behind us. And now I am delighted to bring to the podium the chairman of the Mexican-American Caucus, my dear friend, Representative Rafael Anchia.
Gracias.
And as we continue to listen into this event, we are going to be sending some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break. More news your way after that.
think that's why.
And thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. I did want to let all of our viewers know that we are waiting for an event to take place. This is just a little shot of what we have now. It's just a slate, but again, Governor Cuomo is going to be having his attorneys speak. They're expected to give a press conference at 3:30 Eastern Time. That's 12:30 Pacific Time for all of our viewers with us on the West Coast. So once again, this is an expected live event. But until that time, we continue things along. We're going to be going to Texas, where earlier here today, we just heard from Democrats as, again, they are celebrating the Voting Rights Act being signed by Lyndon B. Johnson. Well, earlier here today, Mayor of Houston, Sylvester Turner, along with other city leaders and even family of President Lyndon B. Johnson, all were present for a monument dedication. Let's jump into that here on Live Now from Fox.
Very much will be made of today's date, the 56th anniversary of the signing of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. But as the mayor of the city of Houston, I would like to focus on where we are today. Houston, the largest city in Texas, the most diverse city in the nation, and home to one of the earliest successors of President Lyndon Johnson. Coming to Houston in October of 1930, just 2 months after graduating from college, Johnson was hired not only as a teacher, but also as the debate team coach for Sam Houston High School. His new school had never won the city championship, but that did not stop Johnson from declaring after being hired that not only would his team be the best in Houston, his team would win the state title as well. In his biography on President Johnson called Path to Power, Robert Caro writes of this young teacher whose public speaking class grew from 60 to 120 students, that he was a demanding but extremely popular educator. One of LBJ's own debaters described how he made them feel, saying, quote, "He made you believe, man. You weren't just debaters. You were people who were going to succeed." And we began to see that was true. He was sending you out in the world where other people are applauding you, unquote. Not only did his team win the city championship for the first time, they placed second in the state of Texas, falling on a split 3-2 decision in the final round. As a former debater myself in high school and college, I would have loved to hear LBJ in Houston in front of those students, driving them to be the best they could be. Today, 90 years after his team placed second, we are honored this morning to have with us the 2021 national champions from Alief-Elsik High School, the first national champions from our own Houston Urban Debate League. And now I would ask them if they would please stand, and I would like to recognize them. The team members, Anthony Wong, Diego Castillo, Ebenezer Apaya, Rodriguez Trujillo, and their coach, Ashley Freeman. These are your national debate champions coming from the Houston area. Please note the diversity of this team as well. To the daughters of President Johnson, Lucy and Linda, I want you to see these young men here today as part of your father's legacy right here in the city of Houston. Because of his efforts in voting rights, civil rights, immigration reform, federal support for education throughout the Great Society programs, these students have excelled in their opportunity to prove themselves, and no one knows what lies in their future. Now, I would note that before he was called President Johnson, he was elected Vice President Johnson. 60 years later, we have a Vice President offering remarks from the very same office. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the screen for a special message from the Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Harris.
Good morning, Mayor Sylvester Turner, Charles Foster, David Jones. Thank you all for your commitment to this very important project. Lucy Baines Johnson, Linda Bird Johnson Robb, It was so wonderful to spend time with you both at the Capitol earlier this week and to hear your personal stories of your incredible father. Thank you both for carrying forth his legacy. And to everyone here today, thank you for coming together to honor his contributions to our nation's history. So I'm joining you from the ceremonial office of the Vice President of the United States, an office that was occupied by 11 vice presidents before me, an office that was in fact first occupied by a quintessential Texan, a legendary leader who served our nation as congressman, senator, Senate Majority Leader, Vice President, and President. And of course, that is Lyndon Baines Johnson. As I sit at this desk, which was once his desk, I am reminded that President Johnson led through extremely difficult times, through national grief, through global threats, through deep-seated injustice. And I believe that there are lessons we can all learn from this monument of a man and apply to the moment we're now in. So in the middle of the Cold War, as the Soviet Union put Sputnik into orbit, Majority Leader Johnson launched his mission to win the space race. Now remember, this was at a time when the United States was barely competing in the space race, at a time when very few were even interested in it. But President Johnson was a visionary. He understood the national imperative of space exploration, both for our global leadership and for American innovation. And so he partnered with President Dwight Eisenhower to create NASA. He pressed for President John F. Kennedy to shoot for the moon, and his support helped lead to breakthroughs like the semiconductor, the MRI, GPS. President Johnson saw what could be, unburdened by what had been, and our nation is better off because he did. That is a lesson we must carry with us as enthusiasm around space exploration continues to soar. I serve as the head of the United States National Space Council, the successor to the National Aeronautics and Space Council, which President Johnson led when he was vice president. Like President Johnson, our administration sees all the ways in which space can benefit humanity. Space can help us tackle climate change, build a diverse STEM workforce, establish an equitable space economy. And that is why today we are working to grow our nation's space leadership, building on President Johnson's early leadership. So that is space. And we all know that throughout his life, President Johnson was equally concerned with earthly matters. He was concerned about poverty. He was concerned about education, immigration, civil rights, and of course, voting rights. In 1965, President Johnson spoke at my alma mater, Howard University. This was 2 months before the Voting Rights Act passed, a landmark law that removed the barriers that kept Black Americans from being a full part of our democracy. And President Johnson, instead of reveling in the pending victory, was already preparing for the next battle, namely, to move from the fight for opportunity to the fight for access to opportunity. He believed, and I quote, that it is not enough just to open the gates of opportunity. All of our citizens must have the ability to walk through those gates. And that remains true today. All Americans have the right to vote, and with it, the opportunity to determine their own future. However, today, the ability of Americans to exercise that right is under vicious attack. Over the last decade, the Supreme Court has stripped away protections contained within the Voting Rights Act. and states have responded with a slew of anti-voter legislation. I have often thought these past months about what exactly President Johnson would think about what's going on, especially here in Texas, a state that was as sacred to him as the vote is to democracy. Every iteration of the Texas bill would in some way limit vote by mail, drive-through voting, and make it otherwise more difficult to vote. There are similar bills being considered in many other states, bills that would severely limit the options voters have to vote, to make it more difficult for them to vote. And here's the truth. Not everyone can stand in line for hours to vote in person on Election Day, nor should they have to. Americans deserve options to be able to cast their ballot. And that is why President Joe Biden and I are calling on Congress to pass the For the People Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. Folks, as we dedicate this monument on this 56th anniversary of the signing of the Voting Rights Act, let us pledge to rededicate ourselves to the cause of voting rights, to help all Americans walk through the gates of opportunity, to make their voices heard in our democracy. So I'm going to end where I started. We are surrounded by history, all of us. I'm right here in this office, and you there in Little Tranquility Park. President Johnson once said, and I quote, "We can draw lessons from the past, but we cannot live in it." There are many lessons to draw from the leadership of Lyndon Baines Johnson. And as a testament to match this monument, let us commit to learning those lessons, to honoring his legacy, and to building on that legacy for generations to come. Thank you all, and may God bless you, and may God bless America.
Certainly want to thank the Vice President for taking time out of her busy schedule to participate.
All right, guys, what we're going to do is turn away from that event. I'm going to send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break, and then when we return, there is a mass protest going on in New Jersey. You can see here, we're just getting a little bit of tape playback from some moments when New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy was leaving one of his events. So again, this is a protest that's been taking place out in the Philadelphia area. Let's listen in, or in New Jersey. Let's listen in here.
MEIER. I'm here for two purposes. One, to keep our kids unmasked this school year. They've gone through enough in the past year. Second, I'm here because the Township of East Brunswick is mandating all of its township employees to be vaccinated by September 30th, or they will be terminated. My husband is a township employee. He's been on the job for 23 years. He's going to be terminated. This is my family's livelihood. This is absurd and ridiculous. Keeping our kids masked and mandating vaccines is not the way. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
So once again, we're just getting a little bit of this scene fed back to us here, but I do want to just let everyone know, earlier here today, we did have the New Jersey governor announcing a mask mandate for those K through 12 students in schools. So what we're going to do is continue to follow that story. If we do get more pictures from New Jersey, we'll be bringing that to some of our viewers. But let's go ahead, take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have much more for all of our viewers after we come back from that.
can keep our kids without any stress or anxiety back in person throughout the school year. We can keep our businesses open without any stress or anxiety throughout the recovery period. We have that capacity. And so we are going to continue to do more in that space. We announced some efforts yesterday. Today we'll be announcing more efforts for our Medi-Cal population, as the superintendent reminded me in his reference to the work he's done in that space. And we'll continue to take a leadership position, in contrast, respectively, to many states. And I just want to end on that point. This mask mandate, we were one of the first states for our public school system to put that in place. This was before the CDC came out with their recommendation, and it was before the American Academy of Pediatrics came out with that recommendation. But nonetheless, they did come out with those recommendations, and it's the right recommendation. And I'm confident the path we're on, and I hope other states and certainly hope all districts follow the example here in San Bernardino City, where they have embraced that mandate, and you see that in the faces of every kid with all their remarkable resilience. I got 4. Oldest is 11, youngest is 5. I know a thing or two about their resilience. And one of my kids, I can't get the mask off, even when he's in bed and we're reading to him. They want to feel safe. Their parents want them to feel safe, and we want them educated. And so we're here again on the first week of school, supported and supportive of the remarkable leadership that we see here in this district and in 72 remarkable schools. It's wonderful to be here. And of course, now we're happy to take any questions, any of us, but again, with deep recognition and reverence for all of the paraprofessionals and teachers that made all this possible. Any questions?
Hi, Governor. Kimberly Chang with KTLA News. To follow up on the mask mandate in schools, the OC Board of Education voted to file a lawsuit. They called it a burden and referred to the emergency order mandate as a violation of constitutional law. Your response, Governor?
We want to keep our kids safe. We want them back in person for in-person instruction. We don't want our kids back on Zoom school. We don't want our kids back online with all the disparities that were self-evident in another classroom I was in when I asked them how their download speeds are, and the fact that a young child in first grade is talking about download speeds suggests everything you need to know about the nature of the impact of this pandemic and how disproportionate it's been. We have in our education code this requirement, and we expect districts, as we always have, to abide by what's in the education code across the spectrum. And we will hold firm in terms of those recommendations that are aligned with the CDC and aligned with the American Academy of Pediatrics, which I'm more interested in their counsel and advice than respectfully those that are seeking to move in the direction of Florida and other states.
Good afternoon, Governor. Christina Gonzalez, Fox 11. 2 quick questions. I know universal pre-K is huge for you, and I can see you beaming about it. Maybe perhaps before 2025, but with that in mind, I mean, and with children still not getting vaccinated, do you see as a possibility in our future a mandate to get, for example, the adults working with kids vaccinated, or in some other cases?
Look, we're confident in the approach that the districts have taken. We put $4.6 billion up, the Assembly members and legislature, to focus on improving ventilation, to improving the access to PPE and other sanitation investments, masking, the testing, the contact tracing components, the partnerships with the counties, improving our relationship to our own state-run Valencia Labs testing facility, and to provide an abundance of resource with the flexibility to get our kids safely back in school. At the end of last school year, we were successful in that effort. I'm confident we'll be successful into this school year, and that's where we are today. As it relates to broader mandates, you saw what we did 48 hours ago. The state of California is the first state to require all healthcare settings to require not just verification of vaccination, but to require vaccinations by September 30th We're not shy about leaning in to that space because of the importance of getting this disease behind us. But as it relates to schools, we're confident in the approach we're taking at the moment.
And one quick second question, did you get to watch the debate and did you have any thoughts about it? Anybody that you think you'll end up debating one-on-one at some point? Anything you want to share with us?
Well, I'm running to defeat the recall. They're running in a different race. And we're going to defeat this recall.
Hello, Governor. My name is Leticia Juarez, proud San Bernardino native, and I'm also with ABC 7. My question relates to the Riverside County Unified School District. With last night, their board voting to send to you a resolution that one size fits all does not work, and they want to know what they can do to maybe individualize the different COVID mandates for their school district. That's my first question. I do have a second one.
Well, I don't have the benefit of their resolution, so it's difficult to respond to something I haven't been privy to. As it relates to one size fits all, that's not our approach, quite the contrary. So it's unfortunate they may have a misunderstanding. The superintendent can speak to this much more eloquently than I, but we've created a remarkable amount of flexibility in terms of the utilization of an unprecedented amount of resources the state is providing as it relates to addressing the issue of public health in our schools. As it relates to masking, we just believe that's the appropriate strategy. But as it relates to strategies in terms of public safety and health within the schools themselves, we are not prescriptive whatsoever. And we provided toolkit, technical assistance. We provided a doctor, world-renowned doctor, who's an expert in pediatrics, to help with technical assistance. We have a Safe Schools team that goes out on site to provide best practices and other supports. So I'll take a look at the resolution.
And it does look like we're having just a little bit of trouble getting the rest of that feed from our team out in California. Again, Governor Gavin Newsom answering questions about mask mandates in schools, as well as talking about the COVID-19 vaccine. So what we're going to do is jump into more press conferences that are happening live. We're going to take things out with Governor Edwards along with other leaders in the state about COVID-19. We're going to jump into it live here for all of our folks with Live Now from Fox.
You have seen something on Facebook. Don't read Facebook. Please call your provider, make an appointment, go talk about your real issues, and have them give you the data, the facts, not the memes that are going around Facebook. Any other questions? All right. Thank you guys very much.
And we caught the very tail end there. Again, this is out in Louisiana. We did have the governor as well as other leaders speaking to COVID-19. Looks like we're going to hear from a doctor now. Let's continue to listen
everyone. First, I want to thank Governor Edwards for inviting me to represent the efforts of our team at West Jefferson Medical Center and LCMC hospitals as we continue to battle COVID-19. I would also like to thank Dr. Cantor as well for continuing to do all that you do as a state leader in health, as well as part of our LCMC family. As previously mentioned, I am a nurse practitioner at West Jefferson Medical Center. I primarily take care of stroke patients. But when COVID-19 originally began to affect our community, I was in a sort of a transition from a bedside stroke nurse to a nurse practitioner. And with everything that was going on and affecting our community, kind of that process was on hold. And with the rising number of COVID cases in our area, our stroke unit was converted into a COVID unit. And so I assisted the manager of that unit in running the day-to-day on that unit. And so I firsthand was able to see how the virus has affected our community, how it affected our staff, our day-to-day function, what it looked like to come in and treat those patients. I also witnessed firsthand what it was like to be there with those patients, unable to see family, to deal with such a condition, to watch them sometimes, more often than not, on their last days, on their last breath, trying to offer them as much comfort, as much kindness as we could as we adapted on the day-to-day to what we were being challenged with. And so this went on for months, and as we approached the end of the year, graciously, we were presented with the vaccine. And so, of course, myself and my colleagues were one of the first providers that were offered the vaccine, and of course, we graciously accepted. We rolled up our sleeves, we took our vaccines, and we continued to take care of our patients. Fortunately, for a period of time, we were able to see some of those more traditional illnesses that we were used to seeing, treating our cardiology patients, our stroke patients, trauma, illness, but of course, still our COVID patients as well. And so with the vaccine becoming even more available and available to our community and our general population, our health system was able to provide a mass vaccination site, of course, at the New Orleans Convention Center. And so that gave us some hope and helped to motivate us to continue to provide care for our community and hopefully to ease up some of the stress that was being put upon our health system. And of course, we know that all came at a cost. The burden that all of our frontline workers were put to face to give everything they had every day wholeheartedly as a system, as an organization, to treat our community, to do everything we could to give them the best care we had available at that time. And so, unfortunately, we find ourselves at an even tougher battle now with this variant that is affecting our community. And unfortunately, we're seeing a lot of patients who are needlessly ill, that they're getting sick. And often I hear, I wish I would have gotten the vaccine, or, I thought about it, but it's just so new. Or I'm young and I don't have any underlying conditions. I don't really need this vaccine. And while we hear you and we're listening, what we're seeing in our community does not meet that theory. People are continuing to get sick. And now, as the governor mentioned, our children are sick. They're greatly ill. And I can't help but to feel as though those could have been prevented. If our community, our people who are able to get the vaccine will, just go a step forward, take that step, and get the shot.
All right, guys, we've been listening in as Louisiana officials are talking about COVID-19, but there's definitely different sides to this on a big spectrum here to the COVID-19 Delta variant and the issue of cases being on the rise. We do have a protest going on in Michigan. This is at the state capitol as there are many people standing up for no vaccine mandates and personal medical choice. So let's listen in to a little bit of this, as we do have quite a large crowd. I know our camera's only showing us a portion of it, but if they do turn around, you can see there are quite a few people who have stepped out here to the Michigan State Capitol to speak out against vaccine mandatories and also masks.
Somewhere along the way, we believed the lie that politics has no place in the pulpit. But I'm telling you, if you're not going to hear, the only place you're going to hear the truth is you're going to hear it in the pulpit. Get in a Bible preaching church that is not afraid to preach the truth of God's word. Stand up, Michigan!
Let's hear it for Pastor Jason Georges. So one of the things as we go through these steps is we talk about what's morally right, what's right, the convictions we have, the rights we have, the privileges we have. But it's also important to know, where do we stand legally? And one of the people that I admire in the state of Michigan is Professor William Wagner. I don't know if you'd heard of him, but I've got to tell you. So here's a little bit of his background. He holds a rank of Distinguished Professor Emeritus after teaching constitutional law at various universities. He previously served with distinction in all three branches of the federal government, including as a federal judge in the United States courts, as American diplomat and senior advisor to the U.S. Department of State, and a senior assistant United States attorney in the U.S. Department of Justice. He currently serves as the president of the Great Lakes Justice Center. That is where David Coleman is. It's where the people fought for Carl the Barber. It's for the people who've had many of these lawsuits we've had, and I thought it was important for us to hear from him as to where it is we stand legally and what it is that we should be doing right now. Professor Wagner.
bless you guys. Wow, I love this. Look out here, folks. Look around you. This is what the Constitution was contemplating when it said that we have an absolute First Amendment right to petition the government for a redress of grievances, and that's why we're here today. You understand that that Constitution thing matters. In the last few days, since the government seemed to get together all around, whether it's the federal government or the state government or your universities, it seemed like they all coordinated and said, okay, let's all together here, let's just jam it down their throat. Whenever you see government acting, the first question you ask them is, what's your authority to act? And remember, we the people are their authority. And the second question you ask is, even if you've got the power in the Constitution, you've got to read the rest of the Constitution and make sure there's nothing that limits that power. Something like the free exercise of religious conscience, for example. Over the last couple days, we've counseled and assisted hundreds of people seeking sincerely held religious conscience objections to these outrageous mandates. And you listen to what they're saying out there and make it look like, oh, we're a bunch of stupid idiots. Folks, these are professionals, these are medical professionals that are seeking these things. These are university students and graduate students, and the best and brightest of our land. The best and brightest of our land who just happen to follow their Lord Jesus Christ. You know, there comes a time when we, the people, have to stand. And I can tell you from listening to my colleagues that have been working with these individuals and myself that have been counseling and assisting these individuals over the last couple days, the biggest thing we need in the next week and a week and a half is that everybody out there go out and convince 25 more people, because I'm telling you, they're putting the pressure on, and there are folks that do not want to do this. It's against their conscience. They understand the medical implications and the dangers medically and the dangers scientifically of what they don't know at this point. They have legitimate questions, and they are being forced upon pain of having their benefits taken away, being fired. I tell you, if we all stand together, these hospitals, they can't stand to lose all of their staff. There was another time in our history when we had to stand together, and one of our founders said, we need to all hang together, we'll surely all hang separately. And that's kind of what they're trying to do. They're trying to, peel us off. They're trying to, at some point we had to realize in this country that this freedom that we've all taken for granted for our lifetime, that there is a cost of it. And Reagan was right. It doesn't come in the bloodstream. Each one of us has to stand when the time comes to stand. Now is our time to stand. It is now or never. It is now or never. And look around you. When was the last time they had this many people in front of